closed. Here we are, once again, floating somewhere between Earth and space, just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fam, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void, never to be seen again. Well, Space Fams, beautiful to see you here on this Sunday, fun day. Lot to talk about. First, some shoutouts. Amanda the Pivot, Horologist HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Look Bovine, very close fourth. Joe47771 also here. Fishbone, Sasha G, Geller, Jetman, Troll Slayer, Columbia Rican, New York, Mozart, Edward Thornton, and Epimew. I think I got everybody in there. Oh, Rude Interplanet Janet also in the YouTube chat over on Vertical. And the Green New Deal and Eel Neal on Twitch. Good to see you all here today. Do we have a troll in chat already? Alright, I'm not dealing with that. Where are the mods? Someone alert a mod. I'm trying to keep this together. We got a lot to talk about tonight. The Bondi testimony, the Epstein files, including shocking video from Sheila Zolnur regarding Ghislaine Maxwell. Also some Sunday Funday stuff. Whole bunch of Sunday Funday stuff in here, hopefully. We're going to talk about whether or not the internet is safe. And what should be done about it. God, we got music in the background. What was I saying? Yes. Some Sunday Funday stuff in here for us to talk about. Regular news. Artemis 2. We're going to finally do a deep dive on Artemis 2. Talk about that. Whether that's going to be... whether or not that's going to go well. What else do we got on there? Epstein files. More mass surveillance online. The Olympics. AOC for president. Potential invasion of Iran seemingly imminent. And much, much more. Also, a couple in like a day, and basically 24 hours from now, it's going to be both Ramadan and Lunar New Year's. I've started putting up some of the decorations, and I haven't gotten to the office or the TV yet. But I have been putting them up in other places. If you look here, well, not there. Here, the bar. We've got lanterns, glowing Lunar New Year lanterns. Also, more lanterns over at the lake, and Ramadan lanterns in the street. I have to do both. Somehow we have to celebrate both simultaneously. It's going to be tough, but we're going to try. Anyway, good to have all of you here. We're going to start in the familiar place, the United States. I have no sound. Oh, that's why. It's very quiet. Those are only the fledgling decorations. I've got more decorations, but it's going to take some time. I was also updating the Patreon, right? We've had new patrons join. I had to add names to the list, new avatars on the set. Got a lot going on over here, including trying to get through those Epstein files.
Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. Mr. President, I know you want to move past all this intrigue over the Epstein files, but I do want to ask you to clarify something you said this morning. You said this was all a hoax. Has your attorney general told you this was a hoax? What evidence?
No, it's not the attorney general. No, I know it's a hoax. It's started by Democrats.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
This guy's been talked about for years. I can't believe you're asking a question of Epstein.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Perpetrated by the Democrats, and some stupid Republicans and foolish Republicans fall into the net. I call it the Epstein hoax. They're wasting their time with a guy who obviously has some very serious problems, who died 3-4 years ago. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
Are people still talking about this guy, this great
The Epstein hoax.
Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein?
I call it the Epstein hoax.
That is unbelievable.
I call it the Epstein hoax.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would give interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff. I don't understand why it keeps going. He's dead for a long time. He was never a big factor in terms of life. I don't understand what the interest or what the fascination is.
It's all been a big hoax. The Democrats are good for nothing other than these hoaxes. And no different than Russia. And I like to say it like it is. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein.
That's right, people. We're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. Many days into it at this point, as they continue to drip the files out to the public rather than following the law. We're forced to continue talking about it. I mean, there's so much. Honestly, just the size of it all forces us to talk about it for a while, but the way which they're doing it's also prolonging the situation. Thank you, Moa Noip, for modding the chat. We were invaded by racists and unhinged trolls early on in the stream. Very early. That's a that's a telltale sign for how tonight's gonna go. We gotta start every night off now with the Epstein files and of course the Jeffrey Epstein remix from the Remix Bros. We keep using their song. Thank you, Remix Bros. I appreciate you. You guys haven't hit me one time with a copyright claim. For that, I appreciate you. If you're hearing this right now, you're a great patriot. Write that down. Write that down for later. All right, now let's talk about one guy. Before we get to Bondi, because Bondi, of course, testified in Congress, and it's been sort of we've been talking about Bondi now for 2 days straight. That was some crazy shit. Before we get to Bondi, we talk about another person who's in the files. Honestly, Bondi, all right. Technically, Bondi hasn't appeared in the files yet, but I am certain that woman is in somewhere in the files. But she's literally in charge of the DOJ. You think she's going to release the files of herself? Come on. Don't be ridiculous. But one guy who did slip through the cracks a couple times was one Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick. He's been saying weird stuff. Been saying some weird stuff, and none of it's lining up. It's all very confusing.
Let's talk about Howard Lutnick, because I find this fascinating. We played a clip. Let's play this clip. Just a clip of that clip. I don't know. It was like a couple of months ago about Howard Lutnick talking about when he met the one time he met Jeffrey Epstein, who lived next door to him. And he was just...
This New York Post reporter was like buttering him up, played him like a fiddle, and he got a little too comfortable.
Well, no, that's what we thought at the time.
Right.
But the revelations now sort of put that into a different light. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I say to him, massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he gets weirdly close to me. And he says, and the right kind of massage. Ooh. Now my wife is standing here.
God. That is disturbing. I'm with her. Ugh. Oh, that's a horrible description, Howard. Continue. Please go on. Oh, God, Howard.
So she looks at me, and I look at her, and we say,
yeah.
I'm sorry. We have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house,
Immediately, if not sooner.
that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person
Not gonna do it.
ever again.
Okay, so
As long as my wife is there too.
right, and at the time we were like, oh, Lutnick went way out of bounds
Right.
because he really left Trump out to pasture. But now we see in this revelation.
Wait. Where is Sam going with this? Where is Sam going with this? I know Sam too well. There's something's about to come out. What is going on here? The Commerce Secretary, he just told us that oh my God, him and his wife are very serious about this. They looked at Jeffrey Epstein
These
and
people are
Ghislaine Maxwell. And
perverts.
they said these people are perverts. I want nothing to do with them ever again. So what the hell is Sam about this, eh? Huh? The Commerce Secretary wouldn't lie to us, so I can't
This
imagine.
is Mike
what Sam's
Baker
about
from the
to
New
say.
York Times that Lutnick, include an email from Lutnick about bringing his family and others to visit Epstein at his private island, Little St. James.
So he said that was 2005, right? And then 2012 was when this email was from.
Now, 2005 is before 2012.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
what
That's a
now?
math problem. And Lutnick reached on the phone, said he could not comment because he had not seen the documents, and claimed that he spent 0 time with Epstein and then hung up. I mean,
So he spent
Although,
even
wait,
less
no, go
time
to-
than he admitted
I'm
before.
sorry.
One time.
Go to the 5th slide too, because here we go. But it does suggest, so he's denying, even though he emailed him about wanting to go to the island, he's denying that it ever happened. But there is a message from Epstein's assistant forwarded Lutnick a message from Epstein, nice seeing you. So there's very little plausible deniability there for Lutnick.
I'll tell you, when he was telling that story,
That's sweet.
it's not. Listen, and I'm gonna give a little more advice to the audience. If you're Jewish out there, we can't be talking like this right now. We can't be doing the Jew voice, doing your New York Post interview. We have to be talking a little more like this right now, because we've been really fucking our reputation up, and so it's just, guys, let's. But I don't know why he thought these people are stupid. If I was like, oh, yeah, I was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein a little bit. I'm not. Maybe you do the New York Post damage control thing. You'd be like, I was on. You know what? I was on antidepressants back then, and I thought, sometimes you kill people when you're on those. I just was like, maybe I'll just be not depressed and hang out with this guy. And having an email that's like, oh.
Look, I was on antidepressants back then, and I was very friendly. People. I had no filter. I had no ability to. I couldn't say no to a play date. Okay, you asked me out for a drink, I'm there. Okay, I'm feeling good. That's why I couldn't help myself. I was invited to an island. I happened to be on a yacht nearby, so of course we came. I mean, come on.
See, when can I come to the island? When can I bring my fucking 12-year-old to the island? And then the nice seeing you thing. It's like these people are lying, and they're caught lying. But I think that, unfortunately, nothing really happens to them. And so if you remember, Trump term 1, Alex Acosta had to resign from being labor secretary because he oversaw this plea deal. There are, which is obviously a very egregious instance of this kind of stuff happening. But now I feel like things have changed so much that you could be on the plane with Jeffrey Epstein. Peter Mandelson was like one of his best friends. It was proven. He was the fucking ambassador from the UK to the US until like 5 months ago. You know, it is just, he resigned from the Labour Party yesterday. I mean, it is, I think a lot of these, the bar for actually getting into trouble and for trouble actually
What's funny about that example from Brace Belden there is that his example of how there's been no accountability is actually an example of one of the only instances of actual accountability. Oh, it's ironic, to say the least. My God. Like, nobody, like, Peter Mandelson and Prince Andrew are, like, two of, like, 3 people who've seen any accountability for this.
I think has been either lowered or raised.
Well, it's impossible to get fired from the Trump administration in this iteration.
I'm sorry, formerly Prince Andrew, now Mr. Mountbatten. Excuse me.
How rude.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Yes.
For scandal. It's impossible. Yes. We've proven it. I mean, there is no scandal. They understand that all it does is give Trump more leverage over these people and commands their loyalty more. I don't think it was a coincidence that on Friday, Lutnick is sitting in, next to Trump in the cabinet thing going, this country is so much better because of your great powers and policy. I mean, literally.
Do you think it's a coincidence that this came out too?
No.
I mean, because if Trump saw that post interview and goes, "You're going to throw me under the bus," this is the directive. I mean, all of that stuff, like about, Elon. Yeah. Elon. Why did all that stuff come out about Elon and Lutnick? These were 2 guys close to Trump that threw him under the bus about the Epstein files. Is that not true?
It's crazy. And Elon's thing is, it's the same thing with Lutnick. Elon directly lied, and SpaceX directly lied multiple times when he denied the allegation, which was like,
Elon Musk would never lie.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
He wouldn't lie. He would just say things that are incorrect knowingly. That's different. Okay, Braze?
Precision of language.
Please. Precision of language.
Reported on by anonymous sources, I believe, to Business Insider, that Jeffrey Epstein had received a private tour of SpaceX. Elon says, I don't know what you're talking about. This never happened. You know, he sort of makes mention of like having met Epstein a couple times, but of course he was really grossed out by him. It is 100%. I mean, I don't know how else you can interpret these emails. There's no alternative explanation, but they just are lying because not only that, I think a lot of the MAGA base, there's some people who are like mad about this, but I think in the long run, this is not going to be something, and I could be wrong. Maybe I am. Maybe I will be, but I don't think that this is going to actually like, if you love Elon Musk in 2026, your brain is, there's something. I mean, it's like, I don't even know. Why would this bother you? You know?
No, people are locked in. I mean, I think.
Yeah.
No, he makes a solid point. Why would, at this point, if you're still a big Elon fan, why would literally anything about that man bother you now? If any, like, what new revelations could possibly be like, oh, that's a deal breaker for me? Fuck off. Who are you? You don't exist. You're not real. Don't. You're not real. You're not a real person. Go away. Leave me alone. Okay. By the way, I saw your message over on the vertical stream. Rude Interplanet Janet, I'm sorry to hear about that. I see you found your way to horizontal chat. It's very recent. I'm glad to have you in the chat. All right, people, we're still talking about Jeffrey Epstein. But more particularly, let's talk about the woman in charge of the Jeffrey Epstein files. Mrs. Pamela... Mrs.? Is she married? I actually... It's not clear. Is Pam Bondi... Ms. Pamela Joe Bondi. I honestly don't know if she's married. Who would marry that woman? Yes. People are concerned about Pam. I too have concerns. Like, what is going on with... What's going on with you?
At the end of the day...
What's going on with you, Pam? Explain yourself. Are you okay? After everything we saw in Congress, it's not clear.
because you won't let me answer questions.
I want to know, were there any underage girls at that party or at any party that Trump attended with Jeffrey Epstein?
This is so ridiculous. This guy has Trump derangement syndrome. I think we get it. You don't.
That was the longest pause in history. I was too busy laughing to myself to get the cricket in there, but god damn, that was a long pause.
Jeffrey Epstein.
This is so ridiculous. This guy has Trump
That was longer than a full cricket. I gotta say, when the pause is longer than the full cricket sound shot, that's a bad sign. It's not a good sign. It's a pretty long. I mean, count it with me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's like 5 seconds. It's like a 5 seconds. You're just sitting there. Dead air. Just dead air. you look, makes you look bad, man.
We get it. You don't want to answer the question. No, you don't get anything regarding public safety.
Y'all,
No,
you know
you.
we are cooked
No,
as a
you don't get
country.
it,
When
you
our
stupid
attorney general
jerk.
brings the same exact intelligence and energy as someone who looks like this.
Yes, no, it's not a good sign, Stella. I agree. It's bad. It's bad. She's the top law enforcement official in the country. She's acting like a child. Like a goddamn child. It's a fucking disgrace. We need some Pam Bondi. Do we need some Pam Bondi sound? Do you realize I am running out of sound shot space? Honestly, unfortunately, I don't make enough money around here to afford it. But I've been thinking about upgrading my equipment. Like, I already use a strange thing to get me more sound shots. And to get, like, control of the sound shots. Like, you know how I can do stuff like this? Like,
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
That's because I use an NPC. I've used up every single sound slot on my NPC is now taken up. It's why I started using RM Brown's internet soundboard. Because I've run out of... So now at this point, I'm like, I need a new piece of equipment. Like, I've been thinking about buying, but I don't have the money for it. Buying like an Ableton push, something like that, where it would have essentially like 4 times as many available sound shots. Like spaces, like on the board itself, physically. Like, I have 8 groups of 16. Those are all used up. Then I have like another 150 from RM.
Somalia!
At this point, I'm like running out of available space. I've genuinely run out of available space for more sound shots. It's a huge problem for me. It's a big issue. Something that I would like to solve. Pam Bondi is twice divorced. So she's a miss once again. No longer a missus. Thank you for the clarification, Joe. I wouldn't have looked that up if it weren't for you. Yeah. And so basically, I think until I buy like a new piece of equipment, I'm sort of stuck, or I'll have to like kick off one of my sound shots for a new sound shot. Because there's no way I'm going to run two different internet soundboards and a physical soundboard. That's too much. Man. That's too much, man. All right, you know, I'm going to do, just because we started late, I'm going to start the goal early since I'm just sitting here jawing right now about soundboards. Starting the goal on YouTube. There we go. Started. Blam. Twitch. Goal. Started. Subs. Bits. Come on. Work with me. There we go. And bits. Blam. Well, that's no. That's not what you... There we go. That's what you do. All right, there we go. Bits, subs updated on Twitch. Super chat goal on YouTube started. We're ready to go. Columbia Rican immediately breaking the ice on the goal.
Immediately, if not sooner.
For a new soundboard, so we can add Pam Bondi saying it's ridiculous as an audio clip. Let's go. We need a new ridiculous one. We need Pam saying it too? Okay, that's fair. And Frizzla coming right in behind the Columbia Rican with another super chat. This is for the first button of the new sound. Both of you kicking in for the new soundboard. Much appreciated. Much appreciated, you guys. All right, let's keep the show going. We've already made great progress. 1/5 of the goal completed immediately. All right. Let's see how people are feeling about this. That's really what we got to get to, right? We have to talk about how are the people feeling? How are representatives who are representing the people feeling? People who are, you know, ostensibly there to hold the DOJ accountable. How are they feeling about all this? Well, let's go here to the majority report. Talk about that.
The Lutnick angle of this is, it's bizarre because Lutnick would not be he'd be in hot water because, I mean, he was Epstein's neighbor and went to his island. But the thing where he went out ahead of it last summer to say, oh yeah, that guy's blackmailing everyone. I actually stopped any contact with him years before I went to his island with my family. Is such a blatant lie that even Republicans are embarrassed by it, which is, I mean, says an awful lot. But here's Massey talking about that.
Republican Congressman from Kentucky, Thomas Massey, is back here with me tonight. And thank you, sir, for being back here. I believe you went back to the Justice Department today. If you did, what more can you tell us about what you saw?
Well, I saw that Lutnick shared his phone number with Epstein and that their assistants were setting up phone calls between them. So there is at least that other connection. I didn't find any new names today. I didn't have a lot of time to spend there. But the main, by the way, it's a room with 4 computers and it's busy all the time. There's always at least 4 congressmen in there. And the main complaint that I hear as we search through these files is that when you unredact some of the files, you encounter more redactions. And then when we ask the DOJ, why are these files redacted? Why can't we remove the redactions? The DOJ says, well, that's the form in which we received the files. Now, here's the problem with that, Caitlin. The legislation that Ro Khanna and I wrote directs the Attorney General to produce the documents, but they have to give all the documents that are in the possession, not of the DOJ, but also of the FBI and also of the U.S. attorneys. So what's happened, it seems, is that the U.S. attorneys and or the FBI have redacted documents, given them to the DOJ, and then the DOJ hasn't done their diligence to go get the original document.
This is disgusting.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
These people are perverts. But the whole point of letting lawmakers go into that room is that you're supposed to be able.
Yeah, you're supposed to be able to see what isn't available to everybody else.
That's the whole point.
And it's not available
some
to
say
them.
the whole
It's all
point of it.
simulated. It's all being slowly.
Catelyn. I really do like Catelyn Collins, even though I refuse to say her name properly. Because I said it wrong one time and I've stuck with it. And, yeah, I mean, honestly, it's a great point from Catelyn. Yeah, is that not the reason for the Congress people to have access so that they can see what others perhaps could not? It's very weird.
That's really weird.
Out.
Yeah.
And in a way that like is maximally protective to people who absolutely do not should not be protected right now. You know, I don't know how much more I have to say about that. I'm curious if you guys have anything more before we move on.
Well, I mean, I think the point that you made about Lutnick is such a powerful one because I think it's something that we just keep seeing be reinforced by the Epstein files, which is that at the very least, it was impossible to hang out with this guy even casually at his place of residence, at his office, at his island, which I don't know how you could casually hang out at someone's island without noticing or at least should have having reasonably noticed that something was up. If you want to be someone that we should trust to be a steward of our government, it was.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we've heard testimony. People, well, not like legal testimony, but like testimony, like interviews of victims and other people, like basically saying that Jeffrey Epstein needed to, you know, he needed to get it on, right? He needed sexual release all the time, every few hours, supposedly. So that, like, that's why he needed the table everywhere. Like, you know, he was getting massages on the plane, back at home, on the island, wherever he was. He needed immediate release whenever it came up, you know? Yeah, good God. It's the wrong sound shot. God damn it. How did I do that? Don't do that.
Phrasing?
Yeah, no. Yes, I know, I said that wrong. That was gross. But it's true. It's true. And so it's like when you hear stuff like that, in my opinion, I think it's really hard to believe that you're hanging out with this guy and you don't know, you're not even slightly clued into what's going on. Like, get the fuck out. Yeah, right? Yeah, okay. How long were you on the island for? 2 hours and 45 minutes? And you immediately left? Yeah, right? Okay. Right.
Give me a joke.
Give me another joke. Give me another joke, sir. Very funny.
These people are perverts.
I forgot who said it, but it was the word beta. Oh, we should get a beta in here. We should get, oh, who was that used to say beta all the time? Oh, I know who this man is. I can't think of it right now. Why can't I think of his name? Beta! We need one of those. We'll work on that. Give me time. Give me time. I'll write it down. Honestly, we need sound shot recommendations channel in the Discord server. Jesse Lee Peterson, thank you. I don't know why I couldn't come up with that. My brain is broken. It's because he's out of the narrative. Everybody stop talking about that guy. Like he's completely washed at this point. Like nobody's talking about this man. Totally irrelevant. He's a weird guy. Weird guy, that Jesse Lee. All right. Talk more about that Bondi hearing. how people are feeling about it. CNN.
It has been a significant week in the chase for truth and justice in the case of Jeffrey Epstein. A Trump cabinet official admitted to being on the pedophile's island after lying about it. Ghislaine Maxwell floated a quid pro quo, promising to clear Donald Trump and Bill Clinton if she is granted clemency. Republicans began to see the unredacted files, only to find even more redactions. And the Justice Department spied on those lawmakers making searches, something that caused even Speaker Mike Johnson to condemn the administration. And speaking of the DOJ, Pam Bondi acted more like a campaign surrogate than the Attorney General. She refused to answer basic questions about her handling of this case and of the files.
Excuse me, I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No, you're not going to answer your question.
I believe you just lied on.
She's such a joke. No, I'm going to answer whatever question I want to, not the one posed to me by lawmakers. Pam, that's not the way this works.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
There is ample evidence in the Epstein file.
Don't you ever accuse me of a crime.
I believe you. I told you about that, Attorney General.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I did tell you because we saw what you did in the Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Such a child.
That episode may have pleased an audience of one, and even that is uncertain, but it backfired with MAGA.
Pam Bondi is a horrible speaker. She made an absolute ass of herself. This is one of the most embarrassing things I've ever witnessed from a lawmaker.
I personally lost all faith in our justice system. It is a system.
Good news. Good news, stupid. I don't know Dana. I don't know who this Dana woman is, but good news. She's not a lawmaker, idiot. She's a prosecutor. She enforces the laws. So, people are so dumb. People like this get, multi-million-dollar studios for their shows. Can't even discern between a lawmaker and a law enforcer.
I personally lost all faith in our justice system. It is a system of injustice.
I ain't cutting Trump any slack. Now that we know that they've covered up the conspirator documents, I would say is shocking to the conscience that Trump called it a hoax. Shocking.
You watch, this is going to bring the country down. It's your fault, not mine.
This is either a cover-up or it's incompetence. And I want somebody to go to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Usually a Pam Bondi performance like that would be just fine in MAGA world. But I think it actually says a lot about this Epstein situation that it didn't work this way. They still do want some answers. And the fact that she was stonewalling and yelling and all the theatrics about a sex pedophile ring, to MAGA's credit, that really rubbed them the wrong way.
Yes, I think it rubbed everybody the wrong way. I think everybody was watching this and what am I witnessing right now? Columbia Rican, I know I'm witnessing a sweet, sweet super chat over on YouTube. Pam Bondi, the new face of Karenism. Thank you, Columbia Rican. Much appreciated. Well, we're making significant progress on the Galactic content goal already. It's fantastic. Just a reminder to everybody, you can contribute to the Galactic content goal and the financing of the Galactic deficit right now. Something which we are way behind on. We have a slightly larger than normal galactic deficit due to me being sick and in the hospital last month. And places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon are really going to help us out on that because we see that money immediately, if not sooner, rather than having to wait like 4 or 5 weeks in the case of Twitch and or YouTube. Every single dollar helps out. All right, everybody. Well, we're not done talking about how people are reacting to the Epstein files. We're not done. Have I... Normal by nature with the sweet, sweet super chat. Have I covered Tesreal in here? I know it's not news per se, but it definitely adds context to the news. I have no idea what you're talking about. Narwhal, you're in the Discord, aren't you? Can you send me like a link or something? I literally, whatever you're talking about is completely unknown to me, which is strange. Like usually I feel like I'm pretty clued into things, but you've just used a word. I'm not even sure that is a word or if it's a acronym or something, but yeah, I'm at a loss. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your fiance's brother barred you from knowing about his funeral. Your fiance's funeral arrangements? Wait, what? What an asshole. Because GSL knows nearly everything. Okay, shut up now. Are you coming at me? I know I don't know everything. That's not what I'm saying. I know I don't know everything. I'm just a guy. I'm not infallible. Is that what people think? People think that I know everything? Because come on. I know. I know I'm not up on every single thing. But honestly, I feel like I'm pretty, on the pulse. Ah, you said that's why you said nearly, so I'm the
Precision
dummy.
of language. Please.
I'm not being precise enough with my language. Here you are using the English language properly, and I'm just the big dummy just not reading. I see how this has turned on me quickly. All right, forget everything I just said. Let's just go to the next video. From a great man, a great content creator.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
RM Brown.
Arun Brown? Arun Brown?
Do you know what we're here for?
What is that? Is it a raid? I just heard a raid somewhere. Nadia Yvette. A galactic viewer and also a new content creator over on Twitch. Definitely go follow Nadia on her Twitch channel. Thank you for the raid, Nadia. Welcome. All you Nadia files. You just sent me a link. Okay. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to that tonight, but I appreciate that. Maybe we'll probably cover it this week if it is in fact newsworthy. All right. What were we doing? Ah, that's right.
Arun Brown?
What? What? I can't go live right now. I'm eating my breakfast. Go to rebroadcast. Go to rebroadcast.
After he pooped his pants.
What the hell was that? What was that? We'll be right back.
Absolutely horrible. She looks like a deer in the headlights. And it She makes looks like me she has cry. a gun to her head. Like when we saw Bongino and Patel 11 months ago get up on Fox. They go, I know.
She looks like a deer in the headlights. Oh my God. It's a complete disgrace.
Rid of the Second Amendment. And there were another shooter in
Pennsylvania. There wasn't.
So it's the same thing. It looks terrible. It is terrible. It's hurting Trump really bad. It's hurting America. And again, my frustration is it lets the Democrats, who are the ones that are really guilty, if you look at the evidence.
I couldn't find one clip that made her look good.
Oh.
Not one. Typically, these hearings,
Come on,
you'll say, okay.
He's trying to do the Alex Jones voice right there. Well, let me ask you this. $1. Rob, look, Rob, $1. Oh, here we go. This is beautiful, guys. I watched this stupid, terrible thing where this, with this weird lady. I actually got a drop out of that thing. This Pam Bondi thing. I actually got a drop out of it. Check this drop out.
Come on. Come on.
A lot of people talking about this whole thing is like stupid and insane, you know? You know, one of
That's
these
not
idiots
bad.
goes,
I'm not mad at that sound shot. It's not bad. We do need to go through the Bondi hearing for sound shots.
people talking about this whole thing is like stupid and insane, you know? You know, one of these idiots goes, hey, all these immigrants are coming in here. They're doing all this crime and fraud. Oh, that's an interesting time to try to do that at this like public spectacle that the whole purpose is to cover up massive crimes and fraud. That's a very interesting time for that.
Come on.
But I wanted to look at some of the reactions to this because there's some funny ones out there, you know, reacting to this moronic lady, you know. She's up there on TV all like,
come on.
This is pretty good. My man
Paul Bet Davidson.
He got Alex on, my man Alex. Alex took one look at
You're a
Paul Bet
moron.
Davidson and he goes,
Can't do this anymore, man. I am having trouble doing the show.
But he's kind of funny. He's kind of funny on this. He's like, yeah, she sucks. Basically, his whole thing's like, she sucks. She's annoying. She's dumb. She really blew this one. It's funny. It's like she just went there as like an independent.
I could just imagine Alex sitting there for like a couple minutes before the show, just sort of screaming into the void. Just losing it. Just losing it. It's another super chat over here on YouTube. From Epi Mew. Fuck Westminster, fuck the fucks that frequent its halls. Just a little bit of a UK comment to give a certain European flair to the proceedings. Much appreciated. Yeah, we'll be getting to Europe later, and Westminster, and things of that nature. But that's for the future. Why is reverb still on over here? Can't have this. No, I don't want this. Don't do that. Thank you. By the way, we are making huge progress on the galactic content goal already right now. Very early into the stream. Let me think. We're at like 6. I think we're at 6.5 of 10 on the content goal over on the YouTubes. If I'm doing the math correctly.
On YouTube.
Like, man, she just showed up, just kind of representing herself. You know, she's not there on behalf of the president. She just, you know, she heard about it. She's just some lady who heard about this. That's basically what Alex seems to be trying to say. I don't know. This is kind of funny. My man Paul.
Tassan Parker.
Paul Bet.
Tassan Parker.
For some reason, I mean, he's just sort of like, he just wanders around his show, you know? He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. But for some reason, he does like a live fact check on Alex. I don't even know why. Here we go. Check this out.
That's why there's all these clips going around I saw today of Don Lemon.
Who?
You know, just 3 years ago. Okay. Going, how dare the Republicans try to investigate the Epstein files? This is bigoted, and this is horrible, and this is, you know, crazy, and this is terrible. Right. So, yeah, and that's what Trump's been pointing out. You're the pedo party. You're the sexualized kids party. It's
okay, so this is kind of funny. It's like, you just got to let Alex cook. You just got to let Alex do one of these.
When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack.
Come on.
You straight up just got to let Alex do one of these. Okay. I mean, these guys are like the only ones who care about Don Lemon, I think. I think I would barely know who that is if they weren't talking about him all the time. But he's like, there's all these clips of him going all around. He's the most important guy in the world. But he's basically saying there's like a clip going around where Don Lemon was saying they shouldn't investigate this. And if they do, that's racist or something. And this is one of these where you just got to be like, okay, this is just Alex being Alex. You know, that does not sound very accurate. But just let him cook. He's doing his thing. But of course, Paul
Bet Davidson.
Paul Davidstone. He like, you know, he's a bit of a
pendejo.
So he's like, where's that clip, Rob? Like he's fact checking this guy. That clip that he's talking about. Let's find that.
On Anderson Cooper saying you shouldn't go after Epstein's files. Go ahead.
I think it's interesting when you look on the internet and you see the bigotry on the internet and the people who have been, these conspiracy theories about QAnon and about Jeffrey Epstein. There's a picture of me on the internet, right, where someone has superimposed the face of Jeffrey Epstein over Chris Cuomo and I, like hanging out, and there are people who actually believe it, and people say, well, not all Trump supporters are bigots or racists. Okay, fine. You can believe that. But when I look at all the people who put things like that on the internet, 99 times out of 100, it is a Trump supporter. So people should think about that as they are placing those things on the internet, as they are wearing political messages in the workplace as well.
Yeah. That's funny. That's why I love Paul Pitt Davidson, is that he doesn't really know what the hell's going on, Like, they do just make up stuff and like read stuff wrong and, start squabbling with each other on that show. But I don't think he really knows what the hell he's doing. So he accidentally like fact checks Alex Jones here. Alex Jones is like, "Oh, this guy Lemon, he said don't investigate. It's racist." And then you go to the clip and he's saying something about.
Yeah, Alex is basically like, "Great, thanks. Yeah. Thanks, Patrick. Really great job. Thanks for checking me on that. Appreciate it. Really appreciate that. Wasn't really expecting that, but really helped out. Thanks, buddy." We can't watch this whole Arun Brown episode.
This is ridiculous.
Can't do that. Not gonna do it. Who's next? Yeah, of course. Can't not see what's going on over here.
I think this is the
Daily
final.
Wire.
This is like the final moment. This is like the ultimate. Like, he's reached his completion of this arc. He's like, "Look, man, that lady who's just on her own, has no connection to anything. She sucks, man. She sucks. But let me talk about all the great things that they've done. My name is Alex Jones. I've been doing this for 30 years. This should be my ultimate moment when the entire world is totally open to a global trafficking secret conspiracy. Like, now the entire world is open to that, or they're just seeing it. They're like, oh, okay, this is how this works." And Alex Jones is like, "Let's not look at that. Let's not look at that too much. You know what we should be looking at? No tax on tips. The amazing policy that affects no one. No tax on tips. Hold on a second. I'm connecting. What do you want to talk about, conspiracies or whatever? No.
We need to focus more on these,
publicity."
By the way, you all missed it because I skipped ahead, but apparently, Alex Jones, you can now, I don't know if you've heard, but there's like a service. It's like hundreds of dollars per minute. You can ask PBD, you can call PBD directly. Like, you can just get them, like, you can call, it's called Minect. It's called Minecting. So you Minect with PBD for hundreds of dollars a minute, and you ask him like life advice or whatever, like why do you do what you do, PBD, or why do you exist? You could ask him about anything, I guess. But apparently Alex Jones is now on the roster, so you could Minect with either PBD or Alex Jones, which is very exciting for someone, I'm sure.
Policies that do nothing to help poor people. I mean, people have talked about this, the sort of tragic box that Alex is stuck in. It's hard to watch. It's stressful to watch. Let's talk about something else.
Now again, not everything that Pam Bondi said is wrong.
Oh, whoa, hey, there's something wrong with that film projector that you're projecting onto my screen on YouTube. Let me check, hold on.
I think some of the things she said were right.
It's all messed up.
But as per our usual arrangements, many of the things that were right were obscured by the things that were wrong. So there's a bit of good Bondi, bad Bondi going on. Yeah.
Hey, man.
Disgusting.
Okay, this actually is like a pretty funny. This is pretty funny. This is like the biggest news story. No matter what, it is a huge historical scandal, yada, yada, yada. I love that this guy, I mean, nobody really watches this guy anymore. He's still trying, but like, he could have probably upped his views a couple hundred. Could have upped those views a couple hundred. Like, when you are kind of losing your audience and struggling, you might want to talk about what people are talking about. But this poor guy, man, this poor, troubled, traumatized guy, he decided, I'm not going to talk about this. There's no way I can talk about this. It's kind of interesting, though. The reason he doesn't want to talk about this, if you go down the list, it's like one of his things is like, a billionaire is somebody who worked the hardest and is the smartest, or a mega rich guy or whatever. The ultra wealthy, they worked the hardest and the smartest, and they're the most ethical and normal. And here's a guy who was mega wealthy, connected to everybody Ben Shapiro claims to like, working with the Israeli government, which you can't talk about. And not only was he obviously the worst kind of criminal, but also stupid. The guy does seem stupid. Just totally single-handedly ruining Ben Shapiro's little idea here. Like a dumb criminal. That's if you really want to be successful in the world of, at the top of American society, be a dumb criminal. Be a dumb criminal with no ethics.
I'm having a hard time.
I mean, it is legitimately funny. It makes me laugh just thinking about it. This guy does a news channel, and here's the biggest story, but it kind of ruins everything he's ever said. There's no real way he can talk about this, so I'm just not gonna. You know what I'm gonna do? Just not talk about it.
Not gonna do it.
So finally, he's broken. He's broken his silence on this. He's just been trying to think of an angle on this. So let's check that out.
But as per our usual arrangements, many of the things that were right were obscured by the things that were wrong. So there was a bit of good Bondi, bad Bondi going on yesterday.
Hey,
so Pam
down.
Bondi was asked about the idea that Trump was covering things up with regard to the Epstein.
Good Bondi, bad Bondi. Good Bondi, bad Bondi. That is fascinating. Like Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think a congressman accused now I can't say her name anymore. I think a congressman accused Pam of being Jekyll, Mr. Hyde type of situation. I guess Mrs. Hyde. Ms. Hyde. Jekyll and Ms. Hyde. And apparently Ben agrees. Good Bondi, bad Bondi.
Case. And she said President Trump has been the most transparent president in history, vomiting out all this information into public. That is true.
How so?
The American people need to know this.
Oh, okay.
They are talking about Epstein today. This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents. Over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents. He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Okay.
Now, again, I don't know that he's the most transparent president in all of American history, although there's a case to be made that given the fact that his thoughts are constantly in the public view and he talks to the press all the time, that's the case. The manner that she says this stuff matters, however. Remember when I said calm and cool and collected?
Yes.
Making people feel a sense of steadiness?
I'm tone policing.
That is not what is happening.
That's funny. Even Paul Bette Davidson and these guys are
rough.
oh, that lady sucks. She's
Damn, Pam wasn't professional enough for Ben over here. He's very upset. How dare Pam not be more professional? Ugh. Terrible.
Awful. Weak.
lying up there. She's having a meltdown up there lying. They're covering stuff up. Even he now has to say that. But I like that this guy, you realize okay, it's kind of funny. I think what maybe happened is this guy looked at his numbers. He's like, I can't really have this business anymore if I don't upload relevant videos to my channel. I think this is basically a hostage video. He does not want to do this. And here's what he came up with. This lady that even as we'll see his own comments, think is a lunatic. He's like, meh. She makes some pretty good points up there, man. I mean, she makes some pretty good points up there. It's true, I guess. Please click. I mean, there's definitely something up here. This guy's not too worried about his own audience. Did not go well. Understatement of the year. That was a disaster. Man, the amount of deflection is diabolical. Where are the treason charges? Okay, there's some of this. She's scaring my dogs. She needs to be fired. Hey, she should have been fired a long time ago. But this was embracing. That's okay. I like that. Oh man, I'm so embraced about that. You mean embarrassed? What's that mean? What's that? The Dow Jones has nothing to do with your mishandling of the Epstein files. I wonder if Ben Shapiro's going to mention that part. Ben is trying his hardest to dance around the truth while realizing he can't completely ignore the story anymore. Yeah, he's pretty sad. In a world of lions and scavengers, he comes across as a weasel. Oh man, this guy's life, man. This guy's really out here with his.
Who do you? Wow, a little weasel.
Twitching and twisting.
Harsh. That is.
How rude.
Offensive.
All waxed down.
I do feel sorry for him at this point. I mean, no one should be doing this.
So here is Pam Bondi. This was the most awkward moment by far.
Huh?
So
Okay.
she was asked about Epstein.
Yeah.
And she promptly started doing a cable news spot about how no one should ever mention Epstein again. They should only talk about the stock market, which, yeah, okay. Listen, I generally agree that the coverage of Epstein, given the evidence.
Wait, whoa. How did you introduce this? Let me see that.
So here is Pam Bondi. This was the most awkward moment by far.
Right. This is the most awkward moment, but you generally agree.
No one should ever mention Epstein again. They should only talk about the stock market, which, yeah, listen, I generally agree that the coverage of Epstein, given the evidence that we have, far exceeds the claims made about Epstein, far exceed the evidence that we have, and thus the coverage of Epstein far exceeds the actual evidentiary claims.
Yeah. So then you kind of agree, right? Nothing to see here. Let's look at something else. Right? This was an embarrassing part. I generally agree. Okay.
The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are
You know who makes the most money when the stock market goes up? The Epstein class. All the people in the Epstein files make the most money when the stock market goes up. In comparison to anybody else. I mean, they really make the rest of everybody else look like a bunch of paupers. The Epstein class. And they're the ones who make the most money when the Dow and the NASDAQ and all these things go hit record highs. Everybody else is making like $50.
That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking about, what does a Dow have to do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
I mean, it's kind of a good question. I mean, you're being asked questions. I mean, what
is
it?
It's
not a question. What does the Dow have to do with anything? I mean, it has some. I mean, like with Epstein, not a ton.
Yeah.
Actually, as it turns out,
but
not a good showing by the Attorney General.
Okay.
She went up again.
Oh, Ben's really struggling with this. He's like, can I find a way to make it sound like talking about the Dow is a good thing during while you're getting grilled about the Epstein files and your terrible handling of it? No, as it turns out, no, cannot. Ben cannot find a good way to get out of that one. All right, here's an interesting chat question from Frizla in the form of a super chat. GSL, are chatters allowed to threaten one another with eating them? What about the chat and house rules? Wow. Very interesting question. We'll have to revisit this, but generally speaking, I mean, we shouldn't be threatening one another, but Speaking of chat and house rules, I think we'll have to discuss the rules somewhere else. That is, we shouldn't be threatening one another with these sorts of things. Nobody should be eating each other, okay? Write that down.
Thomas Massey, listen, I think Thomas Massey has been grandstanding on this. I think
Right, but then what was all that look? I generally agree that this whole thing is getting too much coverage thing, then.
she went up against Thomas Massey. Listen, I think Thomas Massey has been grandstanding on this. I think that Thomas Massey believes and has propagated stories about the Epstein evidence that go well beyond what the facts show at this point.
Right.
Still, I don't think she did a great job handling him. She suggested that Massey has Trump derangement syndrome, which...
Hey, nothing to see here, you morons. If you wanna see something, check this out.
Okay, that's immature. I you know what? Cut that. Note to myself, cut that. Also, how rude. Don't just ignore this note and definitely don't leave the note in.
Still, I don't think she did a great job handling him. She suggested that Massey has Trump derangement syndrome, which, again, I don't think she's wrong. It's just this is not particularly useful.
What is that?
I mean, yeah, Thomas Massey might have Trump derangement syndrome, but what does that have to do with the Epstein files? Great question. Great question, Ben, in the form of a really stupid question. Wow, really impressive deductions from Ben. Wow.
What does that mean? Yeah, look, I agree, but it's just... This is ridiculous! It's not useful. I agree, but it's not... Yeah.
A lot of these guys are doing this thing where they're like, look, I'm gonna figure out some roundabout way of saying that I agree with that lady. I'm gonna get absolutely clobbered in the comments on this one. But I guess I don't know what else to do here, but she could have been more polite. I think that's Tim Pool's take. She, that idiot who appeared to have been hit on the head before she went on TV, she could have been more polite.
Yes, that's incredibly rude. Wait, does he do Tim Pool? I think he does do Tim Pool, doesn't he? Wait, is there a Tim Pool take in here somewhere? Oh no, it's Candace. It's Candace. We have to know what Candace is up to. The queen of YouTube. Here, I'll get the end of the Ben part, and then we'll go to the queen.
Okay. On this one, and it sounds like what this guy, I get probably for weeks and weeks, he's been thinking about this. How am I going to spin this? And what he came up with is, I guess, Steve Bannon single-handedly came up with the idea that Epstein is important or interesting or something. I mean, most of his audience is just like, why weren't you talking about this? This actually is way funnier than I thought it was going to be. Because I do think, look, I got to come up with something. But this is what he came up with. He's basically doing like I do this sometimes, like if I do something wrong. There's this guy that lives in my building that I walk by sometimes. Tim. His name is Tim. I just say, oh, Tim did that. Somebody broke something. Tim. Somebody did one of these. Tim strikes again. He's just basically like he's just basically a fake guy that I can blame all my misdeeds on. That's basically what he's doing. He's like, there's a guy, there's this guy, he's not really relevant anymore. He's wasting away and rapidly aging on some weird Rumble channel. This is all that guy's doing. That's basically what we're seeing here. The only reason people are interested in this, which how would you prove this, is because that basically fake guy tricked everyone. Okay, man. Brilliant gambit, my lord. Oh, man, this poor guy. I think this is the final. I mean, nobody's watching that guy. So this might be the final. Bye-bye. To Mr.
Booty hole waxed down.
Oh, you gave us some great times, but now it's just getting a little too stupid. Okay, you know what? In honor of him, his final appearance on this show.
Bye-bye.
I'm out in Miami, ho.
Let's
my
do a
unstable
person of the day
girlies
that
at?
honors him. In honor of him, obviously, because this is his life. This is the life this poor, hapless doofus lives. He created the personality that would be his own destruction. It's Candy.
I'm gonna haunt you.
Go.
This is a fantastic question. Over here. I'm not talking about the video. I'm talking about over on the YouTube vertical chat from Homer Co. It's a great question. I'm a Galactic patron. If I buy the Galactic benefactor level, will it upgrade me or will I have two payments? One payment, one membership. It should automatically just upgrade you from one to the other. At least that's my understanding of it. I've never had anybody say that I've never seen anybody duplicate a membership before, so it should be fairly easy, I think. I'm pretty sure. Okay, back.
Where my unstable girlies at?
Good, Candy, for your person of the day. Congratulations. Congratulations.
Boom.
Congratulations.
Well, here's the reality of how this happens. The person said, first and foremost, this was filmed, which we have already told you, and they've said 2 weeks ago, or weeks leading up to it, in Fayetteville, Georgia.
Yeah.
There were actually only 180 people in the audience, and they used camera tricks to make it look like it was really filled. They were just moved around the room to make it look more full. And they had to do about 3 to 5 takes each on every song, except for Gabby. They said she got it done in 2. Okay. They had no idea what they were signing up for. The majority of the people didn't even agree once they got there and were told with doing a split halftime show. A lot of them actually liked Bad Bunny. Is it Bad Bunny? Sorry. Yeah, Bad Bunny. I thought I said something else. It was over 2 days.
Calm down, Candy. Well, what the hell was that part? Hold on.
Is it Bad Bunny? Sorry. Yeah, Bad Bunny.
Okay, we're getting way off of the beaten path here. There's no Epstein. I don't think she talks Epstein files in this one. Sorry to disappoint everybody. I don't think she gets into Epstein files in that clip, if I recall correctly now that I'm thinking about it. Sad. Very sad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
All right, back to talking about the Epstein files and the fallout that has been slowly consuming the planet.
Around the world, we're hearing daily of investigations, of resignations, of people in, particularly in Europe, resigning from government, being investigated because of their association with Jeffrey Epstein. In this country, it, I don't know, it seems to get you just like I guess they make a documentary about you. But lawmakers are starting to see the unredacted files. People are starting to go through these millions of files, and it is not lessening the pressure. Here is Representative Becca Ballant of Vermont yesterday speaking to Drop Site News. She's been going through the unredacted Epstein files. Now understand, lawmakers have access to this. They have the ability to go on the floor of Congress and read off all this stuff. You remember Mike Gravel did this with the Pentagon Papers. They are protected by doing so. And frankly, I don't know why they don't do this. The fear that Gravel had about the Pentagon Papers was, am I actually revealing any U.S. military secrets that may put service members in harm? At the end, obviously, it did a huge service to anybody who was conscripted into that war, because it helped bring it to an end. But I don't see what the danger is here to go out. You don't have to name victims to the extent that they haven't already been exposed. So I'm surprised somebody hasn't already done this, although I'm not convinced we won't see it soon. But here is Representative Becca Ballin.
If not, I just wanted to ask you, have you had a chance to review any of the unredacted files over at the DOJ, the Epstein files?
I did.
You did?
Yeah, I just came from there.
What can you tell us?
There's a bunch of sick fucks.
And I mean, anything more that we don't know? I feel like that's pretty well established.
I know. I think the part that is just so disgusting is that so many people knew.
Did he have any ties to any intelligence agencies? We've established some in our reporting, but wanted to know based on the file.
I only had about a half hour, so I'm going to go back again tomorrow. Okay. So mostly today I was just trying to go through a couple of documents that was particularly interested in finding out.
What were those?
One was related to whether or not Trump, had ever kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago, as he claimed.
What'd you find?
It's not true.
It's a lie.
It's a lie.
Oh my God, shocking. Donald Trump lied about something? What? He runs a platform called Truth Social. Why would he lie? Oh my God, that's disturbing. By the way, just a reminder, since we were just talking about Patreon, just want to remind everybody that if you're a newish, I mean, honestly, if you're a Patreon member and you've been wondering why your name doesn't appear on the patron shoutout, or why you don't have a galactic avatar, it's because you haven't responded to the galactic questionnaire. I don't just choose people's avatars for them. They tell me what they want, and then I try to make that happen for them. And you got to tell me what you want your shout-out name to be, and all of these other things. And it's just, if you don't respond, it's very easy. It's just a couple of questions. Just if you answer them, I know it sounds like homework. It's really not. It's like 2 things. But this way, you're getting the actual benefits of your patronage. If you don't do that, you're just, it's like I mean, actually, you're not throwing money out the window. I was going to say it's like you're throwing money out the window, but really, you're still supporting the stream, but you aren't getting any of the sweet, sweet benefits that you so deserve. That seems silly.
That's a big deal. Because Trump's story up to this point has been like, oh, I kicked him out. I did not have good relations with Jeffrey Epstein, et cetera, et cetera. And if the Epstein files prove that that's a cover story, it becomes even worse, because it's not like we don't know that he's associated with Jeffrey Epstein. If he's lying about what happened after whatever it was, 2005, when he supposedly kicked him out, it raises real question as to what is there. Before we get to the number 2, let's go to number 7. Ghislaine Maxwell was ostensibly testifying to the House Oversight Committee. And here's a split frame of what she said. In 2010, it was Jeffrey Epstein. 2026, it's Ghislaine Maxwell.
Have you ever socialized with Donald Trump in the presence of females under the age of 18?
Though I'd like to answer that question, at least today, I'm going to have to assert my 5th, 6th, and 14th Amendment rights, sir.
Are you aware of Donald Trump ever engaging in sexual activity with an individual introduced to him by you or Jeffrey Epstein?
I invoke my 5th Amendment right to silence.
Have you?
It's obviously her right to invoke that, although, and I would imagine this would have been brought up before if it was the case that you cannot exert this right once you have already spoken to it. Now, we don't know what she was spoken to with Todd Blanche. Ostensibly, Todd Blanche being the assistant attorney general who went to Ghislaine Maxwell and interviewed her for something like 6 hours, presumably asked all sorts of questions, did so in an official capacity. We should also mention again that that he was Donald Trump's defense attorney days before he was made assistant attorney general. After that interview, Ghislaine Maxwell was transferred against all Bureau of Prisons regulations to a minimal security facility where she was allowed to purchase or be given a puppy. Here is Ro Khanna talking about Ghislaine Maxwell pleading the Fifth Amendment multiple times.
I submitted to Comer a letter with 6 or 7 questions. Things like, who were the other co-conspirators? Who were the other men who raped these underage girls? Did she have any conversations about a deal with Donald Trump? Now, she's taken a blanket Fifth Amendment on any question. And my view is that many of my questions don't in any way incriminate her. So we'll see what she does. But there's 7 questions that I have specifically asked. And the assumption is she's pleading the Fifth to each one of those. And the American people will see that there's an inconsistency. Why did she not plead the Fifth when Blanche asked her questions? And now she's pleading the Fifth about things that don't implicate her, but may implicate many of the other powerful people in the Epstein class that committed these crimes.
I really don't know. I don't know the answer from a legal perspective as to where one can invoke legitimately the Fifth and how this would be enforced. I would imagine the ability to compel testimony, regardless of the someone pleading the Fifth, is going to change if Democrats take control of Congress, because they're going to have a little bit more leverage. I also don't know, as a legal matter, whether you're allowed to take the Fifth after you've answered questions about it in the first place.
Yeah, it is weird because she already testified. Oh, I missed Wasn't Me with the 5 bits over on Twitch. Thank you, Wasn't Me. It was you, and you're on a 7-stream streak. Impressive. Good stuff. Columbia Regan with the super chat over on YouTube. Didn't Donald Trump himself say if you plead the Fifth, you're basically guilty? He did say that. I remember that. Weird. That is very strange.
That's really weird.
Okay. I think this is a perfect place for us to take a break. We are an hour and a half into the stream. Now, we've nearly completed the galactic content goal. We're at like 8 of 10 right now, counting a patron membership in there. But of course, the very best way to get the most for your money right now is actually by donating to the financing of the galactic deficit. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Still need to raise like $25 a day. That number keeps going up. Between now and the end of February, be able to pay those March bills. They're coming up. Feels like they're coming up too soon, considering how little progress we've actually made. But you can help us out. Every dollar counts. Every dollar keeps the Galactic News Network alive. Quick break. We'll be right back after these brief messages. All right, everyone, I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. All sorts of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch with the bits and the subs and the gifted subs, Prime subs. Cash App and PayPal. If you prefer your money, go directly to funding the stream right at the bottom line of Google and or Amazon. But we've got even more ways for you to support the stream. Things like Throne, where you can go shopping for me, basically. You can go buy me drinks or snacks or other things that I need. Have them sent directly to my door. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So many great benefits, I just recommend you click the link in my description on YouTube and or Twitch. Find out what lies in store. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. All right, everybody. You know what that sound means. That's right. If you're somehow unaware, that beeping in your ears was intended to alert you to the fact that the stream is about to begin once again. So, you better get your butts back in those seats, otherwise you are going to miss it.
If not sooner.
All right, folks, we are back. Second half about to begin. Hopefully you've done everything you need to do on that break, because we still got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight. Let's go to this next video. From Sheila Zolnur yesterday. This one is groundbreaking, shocking, if true. But honestly, I gotta say, Sheila makes some fair points during this next video. Let's talk about whether or not Ghislaine Maxwell is even in prison. I know, it sounds insane. We've seen her on camera giving deposition, or, well, hard to call it deposition, pleading the fifth on numerous occasions. As well as in other instances. So what is Sheila talking about? Ghislaine Maxwell not in prison anymore? What?
So I just noticed something funny. Here's Ghislaine before she was arrested. Okay? I want you to look at her eyes.
Okay.
Okay. And then here's a picture of Ghislaine.
Yeah.
After she's been in prison for some time.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and
I just
gentlemen.
want you to look at her eyes. And fuck it, look at her hair too.
Yep, I'm looking.
Hair.
Yep, I see it all.
Eyes.
Yep.
Eyes.
Eyes.
Who the fuck is this?
Eyes, I'm seeing them.
Who's this? There's a reason why.
Oh my god. And the plot thickens. You know what sound shot I never added that I need on my soundboard? I don't know what to replace. I think I even have it like on my computer. Where is it? Is it this? Nope. Oh yeah, this is the one. That's the one. That last sound shot's the one that I actually need on my soundboard. What is going on?
A grown out bob. It's because it takes a good amount of skill to cut hair like this. Suddenly they're going to have her give testimony and she has her like her trademark haircut back, but she's wearing glasses for the first time ever. If you Google Ghislaine Maxwell wearing glasses, you might find one picture of her wearing these skinny little sunglasses, but this is the only photograph of her wearing glasses. And she has eyelids. Hooded eyes. Hooded eyes. She's in custody here. We know she didn't get an upper blepharoplasty while she's been in custody, right? So who the fuck is this man? Who is that? These aren't the same person.
Yeah, that is a very, very strange. Your eyelids don't just change all of a sudden just because you're in jail. That's not how the eyelids work, I don't think. That's very strange.
Whose nose is that? This haircut also makes it very convenient to hide the forehead area. Because then we'd be able to say, hey, whose eyebrows are those? Because look at her eyebrows. Cousins, not sisters. Sisters, not twins. I don't know who the fuck's eyebrows those are. Huh?
Also, I gotta say, the thing that is most jarring, like the thing that is most different about these two images is her nose is completely fucking different. These images are not that far apart. And like her nose is suddenly so drastically different. And she's right about the eyelids too. The more I look at it, the more it's just like, those are not the same eyes. But like, look at her nose. Like it's twice the size as this. Like it makes no sense. Like it tapers outwards, like starting in the middle. Like you can see, like it's just like a tiny taper at the very bottom of her. Like they're completely different noses. It makes no sense. I don't understand what I'm looking at. I'm very confused. Sheila's broken like I'm taking inside. Crazy pill. Sheila's broken me inside. I don't think Ghislaine Maxwell's in prison anymore. I'm not even wearing my tinfoil hat right now. Where is Twitch on the hat? But yeah, you guys are slacking over there. It's actually very quiet on Twitch tonight. It's popping off on YouTube. Quiet as hell on Twitch.
This looks like a person who is wearing like a prosthetic chin as well, trying to like achieve this shape. This is... I don't know who the fuck this is. At some point, when they did that transfer, I have a feeling this woman...
Oh, thank you. I needed that. There we go. Oh, that's much better. Now I'm ready to deal with this one. This one's crazy. And sunglasses. Thank you. It's much appreciated. Needed. Really need. Everyone's saying it. Everybody's saying it. It is needed. Ghislaine living her best life now. Ugh. Says Columbia Rican, New York. Thank you for the sweet, sweet super chat, Columbia Rican. Double sunglasses. All right, I'm gonna hold off. Obviously, I'll carry over sunglasses since you both redeemed simultaneously. That's gonna be 2 sunglasses starting next stream. Very nice. Like I'll be styling. So hot right I just want to look at this one though, real quick, because honestly, I mean, this is something I believe me, NR Gray. Believe me, this is one thing I've been like trying to like.
Got her freedom.
What's the word?
Because
grapple with. Like, is it just lighting? Are we just looking at differences in camera? Are we looking at differences in camera and lighting, lens, whatever else? It's entirely possible. But, I mean, these are some pretty drastic differences. They're pretty drastic differences. Some of them, I feel like, are hard to justify with even camera, angle, lighting. Like, certain aspects, I'm like, how? Like the double eyelid thing. Like, what is going on there? Like, that one's throwing me off big time. And honestly, I've done a lot of film stuff. Like, for your nose to suddenly gain 20 pounds all of a sudden, I mean, granted, it's like a jail cell photo, so it's going to be a little bit different. But this next photo, the one she goes to next, is also a jail cell photo. And the noses are still very drastically different. And that's one of the things I'm struggling to rectify right now, right? Like in this photo right here that she's looking at,
it wasn't a transfer.
It's still just drastically different from this one.
Huh? This looks like a person.
But you're not wrong. It
who's
could
wearing,
be
like,
that.
a prosthetic chin.
It could be, like, honestly. Like, believe me, like, I do photo editing all day, every day. Like, not all day, every day, but I do a lot of it. You know, before all this, I was actually working in some film-related stuff. So I know exactly what you're trying to say to me right now. But it's just, some of this stuff is just, I mean, it's just drastic. It's just real drastic. And for me, I'm just, like, sort of blown away by it. Like, and I know that you could, yeah, you could, some of this stuff could be justified, but some of this stuff, like, I'm just, like, trying to think of, like, does this justify it? I've been, like, I'm like, one thing, I started this off with Sheila's making some great points here. Like, I didn't start this off with, Sheila's definitely right, okay? Like, just to be clear, like, this is, in my opinion, this is all speculative, and I'm not saying Ghislaine is absolutely 100% running around out there free. But this one threw me for a fucking loop.
Before she was arrested.
Whoopsies. Don't do that. Why are we doing this? Don't do that.
Very convenient to hide the forehead area, because then we'd be able to say, hey, whose eyebrows are those? Because look at her eyebrows. Cousins, not sisters. Sisters, not twins. I don't know who the fuck's eyebrows those are. Huh? This looks like a person who is wearing, like, a prosthetic chin as well, trying to, like, achieve this shape. This is... I don't know who the fuck this is. At some point, when they did that transfer, I have a feeling this woman got her freedom. Because as Pamela Jo Bondi said in that hearing, she wasn't transferred to a lower security prison. Bullshit, but that's what she said. So if we're going to take her at her word and it wasn't a transfer to a lower security, why'd you transfer her? Why transfer her at all? Was it an opportunity to swap out bodies? Because this is what she looked like.
Sheila has better eyebrows. Sheila does have very well manicured eyebrows. Those things are on point.
There's someone doing an interview with her on, like, the video calls in the jail, and her hair was like this. And even in that video, she's not wearing fucking glasses. So who the fuck is this? She went to the minimum security and got glasses and got a hairdresser to cut her hair like this too? All of that footage they released too of her sitting in her jail cell and then, like, getting up and, like, doing some stretches and then reading a book. She didn't have this haircut. She had her hair in a short bob in a ponytail. But this is the haircut that she was known for. So when they're doing something that they knew was going to be televised, they give her her fucking iconic haircut back.
This is the other thing. I was like, oh my god, she's making some strong points once again. Like, I don't know how to explain. I mean, granted, she has been having, like, very... Like Sheila mentioned, like, she has been having very upscale treatment in this prison. But for her to get this fancy haircut all of a sudden, to get her iconic hairdo, when she was just, like Sheila mentioned, she just had a ponytail. Like, all, like, oh, it's so weird. Just for her to show up and plead the fifth, like, it's all, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Honestly, part of the problem, I feel like, with the Epstein files right now, for me, and honestly, I think for everybody, is that the government is clearly doing a cover-up. And, like, we only have bits and pieces of information to work with. Everything is terrible. Everything that we learn is terrible and or worse than terrible. And... you know, so, like, honestly, I see something like this, I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god. What now? What's the government done now?
Because she's not in jail anymore. This is a fucking joke. Look at the eyelids. No one goes from having hooded eyes their entire fucking life, going to prison with hooded eyes, and then miraculously, after a little transfer of venue, no more hooded eyes? This is a fucking prosthetic face. I don't know what the fuck this is. And she also suddenly like lost her vision. I'm going on a loop now, but this is just so unbelievable to me. I mean,
Thank you, Sheila. Appreciate you once again. Honestly, though, Sheila's out here doing the hard work. Like, going through all this stuff is tedious. And I appreciate her. Oh, God. That video made me have more questions than answers. It could be a real haircut because she gets access to doctors. Exactly. That's exactly what I was just saying. That's exactly what I was just saying. Like, she's living the upscale life in this day camp. Like, with the butler and puppies. I'm like, honestly, it wouldn't be shocking to me that she's getting $400 haircuts, but it's just, you know, like, everything about this is so fucked up, like, from the jump, right? That's part of the problem here. It's like everything is fucked up from the jump. Like, this the most notorious sex trafficker, convicted sex trafficker on the planet is like, it's got puppies and a fucking secretary, computer access, yard, like you know, like unlimited yard, shower, and fitness time. She's basically living in a hotel, a taxpayer-funded hotel right now. You tell me that she's not even there. Honestly, I'm like, you know what? That makes sense. Like, honestly, tell me something less.
Give me a joke.
Tell me something less crazy. Now, just to wrap this, the Epstein files up for the night, I figure we would go to this one, seeing as a Sunday fun day. Recommended to me by somebody in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, you can't recommend me videos. A little theatrical performance here from somebody by the name of April Ajoy. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Never seen this channel before. Pam Bondi as a waitress. I'm sure this will go perfectly.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Greetings. Hi, what are your specials? Well, you know, it's funny. Since my time as waitress, I have completed more orders than...
sorry, what are the specials?
Excuse me! I'm going to answer the question when I'm good and ready. Your theatrics are ridiculous. Okay.
Oh, no, this is amazing. She's got the timbre and the rhythm of Pam on perfectly. The wig helps, but honestly, she's got the Pam, the Pamela Joe. She's got it.
Theatrics are ridiculous. Okay, the market price fish might be up, but the Dow is down. Oh, you can't read the menu because of redactions? How about you apologize for coming in here with a party of 11?
Ma'am, could I get a refill on water?
Did you drink the water I already gave you?
Yeah, but I want...
So you admit that I already gave you water?
Yeah, but
I yield my time.
Ma'am.
Oh, so you want to complain that I gave you pickles when you said you didn't want pickles, but how about you apologize for a complicated order? I have yet to hear an apology from you, or you for that matter. What are the gluten-free options? How about you grow a pair? A turkey burger?
Yeah, that's a great point.
This guy's got beef derangement syndrome over here. Give me a break.
Check, please.
Yeah, you do not tell me what to do. I will get you the check when I want to get you the check.
Somehow I just knew this was going to be good. I didn't even watch it. You know, Moanoip, one of our fantastic galactic mods, recommended it in the Discord. It's beautiful. I mean, and as a person who used to be at one point a waiter, like, this hits me and so on so many levels. Like, this is the best. Like, honestly, well done. Well, really good job. It's exactly what Pamela was like. Oh, Pamela Joe. You silly, silly woman.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch!
She's the one
Let's
in
get the
charge
files
of
and
getting
figure
us
it
the
out.
files.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Yep. I'm sure she'll get to taking our order at some point. Then she'll yell at us for it. And she'll yell at us for it. All right, well, let's go from talking about the Epstein files, the Epstein class. A group of elite billionaire PDFs who've been ruling the world. We're going to go from the elites to talking about us commoners. Everybody else getting a taste of the high life. That's right. Valentine's Day 2026. People are out in the streets protesting. McDonald's thinks to themselves, how do we solve this? Well, how about some caviar for you poor folks? I'm not kidding. That's literally what they said. All right. Kind of. CNN.
A lot of people are searching for McDonald's caviar today. Yes, you heard that correctly, McDonald's caviar. And here's why. The fast food chain is giving away McNugget caviar kits as part of a Valentine's Day promotion. So what's in this kit, you might ask? There's a $25 gift card to McDonald's, of course, so you can get those chicken nuggets, a 1-ounce can of caviar from Paramount Caviar, a caviar spoon, and some creme fraiche to top it all off. Now, you won't be able to actually get these at a McDonald's location. You have to go to McNuggetCaviar.com to get the promotion. So that's probably why you're seeing a lot of people search for McDonald's caviar today. They want to know how they can get one of these kits. And it might sound like a strange combination, but it's actually already a proven hit. With this promotion, McDonald's is really trying to capitalize on a viral trend that's been making the rounds on social media over the past couple of years. You might remember around the US Open seeing video clips of those viral boxes of $100 chicken nuggets with caviar. This is kind of McDonald's take on that trend.
Let them eat nuggets, says McDonald's. I really don't care. I find that to be stupid. And pandering. And why would you put caviar on nuggets? Gross. Gross. All of those things, that's the worst sounding combination I can think of. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, sounds terrible. Doesn't make up for the Epstein files. Thank you, McDonald's. Let's go to some more attainable snacks for all of us. Some less elitist fucking snacks. How does that sound? Snacks for the everyman. Eyewitness News, ABC 7, New York, from 23 hours ago. To a man selling ice cream from an ice truck in New Jersey on his fucking lawn.
Someone in New Jersey is showing they have good humor with an ice cream truck made almost entirely of snow. The vehicle is parked on a front lawn in Cranford. It has 4 wheels, reflectors, and signage, but just about everything else is packed accumulations from the big storm. So even though the truck won't move, it is still being put into service. The homeowner is selling ice cream from it with all the proceeds going to a children's hospital foundation. What a great idea.
There you go.
Amazing. I
Yes,
mean,
put the snow to use.
That's right. If I were there, I'd definitely be buying some ice cream.
Great patriot. Selling ice cream with a little humor from his front lawn. You see how I've seamlessly transitioned us into Sunday Fun Day content? You see how I've done that, chat? That's right, it's still Sunday Fun Day, and we're going to try and do some fun things while we talk about all the other crazy shit that's going on out there in the world. Now let's go all the way down from New Jersey to New Orleans. WWL-TV from yesterday, where people are rallying for a long night of parades. Parade where you might find food, among other things. Ice cream, perhaps? I don't know. Let's find out.
With 3 parades rolling back to back, we wanted to know how these families are staying fueled as they wait hours for these parades to go by. Turns out it's not about those fancy meals, it's about those shareable snacks.
The floats hadn't even started rolling, but the snacks were already out. Up and down the Uptown route, families unpacked pizza boxes, cookie trays, and coolers, preparing for a full night of parade watching.
We went to Zapardo's. He wanted to wait. He waited 40 minutes only to get in the store, and we're sold out.
Even when the king cake runs out, the energy does not.
I drink the body armors. I bring a lot of body armor.
I just jump up and down and say, hey, throw me something.
Others kept it simple and sweet.
We have fruit, cookies, pretzels.
From healthier picks.
Sourdough bread, it's got mustard, a little mayonnaise on it, pepper jack cheese, and ham.
To quick carbs that get the job done.
We have some oyster crackers.
Cheese. Okay.
Really yummy.
Yeah.
And the carbs will fill you up so you're not tired.
And for some, it's just about having enough to make it through the whole night.
Everybody snacking in their own ways. From oyster crackers to plates of food like that. Look at this. Fried chicken, mashed potatoes. And mashed potatoes and french fries? You're sick. You're sick. You have a sickness. And of course, biscuits. No gravy, though. Confused by that. I'm confused by the lack of gravy. Like, I feel like this, whatever this is, you need gravy with this. Like a good amount of gravy. It's a very dry looking plate. Either way, people in New Orleans trying to have a good time. It is, of course, Carnival. Starting, I think it started yesterday. Well, that's big. That's a big thing going on right now, of course. Another thing happening this week is, of course, Lunar New Year. And in San Francisco, the New Year Festival rang in the... what's great about Lunar New Year is you get a second. It's like if you already screwed up your first New Year's resolutions, you get a second chance, right? That's what's so dope about it. It's like, I've tricked you. Now is when I was actually starting my resolutions. Kayhan 2 News. Wait, Kayhan 2. Is this San Francisco? This actually might be... Is this... Take it back. I think Kayhan 2 is Hawaii. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. There's no city in the title. Yes, I have most news organizations like memorized in my brain. I'm subscribed to practically every news outlet on the planet, okay? It's literally my job. Kayhan 2. Hawaii.
Forget about Valentine's. We're ringing in the new year, the year of the horse, Chinese New Year on Tuesday, but the big celebration in Chinatown is happening this weekend. Kamaka Pili has more.
It is that time of year again. I would be wearing a red shirt, but I didn't do my laundry yet, so blue is going to be the substitute, but it is all about...
See, I was right. Also, fuck you, Hawaii. I'm just looking at it right now. It looks beautiful. You sons of bitches, okay? Look at you. Look at you basking in the glow of the sun. The sun. I haven't seen the sun for like a month. These guys over here. I mean, down on Earth. I mean, of course, I can see it from up in the space station, but it's useless to me up here. It's useless to me up here.
celebrating the Lunar New Year, but of course here in Hawaii, we commonly refer to it as Chinese New Year. And there's going to be a whole day through today and tomorrow into the weekend full of festivities. You know, to start off of, especially of what's taking place today, I want to introduce the president of the Chinese Chamber of Commerce of Hawaii, Gabe Lee. Thank you very much for being here. Tell us a little bit about this Chinese New Year's festival. Today's kicking off this two-day event. What can we expect this evening?
Well, we will have right on stage, we'll have 9 lions and the Narcissus Queen and Court. That starts off the celebration right here. And then we go and do to Chinatown. And we'll be on the corner of King and Nuwan, a lot of celebration. And then we go and visit the businesses in Chinatown. We'll have those 9 lion clubs, and everything will be very festive, a lot of firecrackers. We are looking to get transition from the year of the snake to the year of the horse.
There we go. Transitioning from the year of the snake to the year of the horse. Will the year of the horse be better than the year of the snake? Hard to say. It's been a bad start. Well, actually, technically not. I guess really, technically, the start of the new year wasn't the start of the new Lunar New Year. Therefore, really, anything could happen. And you see, look, it's been a terrible start to the year, but it could get better. Start with a new start to the new year. See what I'm saying? There we go. People in Hawaii celebrating the Lunar New Year, which is technically starts tomorrow night. And by tomorrow night, I mean Monday night, right? I think midnight, Monday night. 17th, I think. I could be doing it wrong. Like, it might be doing this wrong. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. I don't have the calendar in front of me. I'm saying stupid things, I'm sure of it. Okay. Well, we're already getting into some fun stuff here. Parades, celebrations, ice cream trucks in people's front yards. Let's go from Hawaii now to Chicago, Illinois, where a tour boat situation turned into a crisis. ABC 7 Chicago from Saturday. Harrowing moments. As a man falls into the Chicago River. Go, web, go.
The captain of the Vendetta tour boat says his boat is the only one here in the Chicago River around this time of the year, so it was at the right place at the right time when police say that man fell from a nearby bridge into the water with a nurse on board ready to save his life.
I don't know if that gentleman has a family, or I know he wouldn't have made it if we weren't there.
From a sightseer,
we were almost at the end of our tour. We came upon a bridge, heard a loud splash,
to a lifesaver.
People on the bridge waving their hands, yelling. They said somebody fell in the water.
Those scary moments were captured in this cell video showing a 65-year-old man's unconscious body pulled out of the cold Chicago River Friday morning after police say he fell off the Michigan Avenue Bridge.
Looks like the Vendetta boat. Vendetta boat has the jumper.
And on board the Vendetta tour boat was Jessica Nath.
I was over the ledge, gonna get this guy, like legit jump in the water. Captain was like, stop!
Who happens to be a nurse vacationing from Houston, Texas.
When we pulled him out of the water.
What a great patriot. This woman was prepared to jump into the water. She had to be restrained from rushing to this man's aid.
I mean, this woman
when we pulled him out of the water, he was not moving. He was freezing cold.
The crew and other passengers working together to keep the man alive. Life-saving actions, the captain says, were likely due to luck.
And luckily for him, we were right here, right in front of Trump Tower, just pulling in. If we would have been down a Will Point or something, he would have been floating.
First good thing to happen outside of Trump Tower. right, people. Let's keep this thing moving. And maybe none of that is entertaining to you.
Are you not entertained?
Maybe nothing we've gone. Caviar on nuggets, ice cream, ice-made ice cream trucks in New Jersey, parades in New Orleans, Lunar New Year's, or people falling into the Chicago. Maybe none of that entertains you. You're like, that's boring. Well, maybe you've been waiting for this story. Let's talk about The Simpsons. We're marking their 800th episode, preparing for what I believe is a 40th season. They did a whole sit-down. The creators of The Simpsons sat down with the Associated Press on Friday. The Simpsons.
You know, they always start interviews with where they're not quite ready,
Yes.
and they're getting mic'd up and they're yapping about something.
Great.
Yeah.
This will be the start
Exactly.
of the interview.
They always start interviews with a thing. You feel like people are being real.
At 800 episodes, The Simpsons hasn't just mirrored pop culture, it has defined it. I'm Lee McEwen, and I'm heading inside the Fox studio lot to talk to the creative minds who keep the world's favourite yellow family at the centre of the cultural conversation.
Do you realize how historic this is? This is the Marge Simpson soundstage. And I don't know, I think the people that run the soundstage named it. So it's historic. So many episodes, in fact, all of them were recorded here.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
1991, 92. Well, there's nothing that beats having all of the actors in the same room at the same time, bouncing off each other. And so historically, there are music stands and microphones all around the room.
Fascinating, Matt. All right, we're not going to watch this whole thing. It's actually super long. It's like literally like an hour long. It's literally like an hour long. Space Lord. Futurama's really my shit. I wish Futurama had received as much attention and love and, you know, all of the things that The Simpsons got. Futurama, oh, God, that's where it's at. That's where it's really at.
Because Nancy was Bart. She completely channeled him.
Yeah, good to go.
All right, this is F-16 with Nancy, 23A, take one. Action.
All right, this is Bart.
So wait, you really having a date night at Clangers? That's a lame nostalgia bar for you voicemail-leaving dinosaurs.
What you talking about?
Golly, now that I think about it, 800. That's a lot. When I got the call from my agent, they said...
I love that she says golly in real life, unironically.
That's a lot. When I got the call from my agent, they said it was a little vignette that is connecting the Tracy Ullman show to the commercial. So it somehow is a segue. And then after the commercials are done, there'll be another little vignette, a interstitial bumper, whatever you want to call it, to go back into the Tracy Ullman show. And I said, oh, okay. It sounded different. I'd never heard of anything like that before. That was new. And she said, so they want you for this character. Her name is Lisa Simpson. She's 8 years old and the middle child. That's all I knew. So when I showed up, and it was here, But I remember going into this room, and the room was kind of dark, and it looked like kind of maybe college student furniture. It wasn't like a super, I mean, kind of they threw it together at the last minute sort of a thing. And Matt was sitting behind the desk, and I walked in, and he greeted me and shook my hand. I said, "Hi, Matt, nice to meet you. Hey, listen, I was out there, and I noticed that, you know, there's also Lisa, that's fine, eight-year-old middle child, but then there's this Bart. He looks like 10 years old, school-hating, underachiever, and proud of it. I'd kind of like to do him. Would that be all right? Would you mind? I want to do the kid." He's like, "Oh, yeah." I mean, he's perfectly affable, this guy. He was just...
She's like a real-life cartoon character, I swear to God. Oh my... like really. Like, her voice is not that different from Bart's, from Bart's voice. Like, I mean, I know that she's putting some emphasis in there, here and there, but I mean, she's basically a cartoon character, a real-life cartoon character.
Easy, not quite his area, you know, doing this recording and auditioning people. This is brand new for him too, which I didn't really realize at the time, but in retrospect, he was just so willing to have anything. And so that was a good thing. So then I went up there, and I had an idea in mind. It had come to me in the lobby instantly of what that sound is, and I'd done it before, but not to the degree that I committed doing it at that moment. He's been other characters, Galaxy High. He was one of the ponies in My Little Pony. Yeah, and it just, but not with the personality that Bart. It was a similar voice, but not with that personality. So when
I found this to be a fascinating... I wish we could just sit here and watch the whole thing. I'm not going to lie. Even though we're not going to. Like, it was a good... honestly, I mean, you can watch it. It's on the Associated Press's channel. If you're like, I need this. I need all of it. I get it. I get it. People are big fans of The Simpsons. Maybe you weren't aware of this. And now you are. But we just can't sit here for like 2 hours unpacking all these interviews with all the creators of The Simpsons. We just can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
You think we got time for that around here? I got 100 different news clips for us to get through today. Sure, it's Sunday Fun Day, but I can't go rogue. You can't just go rogue over here. This is ridiculous.
Take after take, and sometimes it's like, that was perfect, but let's do it again. Somehow I've got to take that direction, and how do I change that? How do I make it so that you're getting what you want as the producer? You know, and sometimes I don't get it, and I have to say, just give me a line reading. I'm not offended by it. Because if I've done take after take after take and I'm not delivering what they want, just tell me how you hear it in your head. And then I just mimic that.
Whoa, I get to live here? I get to live here? I get to live here? I get to live here?
The catchphrase, I believe, by definition, is something that catches on to the public, and they start to repeat it then, and there's a whole group agreement about how funny that phrase is, and so it catches on.
Give us pizza or give us death!
But when we're doing it, I get bent. I didn't know that was going to catch on. You know, I didn't do it. Nobody saw me do it. You can't prove anything. It seems a little long for a catchphrase, but it worked.
Well, because we've been doing it so long, everybody's super reliable. You don't have to explain anything to the actors. They get it, and they get it quickly. So that's great, you know. And also, they're very protective, not only of their own characters, which you could imagine, but they're protective of the show. And every so often, the writers, you know, they're kind of cranky and ornery, and they write stuff that maybe the actors don't like. And, you know, it's like going too far, and they pull us back.
The evolution of him, there has been quite a change in him. You know, when we were the little vignettes on the Tracy Ullman show, Bart and Lisa were very similar in personality, and they were always fighting. And, you know, Lisa individuated and became this vegan eating Buddhist civil rights, human rights women's rights kind of liberal, and Bart just continued to be a bit of a recalcitrant, troublemaking, school-hating underachiever, and proud of it.
Aren't I a good guy?
Okay. All sorts of fascinating revelations during this long form interview that the Associated Press did on The Simpsons.
Back at the very, very beginning, when we were doing little tiny short segments for the Tracy Ullman show, it really was just a few animators. And it turns out, so they hired me to do these shorts and write them and draw the designs. What I didn't realize is I thought that the animators were going to take my crummy drawings and make them really slick and look like a regular, piece of a professional animation, and they were just tracing my stuff. And that's one of the reasons why The Simpsons looks the way it does. And as weird as they look now, back in the old days, the prehistoric days, whew, man, it is crude.
Okay, so show and tell time, ladies and gentlemen. What do you say? This is sort of a collection from different images from the shorts, so you can see how, shall we say, crude things were. Well, we're kind of making it up as we went along, from episode to episode. Although Grandpa is pretty much unchanged. That's Grandpa from the very first appearance in the shorts. This is from the Tracy Ullman days. So this is actually one of the last episodes we did. So Bart is looking pretty close to how he ended up looking, certainly in the first season. And this is Bart wrestling with a rubber octopus underwater in the bath that looks.
I've thought about, one day, when this stream is humongous, you got millions of followers, and I'm like an old guy. I'll do like something like this, and I'll talk about the making of the Galactic News Network. Long time from now. Clearly, a lot of effort goes into the making of the Simpsons. A lot of people have a hand or a voice in this show.
Do you think because you still have some of these original names with you now, that's where some of the heart of the show still is?
It's so funny. We have people like Matt Selman, who's been on the show since, 2010? Maybe, I'm just guessing. Let's say 2010. He's a new guy.
In the beginning, it was really hard, and probably even when I started, there were so many great, fantastic Simpsons episodes in the books. It was a little bit like, what else is there to do? But now, 100 years after that, it feels like that's the best part of the job and the most important part of the job.
Has it been 100 years since 1997? My God, time's going even faster than I thought it was. Good Lord.
Knowing that you have a sixth sense inside of what is originality on a show that repeats itself and Groundhog Days and resets itself all the time. What is originality? And finding that originality was really hard for me when I first started. But now, I don't want to say that it's easy, but it's more fun.
Who's the hardest character to write for?
Bart's pretty hard because I wasn't cool, and Bart is cool. So a cool 10-year-old is, kind of weird because if you write him too big, it's not real, and if you don't write him big enough, he loses the edge. So Bart's the hardest. That's, I think, one reason, not because of a conscious decision, but that the emphasis shifted a little to Homer over the course of the years because the writers tended to think more like Homer, and, then, or Lisa, that's the one I empathize with, and now maybe Grandpa.
Al Jean, was running the show for a long time, and he's like Mount Rushmore, Simpsons Mount Rushmore guy, and you know, so funny and like made so many great episodes, and like Jim Brooks, you know, is so involved in the show, and Matt, and learning to write for those three guys and what, you know, to say like to impress them and like deliver episodes that they think are good after all these, after you know the OGs already created this amazing template. It's just an amazing challenge, but amazingly fun and validating to like, you know, try to like every week, how do you like entertain your heroes?
I think we always.
Yeah. Well, there we go. I think that's probably good enough on this thing. Anything else I wanted to hit? Honestly, it was a fascinating thing. I mean, we could hit all these topics, but actually, we'll do this. We'll go here. Go here to towards the very end. Since we're streaming, let's talk about streaming. I can't help myself. Couple more on this. I mean, it's Sunday Fun Day, and we deserve a lot. We deserve some fucking fun. You know, it's been rough. It's been rough lately. You know, last couple months, every Sunday Fun Day now feels like, like honestly, to some degree, it's beyond necessary. It is beyond necessary. And some days I struggle to come up with anything fun, and that sucks. And today I actually found a few fun things for us to do on a Sunday Fun Day, amidst all of the other terrible stuff we got to get into.
Has, I guess, this new streaming world allowed you to tell jokes and gags that maybe you weren't able to?
You know, that may be true. I'm not quite aware. Certainly, we don't have hardly any notes for inappropriateness. But the thing that's loosened up for us is the time, because things are tied to commercial breaks. You know, we still do 3 acts or sometimes 4 acts because we're on the Fox network. But for the stuff, you know, for Disney, you know, we go wild, and we can stretch out a little bit.
Disney Plus, the fact that The Simpsons is on Disney Plus has really exposed us to a new generation. I mean, we don't write the show for 8 to 12-year-olds. We write it for ourselves. But if it's an 8 to 12-year-old's favorite show for 2 or 3 years of their life before they move on to something else, that's a big win for us. And it's a different kind of audience engagement that not every show gets to have. So, you know, I'm always curious, like, what those legions of Disney Plus bingers are, how their Simpsons fanhood sort of manifests itself into later in life. Disney has been as supportive. I know this just sounds like something you're supposed to say, but Disney has been as supportive as you can possibly imagine.
It does sound like
particularly that. Like putting us on Disney Plus, which wasn't an obvious thing to do as they were ramping up with that streamer in the big streaming wars of the end of the teens and the early 2000s. Like, maybe was The Simpsons too grown up for Disney Plus? I mean, not anymore, but like at the time, it wasn't obvious. But instead, we became like the backbone of the streamer. Like, we became like The Office, the Friends, The Big Bang Theory, you know, the bingey thing for Disney Plus.
Simpsons was the bingey thing for Disney Plus. Honestly, I did not know, because I've never had a Disney Plus account. It's fascinating. It is fascinating, undoubtedly. It makes sense. Makes sense. All right, let's talk about the music, and then we're going to stop. I can't help it. The music is maybe some of the most fun. Andor is really good. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Andor is really good. And I've managed just, I've lucked out. Managed to watch that by circuitous means and not had to get myself a Disney Plus account. That is a great show, though. I agree. And what's interesting about Andor is like you get done with season 2 and you're like, where's season 3? And it's like, oh, season 3 is Rogue One. And season 3 already exists. Actually, season 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 actually already exist. It's all the other movies.
All right.
Yeah, what do you think?
I like it.
Yeah. It's huge, shoes to step in. It's amazing years of music from Alf and Danny, and I think our job is to keep that legacy going. So I did make sure to go back and study the music to make sure that we're speaking the same language. This is a very vulnerable moment for me, I'm not hiding behind the computer screen right now where I usually compose my music. Everyone's just going to hear the notes for what they are. I think the showrunners and the writers have been because they're the best in the business and they've been doing this forever, they've been such a guiding light to us for the music. When we're going to use music, when we're going to be silent, when is the music stepping on the joke, when is the music helping the joke, do we need music here or is it just putting a hat on a hat? It's these sort of intricacies that make the show what it is, and I think they're such professionals that in telling me where the music.
There's something about this way of doing things that I love, where you have like an actual like symphony orchestra or at least some sort of large musical ensemble in a freaking like the screen in front of them, like lit with the actual like episode playing in the background. Like there's something about that just so visceral and real.
Music
Big fan.
Helping the joke. Do we need music here or is it just putting a hat on a hat?
Honestly, if I had more space on the space station, I've been considering like trying to figure out a way to rearrange shit so that I could put my keyboard, like not my keyboard, but my keyboard, my MIDI keyboard, so that I could do my own music like while the show is going. But there's not a ton of space on this, not as much space station. It looks like it's spacious. It's not as spacious as it looks, not gonna lie. Kind of cramped.
These sort of intricacies that make the show what it is, and I think they're such professionals that in telling me where the music should go, that it's more their vision that I'm just following. Everybody is so lovely, and it's such a rare occurrence. Like in every department, just such lovely people, and I feel like that's 95% of why it works. But also figuring out where we fit in that process. I mean, they've been doing this for 37 years. I've been not even alive for that long, right? So where do I fit in? It's like I just need to find my lane and hopefully stay in it and do what everybody, whatever makes the wheels turn.
That's a lot of pressure. You're younger than the show that you're working on. It's kind of a lot. Hey, no big deal. You're just, in charge of making sure this franchise older than you doesn't take a sudden shit. No big deal. No pressure. You're fine. Make sure to write good music.
The first thing I do is just try to find a sound palette that's appropriate for that episode. Like if we're doing a parody of something and they want something to really sound like that movie or that song or whatever we're doing, it's my job to sort of research that thing and go, okay, we're going to need this, this, and this. And, you know, does it sound enough like that? Does it sound too much like that? You know, there's a line.
There you go. A little insight into the creative process going on at The Simpsons. From the writing to the music and the production and everything in between. All courtesy of the Associated Press. Thank you, AP. Much appreciated. Great job. All right. Well, while we're talking art, let's watch this video. I honestly, like, this one, I don't know how I got recommended this video, but I did, and it's here now for all of us this Sunday Fun Day. From a guy on YouTube by the name of Jesse Martin. That is on YouTube. I haven't seen any of his other videos, but this one is wild. It's entitled, "This Took Me 1,000 Hours." I'm sorry, over 1,000 hours.
What you talking about?
Talking about this crazy piece of art.
This is the largest drawing I've ever created. It starts with the ocean slice, before we make our way down to the laptop islands. You can find this glass of water that has a village in it, with your phone of course, in a world where umbrellas have different universes on them. In this treehouse you can find a girl watching a video, in a vacation spot where you can get ice cream that has a ski resort on top. In the Vanilla Lodge they serve drinks.
The question I want, this is just me, this is a person who deals with a lot of art files, who's constantly dealing with photos and art files on the computer, is how big is this file, my guy? And by the way, we're not nearly done with this, but seriously, I want you to all ask yourselves. I don't know if anybody here is familiar with how these sorts of files work, but considering everything about this image and the fact that it loses no fidelity throughout the entire process, I'd like to know how big this file is. It must be just gigantic. It must be enormous. Gotta be one of the biggest JPEG files. I don't know what kind of file it is, but it must be one of the biggest of all time. The biggest PNG on the
with
planet.
Hot Wheels cars. Reading books about coffee hot springs. Inhabited by many planets of hot chocolate. Each cup has a different story. Like this one, which has another cup with an even weirder story.
What you talking about?
Meet the dinosaur who has braces. With a city, of course. In a bar there, you can find a cocktail oasis. Or a piano where each key is a different level in a video game.
What?
Journey through cloud hair to find the moon at the end. Here you can find a train where each car is a different theme. This one is an autumn cafe, where you can find a book about a blimp floating over a desert of smartphones. This planet has a different story of its own, based on a webcomic I made, where someone's smartphone turns into a world with fantasy islands. Here you can see the main characters.
What is going on
insane,
right now?
dude. This is
How is this guy a human man? I don't understand what is going on.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
But this one is thinking about his favorite anime, One Piece of course. This is the story summarized. Well, I did my best at least.
Wow.
Past that, you can find the water mountains, where you can ski down like a normal ski resort, or going to the ones in the clouds with a similar concept. This lady's in a cloud bubble bath watching her toy car, where the apps on the phones come to life. Producing a hot chocolate city that you can ride a moped around. Make sure to get the contacts that have islands in them, with this shoe island that has flying pizza delivery. Deep down you can find a boat made of water that has fish and
You think there's some sort of trickery involved? That's what I kept asking myself. Is there some kind of trickery involved? I kept watching his hand. Like he would have had to do it all, and like his hand movements would have to be like completely like irrelevant, right? Like he's not zooming it at all, and then it's just like a video file, like a bunch of different image files, right? Like where like I totally get what you're saying. Like you could probably get away with this. Like there's some tricks you could do, I suppose, but. Like, it matches up, like, each one matches up so well with his fingers moving. I was watching, I was trying to figure it out. It's the same thing as, like, the G-Max video earlier. Like, I was like, dude, is this real? Is this a real thing? Did you actually do this, or is this fake?
Underwater.
Either way, it's fucking wild.
With a giant Rubik's Cube that has some nice vacation rentals on it. This one has a staircase where each step is wildly different. My favorite is the Rainbow Stair, where you could find the Moon Library. This guy created his own.
Like, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean about the finger zoom? Like the image moves too accurately to his actual finger movements for me to believe that this is like some sort of ruse. I think it's real. I genuinely think it's real.
Which has a beach and a really small mini fridge that has a restaurant in it, and a castle in the grass. This dog has books and a lot of weird things, but my favorite is the ceiling fan city. Get a job at the docks, and then you can explore the rest. This guy has an earring made of a city. The park in the center has a nice tree house you can explore. Or maybe you want to go to the wizard school on the back of a giant polar bear. It has a subway system. Just don't have a staircase coming out of your head with a skeleton theme park. I heard the roller coaster is pretty crazy. Some parts might fall out sometimes.
Wait, was that Aang from Avatar on a theme park? I heard roller coaster? It is. That was that was Aang on a roller coaster, wearing a Dragon Ball Z outfit, or I guess it could be Krillin. Is it Krillin? It could be Krillin.
Pretty crazy. Some parts might fall out sometimes. And then they have golf courses inside them like this one, where you can get a civilization pizza. It's pretty gooey looking, but be careful. They have flying lions there, with veneers made of villages, where this lady with a fire coat lives, reading strange books about stranger bathtubs. Just don't drink the water, or you might get a hat with miniature planets. This one has a desert with a giant skeleton oasis on it.
Sir?
You have a mental health problem?
I think you have a mental health problem? This video is fucking insane. I see why it took him over 1,000 hours to do. Honestly, 1,000 hours seems low. It would take me much longer. I'm quite certain of it.
This is outrageous.
I'm quite certain of it.
It's unfair.
Honestly, quite impressive. That's Jesse Martin.
That's on YouTube.
On YouTube. Iran covered? Nah. No. We're not even close. We're not even close to Iran right now, Nadia. You wish we were talking. You wish we were talking Iran right now. We're like 1/8. We're 1/8 of the way to Iran. So, gonna get there any minute now.
If not sooner.
Any minute now. Not one fan of fractals in the chat. Yeah, it was basically like fractal artwork. It's like never ending. It was sort of like the second I started watching it, I just couldn't stop watching it. It just sucked me in. I was like, what the fuck am I watching right now? I had to show it to everybody. I couldn't help myself. Sunday fun day. What can I do, people? Or probably closer than 1/8. 1/6. 1/6 of the way there. I was overselling that. All right. we got more stuff to talk about. Things that are much less fun. Things that are much less fun, I'm afraid. I don't have a good segue for this one. Let's go from art to the exact opposite of art. Sagar and Jetty on Breaking Points, and his incredibly stupid take from last week.
On Breaking Points, and we don't tend to cover this that much. I don't watch shows that I think are, mostly aligned, at least in some level, and I don't pay too much attention to Sagar, to be honest with you. And Crystal does, I think, a fine job of arguing. But this just happened to come across my Twitter feed, and I was sort of shocked because, the right in justifying this stuff is really, really running out of space. Like, I understand why you could see full-on white nationalists justifying this. And we'll play some clips from some white nationalists in a few minutes. But this project, what we're watching, saw a Minnesota lawmaker the other day say, DHS told her they want to deport 1 million people in this country. And of course, the 20 million undocumented immigrants is an exaggeration. 100 million people. 100 million people is 1/3 of the population here. You are on a fascistic fascism, as defined. One definition is a uber nationalism that is about purification of some form. And that's what's going on here, right? And of course, you're not going to get too picky in your purification. You just want to get rid of foreigners. You want to get rid of non-white people. You may scoop up some white people too.
There's some paperwork that points them to him.
And if you're a fascist, I can understand how you would have no problem with this. But the problem is that there are also, for other conservatives who want to maintain that they're not fascist, but are still sort of subscribed to, I remember when Andrew Sullivan was like, this isn't really conservatism during the Bush administration. And I'm like, you might as well be speaking Latin, dude. And complain, the conservatism that you're talking about is long dead. And any right-winger who does not subscribe to this fascism is orphaned. I can tell you that right now. But they don't want to be. And so they're desperate to grasp on to some type of justification for this. But this is insane to me. So they're talking about...
I think what
You're
Sam
kinda
is
like a
saying
snotty-faced
that... yeah, I think that's what Sam's saying. Anybody who's still trying to pretend... good conservatives, they still exist. You are a moron.
The clip we just played of this Irishman calling into a Irish radio station talking about how they're basically in a concentration camp. And then later, Sagar is attempting to justify this in some way. Maybe he's not trying to justify it, but this is where his mind goes. Which, okay, but listen to this.
I just, maybe this is my own pathology on this issue. It's maddening to me that you have, for example, they're like, children should be in school. I get to move to any country in the world with my child, and I have to demand that nation actually pay for their public school education and allow me in? No! Imagine if I showed up any other country in the world with my daughter and I said, if you kick me out, you're denying my child an education. because I just show up there illegally and decide so, that's bullshit, okay? I'm just gonna say it. You do not just get to move here, but enroll your children in public school, and then claim that as a good because we are paying for your child's education. While you move here, you don't speak a word of English, and God knows what you're actually doing in terms of society. Sorry, I know it sounds callous. It's true. No other country in the world functions that way. And when you put it that way, it's real different, isn't it? Is that vast amounts of illegals come here with their children and then decide that us as taxpayers have to pay for their health care and for their education. Sorry, I'm not okay with that, period. I will never set that precedent.
Let
and
me
it's
ask
one
you
of
this
those where,
question.
period, end of story. You have to have a system which enables it so that that does not happen anymore.
Okay.
And that's terrible.
Now, Crystal goes on to take issue with, like, why are you even raising this in this segment, which we're talking about this guy in a concentration camp, which, of course, that's the obvious thing to react to. And also, she raises the fact that, like, we don't have to speculate about this. Undocumented immigrants are a net positive in terms of dollars. But he's trying to say it is completely unfair. And it is, what did he say exactly? Like, the idea that there's any country in the world that would do this, none of them would do this. No other country in the world would do it. That's how crazy it is that we allow undocumented immigrants, children,
I feel like I'm taking crazy
to have a right to a free education. It is so crazy. There isn't a single other country in the world that would do this unless I go to something called the internet and Google and ask that question. Is there another single country? And just off the top, France does it. What? But of course they're French. And then
I actually know a non-French citizen, an American, who got free health care in France, having food poisoning there.
Well, let's stay on topic. We can move to healthcare as well. But France does it, but they speak French. You know how the French are. If you are an undocumented immigrant in France, your kid gets educated, like K through 8 or K through 12. And then there's one other country, England. England does that if you're an undocumented immigrant. And then there's Germany. Germany also does that. Just those three, except for also Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and most EU countries explicitly or implicitly include all children, all children, all children.
Wow. That's weird. That's very strange. You know what I find fascinating about all this?
Weird.
You know what I find most fascinating about this take from Sagar is, like, just how little effort he put into it. Like, he couldn't be bothered to Google this before making this claim. That he went on for like a minute. He was talking about this for like a minute. He's supposed to be like, you know, he's like the brown Ben Shapiro, right? He's like supposed to be like the smart guy. Like one of the smart conservatives. He got the glasses, he's got the suit, he's got all of the, you know, he's got all the trappings of intelligence, and then he says stupid fucking things like that, where he didn't even do the barest modicum of research. Couldn't be bothered to put any effort into the situation. He just came out, just went on a tirade of without even thinking to look into it. He's so upset about it. He's so upset about it, he could not even take a moment to think about it. He's like, oh, I was enraged just thinking about this fictional scenario. I could not be bothered to do a cursory Google search, okay? Oh, God.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
The French are. If you are an undocumented immigrant in France, your kid gets educated, like K through 8 or K through 12. And then there's one other country, England. England does that if you're an undocumented immigrant. And then there's Germany. Germany also does that. Just those three, except for also Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, Spain, and most EU countries explicitly or implicitly include all children, all children, all children.
Wrong.
Residing there in compulsory education rights, regardless of status. Much of Canada, not all of Canada, but large swaths of it. Thailand also. And Jordan.
China?
Jordan. And you know what? Mexico. Mexico provides free public education to all children, regardless of their immigration or documentation status. Like, let's just hear how sure. I mean, because this is the thing that I find fascinating about it. Because it's like, I can't address.
I agree with Sam. I'm equally outraged. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous that he couldn't be bothered. We don't have to hear it again. We know how sure he sounded. He was practically screaming at Crystal for like a minute and a half about something he couldn't be bothered. He's so upset, couldn't be bothered to do a fucking Google search, but he's you gotta come out onto Breaking Point's podcast and go on a fucking rant over it. It's really weird. It's really weird how he goes about what is his job, right? Like, I get it. You have feelings. I understand that. I understand that, Sagar, but that thing about that is facts over feelings, especially when it comes to journalism. And that's what Breaking Point's basically, purports to be. But for him to come out with this take, this completely erroneous, I mean, is it erroneous? I mean, I'm assuming that he didn't do the research and that this is an error and not some sort of malicious lie. I suppose we could be ungenerous and assume that he did know that. He was just, but I'm not going to do that, right?
Aren't I a good guy?
I'm not going to do that. It just seems weird. Just weird that he can't be bothered to Google search something like that. If he's so upset about it. You would think it would be like, oh, I'm so upset about this. I must know everything I can possibly know about this situation. No, not for Sagar. Just reacts. You see something on Twitter or something. He's like, oh my God, this unhinged Nazi is right. I must take to the airwaves. I must get
That's on YouTube.
onto the YouTubes. I must tell everybody about this discovery that I didn't discover. It was actually a fever dream I had. All right, people. Looks like we're gonna have to take another galactic intermission. We are officially 3 hours into the show. Just a reminder, we still have a galactic content goal to complete. We're very, very, very close to completing it. We're about 90% of the way through the goal. We still got some time to complete it, of course. But just wanted to remind everybody of that fact. And of course, you can contribute to both the financing of the galactic deficit and the content goal. You know what places they are. Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Wait, what the fuck? There we go. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. While you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. Super chat, super stickers, memberships, gifted memberships over on YouTube. Got bits and power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs over on Twitch. Cash App and PayPal if you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon and or Google. You got Throne if you'd like to just buy me physical gifts. Things that I need. And that is, of course, Throne. The newest edition. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars remains Patreon, anywhere for the low price of $3 a month. You can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Oh shit. Oh god, we did it. Gotta go back to the office. Pitchforks Dragon donating 5 sweet galactic memberships as we go to break, completing the galactic content goal. Yeah! Confetti party. Engaged. Hold on. Confetti. There we go. We did it, everybody. 3 hours into the show. Galactic content goal completed. A lot of you contributed to this goal. That's right, space fams like you. Enjoyers of the Galactic Spacecast. You are the ones who made this possible. We can now rest assured that we're going to get the full Sunday Fun Day experience tonight, and know that it won't be suddenly shut down. Yep, and we still got a hell of a lot to talk about. So, I'm just going to send us to the break. Oh, before that, though, we got to do some shout-outs. People who got those gifted memberships. Toon 3, Starlight Zen Space, Eagle Fell, Nadia Yvette Chambers, and Christopher DeBlante. All of you enjoy those sweet memberships. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back. Head fake on the break.
You are not funny.
Sorry everybody, but I gotta break this. I gotta stop it. I gotta stop the break, restart it, because I almost forgot to mention we had one person upgrade their membership on Patreon. One person get a new upgrade, get a new Patreon membership earlier. I can't remember if I mentioned those. But I also got somebody donate on Cash App, Morbidaslo. I gotta update the galactic content goal before I forget. And that's, let me think. That puts us here, 203. Making beautiful progress in the direction of completing the financing of the galactic deficit. I think that's nearly $25, which is what we need this month. I'm not this every day this month between now and the end of the month to complete the financing of the galactic deficit. Thank you to everybody over there. Cash App, Patreon. And once again, thank you, Pitchforks. All of you contributing. All right, we're going to restart the goal. I mean, not the goal. The break. All right, everyone, we are back. That's right, the second break is over. The third half of the stream is about to begin. So, I recommend you get back in those seats, otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Well, what just happened to the music? What the fuck? That's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. The sample just stopped. What happens if I play it again? What? Okay. That's never happened before. That is weird. Really weird. Okay then, fine. Be weird. That's totally fine. Nothing weird at foot here. Wait, I'm not getting sound there either, though. What's that for? Okay, wait. What? We're there.
I thought this was America. I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Okay, now it's way too loud. But it's working now. I don't... That's really... Something fucked up just happened. And I have no idea what it is. Very thrown off. Alright. Break over. Show about to begin. Once again. And we've got a lot to talk about tonight still. Oh boy, do we have a lot to talk about. Some of it's fun, as it's Sunday Fun Day still, technically. Thankfully. We really do need the interspersed fun things right now. And it's tough with all of the bad stuff going on. Here's one small piece of good news. I'm still torn about what this actually means. Because, you know, the people doing the investigation are wildly incompetent and or corrupt. But the feds, you know the feds, right? Pam Bondi, Cash Patel, whoever replaced Dan Bongino. Those guys, they're apparently going to do an investigation into a recent attempted murder by 2 ICE agents.
Tonight, a pair of ICE agents are under investigation after being accused of lying about a shooting that happened of a man in Minneapolis. Last month, you might remember this story. The agents claimed that 2 men had attacked them with a broom and a shovel as they were carrying out an immigration operation. One of the men was shot in the leg by an officer. When that happened, obviously it raised questions. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem came out and said it was, quote, an attempted murder of federal law enforcement. She accused the governor, Tim Walz in Minnesota, the mayor, Jacob Frey, of encouraging assaults against law enforcement. And also, the same day that she put out that statement, she was at the White House and said this about ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Oh no, is that true? Is that true, Logan Hill? Matt Groening is in the files? Oh, God. No! I said it yesterday, but everyone's in the files now. Literally everyone's in the files. It's disturbing. We're not allowed to have any heroes anymore, everyone. That's what we've learned. No, nobody who's rich and powerful can be trusted. But thank you for the super chat, Logan. Although that's sad news. Hopefully it's just like, hey, Matt. Hopefully it wasn't like actual emails between Matt Groening and Epstein. One would hope. But I know nothing about this. This is news to me. I mean, there's so many files. Hard to keep up with who's in them right now. New revelations happening all the time. And Sasha G with a sweet, sweet gifting of 5 galactic memberships to the community. Incredible generosity. Lanzetta getting the first one. Dimpyra also getting one. Kalia. Number 3, Latino Mafune. Number 4, and Teef. Rounding it out. Much appreciated, Sasha. You made me sad just now, and I feel like I have to look up this this Matt Groening situation. Like, I've stopped everything. We just spent like 30 minutes talking about The Simpsons. Matt Groening was literally in front of us just now. We were literally... I can't find any. I can't. Nobody's doing any story. Where did you find this? On Reddit or something? I can't find any. I can't find any. I can't find any, like, news stories about this. And the New York Times did a piece on the 800th episode, like we did. And I'm like, apparently I'm an idiot. Oh wait, the Hindustan Times and the Euro News. They're not the most reputable of... Wait, no, that's not... Oh, just the Hindustan Times. They're not the most reputable, but I will look at this. It wasn't just a mention he was on the plane, says Logan. Oh, God. That sounds bad. That sounds bad. Nothing good happened on that plane. Nothing good happened on that fucking plane, I swear to God. All right, I'll look at that.
Tonight, a pair of ICE agents are under investigation after being accused of lying about a shooting that happened of a man in Minneapolis. Last month, you might remember this story. The agents claimed that 2 men had attacked them with a broom and a shovel as they were carrying out an immigration operation. One of the men was shot in the leg by an officer. And when that happened, obviously it raised questions. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem came out and said it was, quote, an attempted murder of federal law enforcement. She accused the governor, Tim Walz in Minnesota, the mayor, Jacob Fry, of encouraging assaults against law enforcement. And also, the same day that she put out that statement, she was at the White House and said this about ICE agents in Minneapolis.
Every single action that our ICE officers take is according to the law and following protocols that we have used for years, that this administration has used, that the previous administration used. They are doing everything correctly.
Okay, well, given that, we've now learned the Justice Department has actually dropped charges against those 2 men. And in a turn of events, they are now being investigated because they are being accused of lying under oath about what happened.
Illegal.
There's video evidence, apparently, that contradicts what they said actually occurred. And this is just the latest case where the initial description that we get from the Trump administration after a shooting like this has happened has fallen apart once all the facts have come out. Obviously, the highest profile examples of this, I don't have to remind you of, you remember it yourself. Renee Good, Alex Preddy, both accused of being domestic terrorists before we saw all the different video angles of what happened when they were killed at the hands of federal agents. There's also the case of Miramar Martinez in Chicago. Just this week, CNN obtained the body camera footage from October when the American citizen and school teacher was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent.
It's something.
All right, we're following now. All right, out of the car.
Be advised, we've been struck. We've been struck. Get out.
Now, the Department of Homeland Security had initially said that Border Patrol law enforcement officers were ambushed by domestic terrorists that rammed federal.
These people are the domestic terrorists, okay? Do not be confused. It is ICE agents. And the people running this illegal criminal operation, people like Kristi Noem. Dan, whatever, Bovino. Dan Bovino. I can't remember his name right now. Tom Homan, all these people. They're the terrorists.
Right to jail, right away.
Go to jail.
Agents with their vehicles. The FBI director posted, "Attack our law enforcement and this FBI will find you and bring you to justice." Once the evidence came out, federal prosecutors asked for that case to be dropped.
And as they were wrestling on the ground trying to detain this individual, 2 other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent feared for his life and defensively had to take action.
Well, today a judge dismissed.
Oh, Christy Puppy Killer Gnome. R.I.P. Cricket. You died too soon.
Bad Barbie. Bad Barbie.
Oh, bad Barbie.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
This woman is unhinged. Danger to
And
to
the agent
democracy.
feared for his life and defensively had to take action.
Well, today a judge dismissed charges against the 2, and 2 immigration officers are now under investigation. CNN's Priscilla Alvarez joins us with more. So what's the administration saying here?
Well, Anderson, it was the Justice Department that had filed a motion to dismiss these charges, which, as you said, have now been dismissed by this judge. But it is a significant development in what was a string of high-profile shootings where there were conflicting accounts from the federal agents as well as from the eyewitnesses. And in this case, as you mentioned, this occurred last month. It was after the shooting of Renee Good, where officials claim these 2 Venezuelan men had assaulted the federal agent, which is what led him to shoot one of them in the leg. You heard there from Secretary Nome that they had assaulted him with a shovel and with a broom, but both of these men had denied that. And in reviewing the video and in speaking with eyewitnesses, they found that there was nothing to support the agent's account of what transpired here.
Nothing to support what the agents say transpired here.
Disgusting and probably illegal.
That is disgusting.
Illegal.
Probably illegal. Good Lord. These guys are supposed to be upholding the law. And instead they're just breaking it. Just rampant violations of the law from these guys. Over and over again. It's horrifying. Some people are speaking out.
Do you know what we're here for?
What's that sound? Somebody's raiding over on Twitch. Walking Stick Library. Welcome in. Welcome in, walking stickers. Or are you stick librarians? What do you call yourselves, the viewers of the Walking Stick Library? One way or another. Thank you. And welcome. All right, let's go to one woman who brings the valuetainment.
Are you not entertained?
On this Sunday fun day, she's got an opinion on ICE. I'm, of course, talking about the one, the only.
Yeah!
If ICE come in here, we're gonna jump their
This is the moment rapper Cardi B called out ICE on the opening night of her new tour.
I got some bear mace in the back. They taking my fans. Let's go.
The incident sparked a back and forth between the artist and the Department of Homeland Security on X. DHS posted, quote, "As long as she doesn't drug and rob our agents, we'll consider that an improvement over her past behavior." The post appeared to be referencing a 2016 post where Cardi B said she drugged and robbed men when she was a stripper in the Bronx. The post has since been deleted. She has said that she's not proud of that time in her life. Quote, "I did what I had to do to survive." Hours later, Cardi B fired back at DHS. Quote, "If we're talking about drugs, let's talk about Epstein and friends drugging underage girls to rape them. Why y'all don't want to talk about the Epstein files?" Cardi B is a longtime critic of...
Yes, clap back, Cardi, clap back. These people
You're
are
a little
fucking
baby.
children. And, you know, like, it's fascinating because I think what we have here is a bunch of Cardi B fans, or at least one Cardi B fan. I don't know who wrote that tweet, but because I feel like you'd really have to know Cardi B lore, right? Like you'd have to be a big, it could be like a diehard Cardi B fan, right? To know about a tweet from 10 years ago that's long since been deleted. Right? Like a decade ago. Do you know what I'm saying here? Like, you gotta, like, you're digging deep to, like shit that's probably not even on the way back machine. All right, it's probably, I mean, she's huge. But you get what I'm saying. Like, I feel like somebody is like deranged and very sad over Cardi B doing this. Wonder who it is. Who do you think? Caroline? I'm trying to think of who it would be. Caroline Levitt, Kristi Noem. Honestly, they got a bunch of terrible, just awful women in the Trump administration. Could be any number of them. I mean, it could be the men. I mean, I shouldn't exclude the men. Men could be the Cardi B fan. Man, it's not exclusionary. Men can be fans of Cardi B too. Could be Pete Hegseth. I could actually see that. I could actually see that. I could actually see Pete being like, "What the fuck? This is my jam, dude." It's just a little raid. Well, all raids count. I appreciate it, regardless. Well, while we're talking ice, might as well go to the streets of Minneapolis at an ice out protest at Fort Sterling, the site of America's first concentration camp. You think it's little Marco?
Don't worry about it, little Marco. Gentlemen.
And it could be
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Who knows? I mean, honestly, and there's a bunch of like influencers who have Donald Trump's name, like you know, like on speed dial, right? Laura Loomer, you know, it could be her, or like Chaya Raichik, as supposedly people say.
We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 flights of stairs.
What's happening? I have no video. What is happening with the video?
Help! Help!
Being
I'm being
repressed.
repressed!
Is it because I'm talking about Cardi B? I love you, Cardi. This is a pro Cardi stream. What is happening, Mercado? Oh, I see. Technical difficulties over at Mercado Media. I see now. It's all making sense.
What the fuck? Fuck out. That's you, bitch. Go back to the fucking swamp, bitch. Fuck you, dude. Stop sign, Sheriff. Reckless driving. Right here.
Here we go, another beautiful, peaceful protest in Minnesota, where it looks like it's warming up slightly. People wearing, honestly, in my opinion, still somewhat bold clothing for what's probably like 30-degree weather. I don't know the exact temperature in Minnesota, but I'll bet it's like 30 degrees. This guy's dressed. Like it is nothing. This guy's wearing just a shirt. Who's got the weather report on Minnesota right now? Who's got it? Give it to me. I need to know. Anyway, people out there protesting. Not giving up. Because honestly, even though there's been claims that ICE is stepping down its enforcement efforts. They did not say that they're completely leaving. And until they do, people should be out there voicing their dissent. You're in Minneapolis. It was 50 degrees today in Minneapolis. That's utterly balmy. My God. By the way, Homerco, are you one of the new patrons? Because you still haven't answered the Galactic questionnaire. I was trying to figure out who was one of the people, and I noticed your message earlier today. It leads me to believe that you might be the one. At least one of the ones. Because actually there's a new one. A new one. But there's two of you out there who haven't answered the Galactic questionnaire on Patreon yet. Therefore, your name isn't on the shout-out at the end of the stream. And it's not... you don't have a Galactic avatar. And that makes me very sad. Makes me very, 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 very sad. Just thinking about it. Oh, it's the worst. All right. Let's leave Minneapolis. Minneapolis to go to talking about... I don't have a good segue for this one either. For whatever reason. I'm screwing. Honestly, Sunday Fun Days can be tough. I'm just sort of like slapdash on Sunday Fun Days somewhat. We dance around between all sorts of topics. Let's go here to the majority report. Talk about a strange political pipeline.
I will say this. I do want to say I listened in 2003. I was listening to like Rush Limbaugh and shit like that in my van when I was working. And then I seriously, no bullshit, started listening to the Majority Report in 2004. And that was like what turned me into like
that's
from Ron
common.
Paul.
That's common, I think. Rush Limbaugh to Majority Report.
The Limbaugh to Majority Report pipeline was pretty pronounced, particularly
I'll say what I think happened. This George W. Bush guy, I was training him at the cable company, and every day he was bringing me stacks of paper.
Oh, not literally George W. Bush. Okay, okay.
No, he would bring me these stacks of paper and be like, "This is proof of the WMDs and all this stuff." And I think I hated that guy so much. I was just like, I'm not Republican anymore. And then Air America launched, and I was listening to it all day. I would like download it. Sorry.
Oh, that's awesome.
And listen to it. So you did change me back then, and then turn me into this. Which
that's pretty impressive.
A prominent leftist.
He used to, he was like, we're talking pilled out cable guy, once drove the cable truck on top of someone's car, crashed it into a ditch, was just like in a violence gang.
I wasn't in a violence gang.
A proper dirtbag. He went by Queeber. His name was Queeber.
Don't say that on here.
What a great name. What a great gang name. The Queeber. You don't fuck with the Queeber. Don't fuck with the Queebers, huh? You know what you're fucking with right now.
You a guy like that, that's
pretty good. Oh, well, that's great. How do you guys know each other? Just from
Brian used to have a show called Street Fight Radio that he did, that was a politics show, and he did a series called Shocktober.
Did you call in as a fake caller? And
no,
I
wish. No, I never did that. I came on on Shocktober. We started doing Felix Biederman from Chapo and Brian and myself did a series called Shocktober that we still do now every October, where we cover shock jocks like Bubba the Love Sponge and Man Cow Mueller and people like that. The Grease Man, who's one of our favorites. I don't know.
Grease Man, holy shit!
He's still out there, Sam, and he's doing it.
Oh, I don't think I've listened to him in 30 years.
Oh, that's what he was in his heyday, but he does cameos now, and most of the
He was in
cameos
DC at that time.
DC 101.
I used to listen to him in the morning at DC when I was like 18. I was working in the Hill, and I used to listen to the Grease Man.
Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know the Grease Man, one thing is like on Futurama, Zap Brannigan or whatever, that character that Billy West did was based on that voice. Like he was basing his voice partially on the Grease Man. He would do these crazy, like wild, wacky voices. But yeah, he still does cameos now. It's one of the saddest things ever. He's extremely elderly.
He must be like in his 80s.
He's almost as old as the camera is close to his face when he records a cameo.
And most of his cameos are from us. Not
people
we
in
don't
our
buy them.
yeah, like people who watch our channel or listen to our show, they'll get him to say a bunch of silly stuff or whatever. But
Stuff about swingers and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Like they
Sam,
try
what do
to
you know about the pineapple lifestyle?
I barely remember. I just remember. I honestly, like, if you
I'm
guys
out
had
in
not brought
Miami,
him
ho.
up, I would certainly have passed away without ever thinking about him again. And I'm trying to, I just remember the Grease Man. I just remember the name of the Grease Man. I remember he was like a morning guy.
He was the biggest.
I feel like I won tickets to the Dead and Tom Petty and Bob Dylan that summer from him.
That's incredible.
It's
What did
so
you?
What a throwback. Sam
Call
calling a crackhead. Winning tickets to some musical events. Wow. Throwback.
Did you have to let him tell your wife that she was going to give him a snarling or something?
I don't know what it
One of
was.
his big things is he'd have people give the phone to their wife in bed, and then he would say really horrible things to them.
Yes, I remember that. My God.
He got fired twice for extreme racism. Like in a way that was
Illegal.
like the first time he got fired, it was insane. The stuff
That's how
he
you
said.
built a career in that era, I think.
The second time was the second time was like
it was pretty abhorrent stuff that he said, but yeah, which was kind of wild, right? Because he's this wacky kind of guy, right? He wasn't a political person, so he was this wacky dude who then came out and was like showed himself to be this really bad racist and never really recovered. He started doing a call out show for where he was like, it was like he paid for his time and he would literally, people would give him the numbers and he would call them. And we have one clip we love to play where the guy's just like, I'm just heading out the door, actually, Grease Buddy. You don't really have time to talk to you. And that was kind of the vibe of it. You know? Really,
that's really I do say
that is an amazing idea for a show, though. It's just like calling people who don't want to talk to you. Like, no, listen, I'm on the radio. I really need to. Okay, all right. Well, I'll catch you later.
Hello, person that wasn't expecting this. I've got no callers,
You're welcome.
so I'm calling you. You're welcome.
You have a mental health problem.
I have 20 hours of the Grease Man on my computer right now. If you ever need Grease Man,
need
content,
I think I've been satiated by like remembering him. I think that's enough.
Do you listen to any other? Did you listen to any other like No, I guess Mancow.
I know Mancow. I definitely listened to Mancow because he was right wing by the time I listened to him. But I would listen to a lot of right wing talk radio when and then like Nori. I would do Coast to Coast, mostly with Nori, a little bit with Art Bell. I mean, I
honestly, this whole thing, this interview with Brian and Chris, I honestly don't know these guys at all. But like this reminded me so much of the remember Ken and Ken, the skit. Does everybody remember this? Honestly, I'm taking a Sunday Fun Day, an unscheduled Sunday Fun Day segue, or no, it's tangent. Sorry, tangent. It's not really a segue. We're going right back to this in a second. I just, for anybody who doesn't know about this, deep dive, a Majority Report deep dive. We lost something. We lost something, you know. It's too bad. It's too bad. We don't have this anymore. I feel like right now we need it more than ever. We need to bring this back.
You wrote this
somehow.
thing seriously.
I don't know how.
Right? A racist, sexist demagogue. All right, defend yourself.
Well, he says terrible things about black and brown people.
Like
and
what?
women.
Like what? What terrible thing?
What did he say? That all Mexicans are rapists?
He never said.
He-
He never said that.
He drive-by
He did
media.
not say that. He said that the Mexican rapists are rapists.
He did this bizarre mockery of a Chinese accent up on
Jesus
stage
Christ.
at one point. That was
He's racist.
weird.
Wait a second. So I guess like Dawn Rickles and every other comedian, Margaret Cho,
dude,
she does all sorts of like Chinese accents on her thing.
Dude, Margaret Show is something else, dude. Dude, Ryan, I look at serious. Dude, do you ever get tired though of just being so politically correct? Like you're never allowing yourself to speak what you must actually truly feel.
What would be some good examples of the stuff that you guys are allowed to say?
What would be some good examples of that? Oh God, I miss MJB.
I listen to a lot of talk radio as like over
Bubba
the
the
years.
Love Sponge, no Bubba the Love Sponge.
You aren't a Bubba the Love Sponge.
I remember
Hulk
Bubba the
Hogan's
Love-
friend.
Yeah, Hulk's buddy. Who?
Well,
But a lot of times when I was listening to radio was also like, when you actually had to listen on radio. Like there was no like Phil Henry before, early Phil Henry. Although at that time, I think you get CDs too after a while.
Yeah, well, those guys would put out CDs always. That was a huge thing. They would put out compilations and they'd be like clips
I have those
from the
too.
show.
I have this-
Yeah, I've got them. Brian's got, people send us all this stuff.
I have this Greaseman record that somebody sent me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, the lawman.
And why is it within arm's reach of you?
Because I had to show. I had to show it on a stream recently.
It was like Greaseman came out of nowhere, and it's all the album right here.
Well, Greaseman comes up with me anytime me and Chris talk.
Yeah, same as, and I mentioned it before, but it's like a.
Sam.
The man asks me a hard question.
Why is it within arm's reach of your computer? It's weird.
A lifestyle.
And man cow.
You sort of dodged that one, Sam, but I was asking you what you know about the pineapple lifestyle. That's the swinger lifestyle. You
Upside
don't
down
know
pineapple, yeah.
Why do they call it the pineapple lifestyle?
We don't know.
Like
but if
I
you
don't
see,
know.
Never.
If you see an upside down pineapple, though, genuinely, like if you see an upside down pineapple anywhere, that means that it's like a swinger friendly place, or that's a reference to swinging and pineapple stuff. That was our first episode we ever did. We covered this like swinger couple that goes to sex clubs and gives tours and stuff. So it's unfortunately become like a big part of our show. Regardless of if we want it to or not.
Strongly associated with the lifestyle.
We're strongly associated with the pineapple lifestyle. Even though I'm in we're both married and in
That's a big
monogamous.
Wait. Why?
Honestly, I've been a fan of the pineapple for a long time. I've always found it to be, a fun and delicious fruit. You can't eat too much of it, of course. But, I mean, I've just going through my head if I've ever given off any unintentional pineapple stuff. I've got I don't know if I still have it, but like at one point, I had like a pineapple cup. What if at one point it was upside down? Was I like sending off some sort of unknown signal to people that I was oh my God. So many questions about
in any way inhibit the pineapple lifestyle.
Chris is kind of a swinger. Yeah, Chris is kind of a swinger.
I mean, listen, there's only one of us who, Brian used to actually attend sex parties, and that's true. He claims he never went upstairs. He said, no, I stayed downstairs. I'm like, well, you're still at a sex party,
What was the difference between downstairs and upstairs at the sex party?
Where the sex was happening is upstairs.
Oh,
I would go to my friend Porno Sean's house on Friday nights, and we'd all be hanging out.
Did you say Porno Sean?
Sean, he was gathering porno to open a porno shop.
Okay.
Porno Sean. Sounds like a good guy. Porno Sean, just like a regular. He's just like a regular dude. Just We just call him porno.
So he was
shop.
gathering large quantities of pornography in high school.
I asked him why he kept buying porno one time, because every time we went, he would stop and buy some porno. And he was like, I'm going to open up a porno store in Buckeye Lake. He's like, there are no porno stores there. It's a
he saw a huge, he saw a big hole in the market. And he's just like, yeah, people.
He was gonna corner the market. He was gonna corner the market on porno shops in a small town. This guy is an innovator.
You're hurting the kids.
Oh God. He's collecting in high school. He's collecting porn for his future. This kid is thinking big. Okay. If anything, he's like I said, he's an innovator. Okay, this man, he's saving ahead for his future in high school. He's like, look, okay, college is not for me. Porno shop, cornering the market in whatever fucking town he just said. It clearly needs a porn video shop. Oh God, when the internet came, oh God.
No, I mean, look how much I love it. So,
but I would go to his house and we'd all be partying, and then people would start disappearing upstairs. And once, enough people were upstairs at the orgy, it's like me and my wife were like, let's get out of here. We jump in the car and take off because there's nobody to talk to because they're all up doing an orgy. But I wasn't at the orgy. I was just at the party that turned into it. And I even would say, I was at the party when it was a party, not when it was an orgy. So
that went back to the party again, knowing that that's what it was going to become.
Well, the first part of the.
Just to be clear, this guy wants everybody to understand.
Ding dongs.
Just at the party part, okay, not the orgy part. He left. This is like the Epstein files. Look, I was just there for brunch. Okay, we parked the yacht outside the island. We had some brunch, and then we left. No party.
You're just more comfortable with the first part of the sort of the four party.
Well,
I like the beginning of the party. It's fun
and stuff. Yeah, that's fair.
All my friends were there.
Mm-hmm. But Sam, you know nothing about it. You've never even been to like a swinger club or anything like that.
No, I have not actually. I mean, I'm not against it. I'm not kink shaming in any way. I just have never. I'm just not even aware. I didn't. Now that I know about the pineapple, maybe things will start to pick up for me a little bit. I'm sure I've seen the upside down pineapple.
It's funny because we found on YouTube there are so many videos of tours of sex clubs. And they're all glossy and done really well.
Yeah, they're very high production value. It's like seven, so they make them look very good. But then we found the channel. I don't even want to say them because you guys are a really big show. I don't want people to go bother.
It's on YouTube.
But we found this couple who they show you the real nitty gritty of what it are. They don't have the production. They don't have the good lighting. They show you what it actually is, and they are haunting. There's one of them where you look it up on Google. There's a giant barn on the side of a highway. But the inside is like this wild sex club. So yeah, we learned all kinds.
You're gonna
of
have
stuff.
to send us a link after the show. It's too.
The EC Oasis tour. Yeah, the EC Oasis tour is just so crazy because it's like none of the walls go up to the ceiling, so you can go into these little rooms. But then when
ventilation, Sam.
Oh yeah, of course. No, you need circulation.
But they'll go into these little rooms and there'll be a bed with like 2 condoms on it, and it just looks so scary. A towel and 2 condoms.
It really looks like found footage horror. It looks like found footage horror.
It's so badly lit and painted. It's like really bad. And then they'll go into a room and there'll be.
They'll go into a room and they'll point at the wall.
That
and
is
they'll
my
go,
own sperm.
That is my own sperm right there.
Don't be creepy.
A gynecologist table and stuff, and you're like, I don't know what's going on here. I don't like it. You know what I mean? And in the middle of it, they have an orgy couch.
But we cover a lot of stuff, Sam, on the show.
No, we
a lot
don't.
of different stuff.
Mostly the sex clubs.
Yeah, we cover all every week. What was the most recent one that we did, Brian? What was the
Food Network guys?
Food Network guys. So we'll just we do a lot of non-sexual stuff. I just for people listening, it's not like if you listen to a main episode, we're not going to be talking about sex stuff the whole time.
That's on the Patreon mostly.
On the Patreon.
Days. And the first few episodes of the show where we were obsessed.
Now, is YouTube? No, YouTube.
We don't have YouTube.
No, we need to do that.
We started a YouTube channel, but we don't have any. It's Brian and I are the only people who do the show. Like we don't have a crew of people or anything like that. So I don't know. I think maybe we should have people to help us, and then we could do stuff like that. But yeah, we're just on iTunes and Spotify and all that stuff. Yeah.
Maybe the Brew Crew, a couple of guys from the Brew Crew, like they can't.
When I was on vacation, I was telling my wife about Jim Brewer
Which
when
time?
we were driving. The last time when we were driving to the Keys, and she was like, "What's this show called? Brew Haha?" And I was like, "No, that makes sense. Like that actually makes sense. No, it's called the Bruniverse, which doesn't make any sense in any world at all. It's crazy. You can think of 5 better names for his podcast than he did."
All right, let's do it. No, I'm just joking.
So maybe next week on the guys podcast, 5 alternate names for Brewers podcast. There it is.
Okay, we'll do it by Sunday. I'll make Chris do it
next week.
Oh, there you go, people. I somehow still missed the name of their podcast. I feel bad. They didn't say it. They didn't say it enough times. And so I guess maybe you can Google their names, Brian Quimby and Chris James. It rhymes. All right, people. Let's move on from talking about the Rush Limbaugh pipeline and orgies on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
Talking about this piece of news I've thrown in here. It's not really news so much as it is discourse. It is relating to old Hassan Piker. I haven't even watched this one fully yet, but I'm familiar with some of this because I've seen, I think, at least one other person talk about this situation. But apparently a bunch of libs, like Chorus libs, it's not clear that they're all funded by Chorus, but you remember Blue Tenet Media, the dark money funded Democrat group with people like burgeoning creators like Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman. People receiving thousands of dollars per post and weekly narrative meetings. Apparently, a lot of these people have gone after Hassan Piker recently for his unwillingness to pre-endorse Gavin Newsom, and everybody's talking about it.
This is ridiculous.
I'm not going to concede to voting for Gavin Newsom 2 years out of the gate. Like, it's ridiculous. Why is the Democratic Party unfavorability right now at 64% and only growing? Why? This entire thing started with this post. I was on I've Had It with my friend, Ms. Welch, who presented the question, would you vote for Gavin Newsom or J.D. Vance for president? Gavin Newsom is currently pushing against Ro Khanna in the state that I'm in for a billionaire's tax. And these motherfuckers are like, no, you have to vote for the guy who is anti-billionaires tax and you have to like it. It's like, shut the fuck up. No, I'm not going to do that. There's like a multitude of different ideologies at play here. There are the vote blue no matter who, harm reductionist postures, people being like, I'm trans, people being like, Democrats are going to protect the undocumented, Democrats are going to protect the trans people. And it's like, Democrats have literally written you out of existence. Okay, they have. Yes, it's better overall under Democratic governance, Democratic leadership to be a trans person than a than a trans person under a Republican leadership, where you like genuinely have to leave your state. Same with just being a woman in general, living in a red state. But this kind of like, oh, sweetie, you don't care about my marginalized identity ass bullshit, especially to someone like myself, who, regardless of my, white cishet background, I've never shied away from my advocacy for trans people and all marginalized people. You're an idiot, and it doesn't work, and it's annoying, and all you're doing is just being like, you're not moral for me. Okay, well, good luck. Good luck with a JD Vance presidency. We can't be doing this same old business as usual politics. It's very clear. It's clear to the voters too, and that's ironically what I keep trying to explain. But these guys who are either chorus backed or whatever, I don't know what the this guy's deal is, but there's so many of these dipshits who mobilize against the left harder than they mobilize against the right, by the way. They're all up in arms right now on Twitter. They're all up in arms. Let's have the conversation now, 2 years out, before having the conversation right on the fucking dial. I'm willing to have that conversation. I know other people are not. I know other people are too focused on some other shit. But it is seemingly a chorus. Some of these guys are straight up.
No, honestly, this is what I want to be talking about, right? I'm not talking about the collapse of American democracy and the Gestapo or the invasion of Venezuela or the imminent invasion of Iran or whatever else that we've been forced to talk about with the Trump administration. I would like to talk, honestly, electoral politics. Do you remember back in the day, so long ago, back in the old year of 2024? And I was doing like weekly, monthly videos, like updates, clip videos, like every single, I was like on it. Every time there was a change to the polls, I was posting it. Like, honestly, the electoral politics part of democracy to me, in part, is part of, is kind of exciting in a way, and like compelling, right? It's what we're supposed to be shooting for, is democracy, right? And democracy in the way that we want it, right? And that's why right now, this is the time I want to be talking about this so badly, is the primaries. Oh, so very badly. I'm just begging for it.
Like, in the file sex cult, like this one is literally in the file sex cult of destiny. I know for a fact, right? I've seen this guy before. Like, all they do is talk about how I am not really a Democrat. I am not.
Yeah, that was less than 2 years ago. Okay? Just to be clear, that's less than 2 years ago.
Part of the Democratic Party. Whether you like it or not, we're in it together, big dog. If you hate the Republicans, which I don't think you do, let's be real, then you need to shut the up and listen to what we're saying. I think it needs to be pointed out that Hutch's whole goal of pushing the Hasanabi actually hates the Dem party is to isolate you from influencing anything the Dems do to put himself in a position to be paid by the Dems. Yeah, but it's not going to work, because I still talk to the Democrats. You want to know why? Because adult Democrats understand that there is a massive audience of voters here. And not only is there a massive audience of voters here, but also we're right. Like, our advocacy is correct. It's not just like a difference in opinion here. Like, there are a lot of people who are mad. Yeah, I'm not a party loyalist at all. The only thing I care about is advancing an agenda that helps the working class. That's it. An agenda that will destroy the Republican Party. I hate the Republican Party. I hate the Republican Party. I don't want to concede to the Republicans on policy. I don't like the closeness of a lot of establishment Dems to the Republicans. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand it to a certain degree, but it's
like, this is, I think this is where me and Hassan, when it comes to electoral politics, I think this is where me and him slightly disagree. Or that, like, I feel like he's almost there on this, but, like, I feel like he's, like, still, like, I feel like some of it has to do with the fact that he's constantly fighting an onslaught of people yelling at him, like, for one or another thing. So he's just sort of, like, determined to do what he's going to do, right? In a somewhat obstinate, sort of stubborn sort of way. But like to some degree, I feel like I absolutely agree with what Hassan's trying to say here. But to some degree, I feel like he doesn't take what he's saying and actually apply it to what he's saying. Like, right? Like, do you get what I'm saying here? Like, Hassan is saying he's not. Like, and this is what I've been saying this whole year, right? Is that what we need to do is we need to seize the power of the Democratic Party by voting in all of the right people, right? And getting people in at the DNC itself, right? All of these things are things we can do to seize power from the one party that we all know to some degree is at least marginally better than the Republicans, even though it's constantly failing us all the time. If we want it to not be that, we have to seize the power, right? We don't have the resources to create a third party in the system that we currently live in right now that's actually going to, like, at least somebody prove me wrong on that last part, 100%. Like, if DSA suddenly blows up as some DSA candidate, national candidate, great, I'm all for it. Somebody could run as, third party who has a shot, great. But, like right now, here's a question I have for everybody, third party people. First off, is where the fuck is, I can't even think of her name right now, which says so much. And I've talked about her so many times. Why can't I think of this fucking woman's name? Green Party woman. Where is she? Jill Stein. Where is Jill? Where is Jill right now? Like, yeah, Jill Stein. Yes, thank you, Columbia Rican. Jill, where is Jill? Can anybody tell me? Any big like Jill Steiners in here? I don't know if we got a lot of them around or not. But like, where is Jill right now? And why isn't she? Why? Here's a question. Why doesn't Jill run for other offices? To, like, I don't know, prove that she can do the job of president. Why is that the only job she's willing to do? Like, why isn't she running for governor somewhere, or senator, or representative of someplace, or state assembly, or literally anything? She just sits on her hands for 4 years and then shows up like, hey, it's so annoying to me. Like, I'm sick of that. I'm sick of that shit. And until we have a viable third party, you can go fuck off on that, right? Like, honestly. So, like, it's about who is going to be better. And, like, people have to be, like, willing to sit down and say, like, quantifiably who is better and who is worse. But also, it's also a calculus you have to make. Because I get not wanting to vote for them. And technically, many blue state leftists, like Hassan, can get away with not voting for the blue candidate in the general, right? And that candidate still will win. But in the primaries, we have to be out there in force, voting in every single one of these elections, the very best people we can get in, so that when we get to the general, it'll actually be somebody we want to vote for, right? But, like, honestly, in my opinion, like, when it's a slim margin, like, you have to be willing to make the calculus. Like, I know it's annoying and tedious, but, like, you have to be willing to make the calculus. Like, in my state, should I be voting right now or not? Like, well, does it matter? Like, does my county go blue every year, every election? Like, or is this a possibility? Could this go red? Right? Like, that's how I feel. Like, for me, I see it as a war, right? As a competition. I mean, it's a war for power that is acted out in democracy, right? And we have to be willing to make the calculus. We have to do the triage. Right, we have to make the difficult decisions on the battlefield and say, you know what? We might not like this guy, but he's the right one. He's the best one for the job that we have available that's currently on the field. And you have to take the poison pill. Because really, once you get to the general, there's like two options. In almost every single election. Maybe in some there's, it's different, right? But in the big elections, like, you get down to two. And it's a binary choice. Not voting is just not doing democracy because nobody cares. That's the thing about that. is like I've tried to weigh this over and over again, like, but nobody cares if you don't vote. Like nobody like nobody gives a shit. Like nobody's looking at the numbers and saying, "Oh, you know, Johnny didn't vote. Democracy must be imploding right now." They don't give a shit. Right? Just means you didn't vote for their opponent, right? Or whatever, right? It's just like you not voting does nothing to anybody, really. You just want, you're essentially giving up your power, your one democratic power, which is voting, right? Well, not your one, but you get what I'm saying here. Like your one most democratic power, and that is the vote. And you know, I just don't. I think people. I know it's like people are like, oh, it's like dem shilling right now. I'm saying no. The point is we must seize power, and that's why the primaries right now are what's important. And talking about Gavin Newsom, this is the thing about this conversation, is because the problem with this conversation here with this people like getting mad at Hassan not endorsing Gavin right now is insane, right? Like here's my Gavin, Hassan should nobody on the left should be endorsing Gavin right now. We're in the middle of the primary. There's other options. You could have, Katie Porter. You could have, who else is running for governor right now? I can't think. But you think there's other options. I'm not in California, and we haven't been doing enough midterms talk. Also, thank you for the follow, Gritzmang. But no one like Hassan should have to fucking endorse Gavin ahead of time, right? Until it's down to 2. And at that point, I honestly do think Hassan should actually bite the bullet on these things, in my opinion, right? And I know that he doesn't think that, and we disagree on this. Like, I genuinely believe. I'm not saying that it swings an election one way or another necessarily, but I think that it's vibes, and a lot of politics are vibes. And honestly, a big voice like Hassan, like saying people just need to get out there and vote, honestly, that's the one thing he should have been talking about this whole time that I didn't feel like he did enough of, because I listened to I don't know, this thing is long, it's like 45 minutes. I listened to at least 10 minutes or something like that. And that's the thing we need to harp on, is the primary voting that's going on right now. We're so distracted by so much shit, Epstein files, ICE, that we're not talking about this, and it's killing me, because this is the moment. We have 4.5 months until the primaries are done. People are already doing campaigns, and we're not really talking about them. And honestly, the small candidates are the ones that need the social buzz the most, right? The small candidates are the ones that need the social buzz the most, that need the grassroots support the most. And if we're too busy talking about Epstein files and ICE and all these other things that are going on, which are also incredibly important, we're not going to be talking about these candidates that we need to get into the races, so we never have to talk about Gavin Newsom ever again, right? Because if we get him out of office, he becomes a completely irrelevant, privileged douche with a garbage podcast. We can just ignore him forever if we just get him out of office, right? How do you do that? You primary him. So fuck talking about endorsing him. Why would Hassan endorse Gavin? It's a dumb premise. It's a fucking dumb premise, in my opinion. You have to be stupid to suggest that he should be endorsing Gavin. You have to be genuinely smooth-brained moron to be why aren't you endorsing Gavin right now during the fucking primary? Oh, maybe because Hassan I don't know everything about Hassan, but I object to so many things that Gavin, and I've heard plenty of Hassan's objections to Gavin. I know that, Gavin is completely utterly antithetical to Hassan's very political existence. And so why would he be supporting him in the primary? And that's the point that needed to be made this whole time, is that right now he needs to be supporting somebody to take him down and be talking about that person every single day, so that people in California go and vote for the person to take down Gavin, because fuck him. Unless we're talking about, are we talking about him running for president? Because if that's what we're talking about, honestly, I want to hear about that even less. Is that what we're talking? That is what we're talking about, isn't it? I'm just realizing it right now. We're talking about the presidency. You're shitting me. We're 3 years out from that. Like, it's insane. It's stupid. It's baby brained.
You're a little baby.
It's fucking baby. It's so. This is even dumber. Actually, this is the dumbest argument I've heard. Maybe for the. I'm just like, because I didn't watch the whole thing. I'm just actually like, I listened to it at like 2x. Like, I'm just now realizing what I'm talking about. I've only gotten snippets of this thing, and like, so I've like, I think I've missed how stupid this actually. This is actually the dumbest political premise I've heard all week, possibly, and I've heard some real dumb stuff. Well, yeah, Pam Bondi is ruining it, but I mean, one of the dumbest things I've heard all week. How can you justify coming after Hassan for not endorsing Gavin Newsom of all fucking people? I can almost not listen to the rest of this. We're listening to 30 more seconds of this, and then I'm done. I'm done with this. I just realized how stupid this is. This is so mind-boggling. You talked about this for 45 minutes?
This is ridiculous!
Oh my god, this is so many years out. I want to cry. I want to cry. I'm glad I didn't put this in the thumbnail or the title.
Really frustrating
oh my God,
to have to deal with this. But I guess we have to deal with it. We have to push back on this stuff. And we have to communicate to these people that, like, their way is dead. What did you say? You're too important to be having a conversation with these course people? No, I need to do a little bit of cleanup here.
I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. This is the dumbest. I can't. Hassan, stop entertaining this. God damn, Hassan. He's too, he's too used to getting into arguments in the chat. Sometimes he's got to know when to not. Like, this is stupid. This is fucking dumb. Don't engage this. Don't engage this. 2028? Fuck off. We're still trying to get through 2026, okay? We have the midterms to talk about. You want to talk to me about the presidential election?
Give me a joke.
Oh, that's funny. Speaking of jokes, let's go here to two comedians, I guess you'd call them. What do you call these guys?
I'm a very artistic person.
Artistic people? Bill Maher, Adam Carolla. Elderly TV personalities. They've been getting weird.
Here's Bill Maher talking with Adam Carolla, and they have an interesting thing to say about, where all this politics is going.
Time, you're, Republican and right-leaning. I go, listen, I don't own a gun. I'm not religious at all. I'm for abortion and pot smoking and everything. How right can I be?
You've put your finger on the thing that makes me so incensed about the woke and the far left, which is...
Oh, Bill is incensed.
It is
God.
disgusting.
He's incensed. He's very upset right now. This dude is losing it. He's losing his cool. He's very upset.
That they want to characterize people. You, me, Barry Weiss, who's lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be art.
Isn't the thing that finally destroyed Adam Carolla in the mainstream entirely that weird live stream he did where he was following around a black woman or a black couple and saying insanely racist things to them?
That was Anthony Cumia.
What was that?
That was Anthony Cumia.
Oh, I'm
from
thinking of the
Opie and
wrong
Anthony.
guy. Okay, my bad.
Yeah.
Whoops.
A different Adam C.
I got them confused.
Oh, this is. I could see why.
It's racist.
I don't know. Like, is it just me or does right-wing media seem especially whiny recently? I don't know if it's because the Epstein files have come out. I don't know if it's because they feel like they're on the back foot because a lot of the people who were kind of working with them, like a lot of the more maybe just politically agnostic alpha bro podcasters were kind of on their side, so they felt cool for a little bit. They felt cool when that, like, what Andrew Schultz guy was like, you know, bigging them up. They felt cool when they had some like actual real comedians for the first time on their side.
Yeah, I mean, this is some classic old guy shit, right? I mean, that's really what we've got here. Got some classic old guy shit who, you know, may at one time long ago been considered liberals, but times have changed, pal. It's shocking, I know, but the days, the weeks, the months, the years, the decades, they pass you by. And if you're not careful, if you're not paying attention, and you stay still, you don't change at all for like 30 years, you stay. I'm gonna be the same guy for 30 years. I'm not gonna change one thing about
one guy, one time.
Well, you might be shocked to find yourself 30 years later that you're suddenly a conservative, and that's literally how progress works. History. That's how.
Arguably the greatest work
historical.
of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Listen to Jordan Peterson. First time I've
And,
ever said that.
you know, not that they've been almost fully abandoned by those people because of what Trump has been doing with Epstein and with the ICE stuff. They're kind of just, they're really leaning into the poor me bullshit again. They're really leaning into the boo-hoo, boo, it's so hard to be an older white man who's a millionaire stuff. It's honestly, I find it to be unattractive, but I know like their right-wing audience like loves this shit. They lap it up. They can't help but just like slurp this stuff up. They love their slurp juice.
Well, they're having like victim withdrawal because they are in power in
Yes.
every single facet of this government.
Yeah, that's the weird thing is like it's the JD Vanceification, but it is really intolerable when they are in power, and it's all the whining. Yeah, let's play a little bit more of this.
Columbia Regan with a super chat. For a moment, you thought that GSL was going to quote Star Wars. You thought it was going to go long ago in a galaxy far, far away. No, I felt that was too on the nose.
Barry Weiss.
Oh, sorry.
You know,
That's
who's a lesbian and
go back about 10 seconds.
Barry is a lesbian.
If I scripted this for us to like tee off,
How is she not? Like, it's incredible. I mean, honestly, we should go down the list. Like, but really, this is so easy to debunk in like literally no time. Like, this sort of identity politics bullshit is so played out. Like, nobody accepts this anymore. Like, being gay, being a lesbian, as Bill Maher says, he's like, Barry Weiss is a lesbian. How can she be conservative? It's like, have you met Dave Rubin before? Or, you know, Michael Knowles? Actually, I'm not sure if Michael is out or not. Or any of these guys? Like, I mean, really? Like, being gay or lesbian makes you immediately a liberal? Really? Does that work for all, like, you know, minorities too? Because that's where he's going with this, right? Like, if you're black, you can't be a conservative. How does Tom Scott exist? You know, like how, or Tim Scott, whatever the fuck his name is. Like, how does he exist, right? How does Candace Owens exist? Is Candace Owens a Democrat now or something? What are we talking about? Like, what are we saying? But it's just so stupid. It's like this, like, shallow identitarian politics. Like, that's not what defines the lines anymore in politics. It's like, really, class politics is taking over at this point, and these rich guys are like, why isn't being a lesbian and or Jewish enough? Why do I have to moderate my words to something reasonable? Why can't I just say crazy stuff?
I could not have inserted a better name. The idea that Barry Weiss is not a conservative is something that could only be said by a rabid Zionist reactionary like Bill Maher, and that's what he is. Yeah, go ahead, Brandon.
It's because ultimately, even though they consider themselves, whatever they consider themselves, they still believe in neoliberal identity politics. They still believe that if you just belong to a certain group, or if you don't belong to a certain group, which we very often code being racist or right wing or visibly right wing as being something that hillbillies are, like low class, like poor Southerners are. Even though we know a lot of billionaires vote Republican.
My mind just keeps going to other people. Like, what about Kanye? Is Kanye a racist? Can he be a racist? Can Kanye be a white supremacist? Right? Like, obviously, he was running around in a Klan hood, reciting the 14 words and doing Heil Hitler salutes. And I mean, let's not even talk about that song that he wrote. Like what are we doing here?
They just think that if you happen to have the right identity check marks, that tells you what politics you are. Like, oh, you're a lesbian, you must be like a communist. But that's just that's superficial, obviously.
That's literally where he goes with this.
China. About the woke and the far left, which is this, that they want to characterize people, you, me, Barry Weiss, who's a lesbian and Jewish, and things that used to be our. We need no further credentials to let you know that we are certainly not conservatives. We're not.
Bill, he's like, I've got my Jew card. Why is everybody calling me a conservative? Oh my God, Bill.
Wingers, we're not whatever you think, and yet it's never enough for them. Right. It's never enough that we're just not willing to go along with your insanity. That doesn't make us conservatives.
How about if you testify in front of look, I know Adam Carolla says he really cares about abortion. I guess we'll take that at face value as he goes to testify for Republicans about how bad wokeness and free speech is. I mean,
yeah, it is so strange, so antithetical to everything that they say. They're constantly going after wokeness, and then they want to pull out identitarian politics when people criticize them. When Republicans are, suddenly within a year, incredibly unpopular due to all the fascism and stuff. And why won't people let us back on the Democrat bandwagon? It's because we've been watching your show. And you're a completely unhinged idiot. And, identity politics aside, we don't want you around anymore. And it makes me sad because, when I was in high school, college, I can't remember, it was somewhere around there. I was watching Religulous, whatever it was called. And I remember thinking that was so funny. Ha ha ha. Stupid religious people. Atheism, so smart. And honestly, I mean, I'm still, I'm not a Garyist, but I'm sorry. I'm not really an atheist anymore. I'm a Garyist, right? Which is it's basically like Baha'i or Unitarianism, similar to that. But it's like space Unitarian, you get what I'm saying? You can think of it however you want, honestly. But, these earth religions are stupid. Praise be thy Gary. Exactly. You get it. Gary be thy name. All of that. All of that stuff. Oh boy. I'm moving super slow. Those last 3 videos took us a real long time. How did 3 videos take us an hour and a half? How much did I talk? I'm not taking a break. I'm sorry. I'm not taking a break.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
We can't do a 3 video half. That's unacceptable. We have to keep this moving. But just a reminder to everybody, Galactic News Network is completely funded by individuals like you. And once you're done following on Twitch and subscribing on YouTube, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. So many great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, gifted memberships, Twitch, bit subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If perhaps you'd like to contribute to the financing of the Galactic Deficit Throne, or you could buy me physical gifts that would arrive at my doorstep down on Earth. And of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is, as always, Patreon. $3 a month. A lot of sweet, sweet benefits. Just click the link in my YouTube and or Twitch description to find out. All right, let's keep this moving. Good God, how did it take that long? I don't understand. All right, from a couple of weird old men struggling with the changing of the year, with the procession of time, to one man who was doing some weird things with a donkey. You know, I just realized we can't do this yet. I take this back. How did I not notice this? How did I not notice this? How am I going to hold you off on this one? Sorry, people. I just realized this is in the wrong order. This should not be here. This is a turkey. I don't know how this happened, but I've misplaced a story. Should have been in one place. Instead, it's in another place. Got men doing weird things with donkeys. But not in the United States. Very sorry. No donkeys. Till later. We'll get to the donkey situation. Get to that donkey situation when we get to it. Shrek? No. Donkey. No, not that donkey. A different donkey. A different donkey. All right. Back-to-back majority report. Unintentional. I had plans. I had plans for other plans. This is but here we go. Back-to-back majority report. Let's talk about the economy.
Jobs numbers are coming out. I think I mentioned this last jobs numbers that came out, or maybe it was when the ADP report comes out. Generally, it's about between 140 and 150,000 jobs must be created to keep up with the rate of growth of our population. New people get born. New people become 18 every day. They enter the job force. If you want to maintain employment levels where they're at, and there's a couple of different measures of employment as to whether people are looking or part-time employed, et cetera, et cetera. But generally, it is about 140 to 150,000 jobs need to be created to remain on par for our jobs numbers. So if you get something like 220,000, that's pretty good. If you get something like 120,000, it's a little bit anemic. Now, technically, no one in the administration is supposed to see the jobs numbers. So maybe they sent out some of their peeps to, foam the runway for these numbers just on, a hunch. This is Peter Navarro on Fox Business. Go ahead.
One thing I want to note, the jobs report's going to come out tomorrow. Yeah. We have to revise our expectations down significantly for what a monthly job number should look like. When we were letting in 2 million illegal aliens, they're coming in. We had to produce 200,000 jobs a month for steady state. And by the way, all of the jobs that we were creating in Biden years were going to illegals. Americans were going to the unemployment line. That's totally reversed, and now 50,000 a month is going to be more like what we need. So Wall Street, when this stuff comes out, they can't rain on that parade. They have to adjust for the fact that we're deporting millions of illegals.
That's a good
out
point.
of our job market.
But it sounds like you're expecting a weak number tomorrow.
No, not expecting a weak number. I'm just saying that going forward, when we see a number under 100,000, we don't wring our hands. We say,
Right.
that's going to be steady state.
Hypothetically, hypothetically, in the future, were we to see a bad number, and then we, I love that. I love that from Peter. It's fascinating. Look, I'm not saying that the numbers are going to be bad, but if they were to be bad, just if something crazy were to happen, then don't worry about that. That's actually perfectly fine. Totally fine and nothing to worry about. Next question, Maria. Thank you very much.
Great to see you.
It's all good, Maria. Always great to be with you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, let's break this down a little bit. So basically what they're telling you is like, we've really got to lower our expectations. But the justification that Navarro, was that Peter Navarro or was that
Ron Vera?
Ron Vera. I get confused between those guys.
It could be either one of them. There's no way to know.
Peter Navarro or Ron Vera.
There's no way to know. Unlike most like aliases, like you can tell the difference between the alias, like Superman, Clark Kent. Like Clark Kent wears glasses, Superman doesn't. Clark Kent wears a suit, Batman wears a cape. It's clear distinctions. Peter Navarro and Ron Vera, there's no way to know because they're the same guy. And so it's real tough to know which one you're talking to at any one point.
Was arguing that the reason why we felt 200,000 or 150,000 jobs needed to be created on a monthly basis was because anywhere from 150,000 to 100,000 of those jobs every month were going to immigrants.
66%, is that?
66% were going to immigrants. And what's weird is all of those employers, they would let the government know. I've hired somebody in this job.
Hey, I don't need these jobs. I don't need anybody working. I love that. It's like, buy this he's basically saying there's like an excess. Basically what Ron or Peter, whoever it was that was talking just now, seems like Mr. Navarro is basically saying there's like an excess of jobs in the U.S. economy. There's actually too many, right? We have all these illegal immigrants, and they're doing jobs, superfluous jobs we don't actually need, right? And so it's actually fine if the job numbers are lower, because actually those jobs were once again completely superfluous, right? Oh my God, so dumb.
Who was an immigrant, obviously.
You're a moron.
As opposed to saying nothing, because I'm hiring these people under the table, and they.
It's not just immigrant. He's saying undocumented.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants. Now, maybe he's arguing, we're just deporting people who are here legally to work, and so there's less people, so you need less jobs to maintain.
Wait, why don't all the jobs we were creating for illegals just go to all the unemployed people that were being unemployed because Biden hates white people?
You don't need the need. The need for those jobs are gone now. Those jobs, they evaporated.
I don't get what you're not understanding, Matt.
Oh, okay.
It makes perfect sense.
But listen, before
Would
you
it be nice to have more jobs than less?
You say it's Peter Navarro and Ron Vera, and we can't trust him because
that's nonsense talk, Matt. More jobs than less? What do you want?
What you drum up?
I can't even. Why would we want more? We just got done. Peter Navarro just got done telling us that actually it's fine. Now you're telling me that you think we need more jobs? You think you know better than Ron Vera? Peter Navarro? Whoever it was. Oh my God. The guy who wrote a fake a book with no sources and somehow lucked into getting into the Trump administration, the first one, because Eric Trump just Googled China and Amazon books. It's literally how Peter Navarro became part of the Trump administration. I think it was Eric. Maybe it was Don Jr. It was one of them. He just Googled China book in Amazon. For some reason, Peter's book came up, and now his book, which sold like 0 copies, and suddenly he's in the Trump administration.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right, let's talk about this situation. Honestly, this is an important situation for people like me. While we're talking about jobs, we might as well talk about something that creates jobs, employment, for many, many people. I'm, of course, talking about social media. I'm one of those people whose employment is dependent upon it. Right now, social media is on trial. It could affect all of us. Started off with Taylor Lorenz from 2 weeks ago. We're going to be going back to this lady on a number of occasions this stream. Taylor, take it away.
You can't make the internet so that no one is ever triggered by anything because, yeah, you wouldn't have anything left to have online.
Right now, there's a legal case working its way through the California court that could have massive implications on the internet as we know it. An anonymous 19-year-old California woman is claiming that she became addicted to social media as a minor, which caused her to have low self-esteem, body dysmorphia, depression, and anxiety. She claims that it's not the content on these social media apps that cause these issues, but the ways these platforms are designed, arguing that Meta, ByteDance, and Google should all be held accountable. But held accountable how? By giving users more control over their data, empowering people to direct their own online experiences, and cracking down on the business models of big tech? No, this anonymous plaintiff doesn't want to do any of that. Instead, her lawsuit is just one of thousands leveraging the concept of social media addiction, something that every single major expert actually studying this topic has reiterated does not exist, to push mass surveillance and censorship laws. The laws and legal precedent that this 19-year-old woman and groups like the Heritage Foundation seek to set by pushing the idea of social media addiction would give the government complete authority to censor any and all content that they don't like, all in the name of protecting children from social media addiction. Liz Nolan Brown is a longtime friend of mine and a journalist covering all of this. Baby. She's joining me today to break down this case, talk about what's at stake.
Yeah, and basically what people are proposing, essentially, with much of this legislation and all these court cases, the thing that they're trying to essentially do is turn all of you
You're a little baby.
into a little baby. All right, that's literally what's going to happen, is that everyone's going to be turned on the internet into a little baby. You'll be an adult baby, of course.
Adult baby.
As everybody who watched this stream is an adult. But on many platforms, you're going to be required to verify your age in one of a number of different fashions being proposed, whether it be government ID or facial scan or whatever else. If you're not willing to hand over your sweet, sweet data every time you log into whatever platform that you use, well, you might be treated like an adult baby. And have your access restricted. Just because you didn't want Facebook to have your driver's license or a facial scan. Or anybody else, Discord, YouTube. I mean, it's coming for all of these platforms potentially, and it's disturbing. Everybody should honestly be worried about it because it's essentially going to make it incredibly easy to, have your data compromised, used against you, and it's going to take a lot less work because you can just go to any one of these platforms, right? If you're, say you get access to something like, oh, well, now I know exactly who this person is. I don't even have to go somewhere else to try and connect the dots. Something that would have had to happen before this, right? If your ID isn't on file at whatever service, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, whatever it might be, if your ID right now, I assume your ID is not on file in all those places, attackers, malicious actors would have had to try and find a way to get your ID by other means, right? Dark web, usually the place to go. But it's an extra step. It would have been you know what I mean, and it would have had to have been compromised at some point, right? In this case, you're pre-compromising all of your shit and linking it to you, basically. All of the companies that are talking about asking for our facial scans and our IDs and our thumbprints and whatever fucking else, your DNA, all of these people have had data breaches in the past. You really want to trust them with the rest of your life? I know we all do trust a lot with them, but you really want to just hand the last thread of privacy you have and just give them completely like your government ID, just 100% identifiable information, so that with no doubt they know who you are at all times. You're willing to do that just so, I don't know, teenagers aren't exposed to certain things online. Wow. Honestly, what a sacrifice to make. In my opinion, parents should do more parenting. If they don't want kids doing things online, then they should be monitoring their use of computers and cell phones. And we shouldn't have to be literally all turned into adult babies just so that the parents don't have to do that. Just because parents are too lazy or whatever it is to actually attempt to do that. Right? And I get it. For some, I don't know, elderly, genteel, whatever, not genteel is the wrong word, geriatric parents, perhaps, social media is tough. But really, there's already some existing things you could be doing to prevent your kids from accessing things you don't want them to access. Or at the very least, to be monitoring what they're doing. These things already exist. You could be doing it right now, but you're not doing it. And why is it my fault that that's not happening? Why does everybody else have to pay for that and expose themselves digitally every single time they want to use a different piece of social media? Because everything I've named right now is up on the chopping block. Instagram, Snapchat, Facebook, YouTube, Discord. And there's many others, I assume, right? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of who else is on the block, probably. What's it called? WhatsApp. All of these sorts of, platforms. You're gonna have to literally scan your face for them, or give them your government ID, just to check a post, or just to message your uncle, or see what's going on that day. That's bad. That's bad. And I would also like to point out, in some cases, if they don't do facial ID scans, right? Some people won't even have the option of ever getting on social media. Right? If you don't have a government ID, of which there are tens of millions of people in the United States who do not have one, legal American citizens, just people who, say, lost them or have expired ones, or, haven't, or don't have the funds to buy one, right? Those people will not be able to access their social media, which will be detrimental to their lives. Right? For instance, myself. I use social media as a job. Taylor, obviously, right? but everyone. Like people who are just like going to check the news. Because, I mean, who the fuck watches their TV anymore or reads a fucking newspaper? They go on YouTube, they go on Facebook, they go on TikTok. Like, if you can't do that, all of a sudden you're left out of the loop. We're going to do that to tens of millions of people. It's disturbing to me. Everybody should be like upset about this, but they're just they name these bills like in these insidious ways where like if you like come out publicly disagreeing with them, you sound like a monster, right? Like this one's called the Kids Online Safety Act, right? Oh, who could be against safety for kids online? Oh, you must be a terrible pervert.
These people are perverts.
Or the Patriot Act. What, are you not a patriot? Oh, you disgusting human being. How can you not want the entire country to be surveilled for national security reasons?
And discuss why it's so crucial to fight against these legal efforts that would destroy a free and open web. Hi, Liz. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for being here. I think you've come on the show before, but it's always great to have you back. Today, I want to talk about this lawsuit that you covered, which you wrote was this landmark social media addiction trial. It's happening in California, the state that I live in. That is always sort of at the scene of the crime for this stuff, I feel like. Can you tell me a little bit about this lawsuit? What's happening and what's at stake?
So basically, thousands of people, including like hundreds of families, some hundreds of school districts, and like 40 state attorneys general, have all sued social media sites claiming that their features are addictive to people in general and especially to minors. And the judges have consolidated these into a couple of different cases so that they're not having to, do 1,000 different trials or something like that. And the first of these sort of, they call bellwether cases. They're sort of going to be like the test cases of the theories that all of these cases are based on. The first of those 3 that are going to happen starts today in Los Angeles County.
So tell me what these people are arguing.
Yeah, so the case that started, there's a 19-year-old woman who is going by the pseudonym KGM. She says that she started using social media when she was under 10 years old, and she became addicted to it and spent way too much time on it, and that it contributed to all sorts of harms, that it caused her to have depression and anxiety and body dysmorphia.
See, those are all bad things. This is honestly... And I'm like Taylor Lorenz has said this before in other videos, and she might say it in this video, I can't remember. But this is just a moral panic, right? This is the same as like when they said watching TV was going to rot your brain, or video games were going to turn you into a homicidal maniac. Like, it's all verifiably false, but people used it at the time for political reasons. Because they objected to some sort of content and they wanted it gone. It's just outrage bait intended to get your support for something that's going to strip your rights away.
The case that started, there's a 19-year-old woman who is going by the pseudonym KGM. She says that she started using social media when she was under 10 years old, and she became addicted to it and spent way too much time on it, and that it contributed to all sorts of harms, that it caused her to have depression and anxiety and body dysmorphia and self-esteem issues and ultimately suicidal thoughts, and she's blaming the social media companies for all of this. Her suit originally sued Snap and Meta and TikTok and Google because she used YouTube, but Snap has settled, so now it's just Google and Meta and TikTok that are part of the lawsuit. And so she says that, their features caused her to become addicted, and that they intentionally did this, or at least that they were negligent in not stopping it, and so therefore she's suing them for negligence and failure to warn.
What proof does she have that, all of these issues in her life were caused by social media? These are all issues that are, especially eating disorders, are known to start showing themselves around the time of adolescence. Depression, we know that actually it's not correlated with social media use. We know for a fact, based on overwhelming evidence, that there is actually no relationship between social media use and poor mental health outcomes among young people. So how is she attempting to prove this?
That's going to be one of the big key issues.
I was actually considering watching a video that Taylor did earlier discussing the science of this as well, but I decided to leave it out. But the fact is, I watched another video of Taylor talking with a psychologist, like a research psychologist, if I'm not mistaken, who had like done a study of their own, and they talked about not just that study, but multiple studies on this, and that basically there is no evidence. There's literally no evidence for the existence of something called social media addiction. It's just a term. It's just a term that has been created out of nothing by, like, basically the media. Thank you for feeding the puppy, Benihana. It's very thoughtful of you. She was looking very hungry. People hadn't fed her for hours. She deserves them. But, like... And it's fascinating. Honestly, like I felt like I had to stop it and actually talk about this because even I thought that it was a real thing at one point, and I felt like we should actually address that quickly because it's not a real thing. It's not. It's made up. Social media addiction is not in the DSM-4. It's not a real mental health condition.
I think one of the big hurdles for her to overcome in this case is proving that this was caused by social media, because we've been through decades of sort of awareness campaigns about issues like depression and how they are complex and they are not just a matter of cause and effect. It's not just something bad happens to you or something.
The DSM, whatever. I don't know what. It's probably not the DSM-4 anymore. Whatever DSM it is. Whatever, it's not in it. It's not a real condition.
Complex, and they are not just a matter of cause and effect. It's not just something bad happens to you or something sad happens to you when you get it. It's an interplay of environmental factors, social factors, your biology, the things that happen to you, all of it. So I think that is going to be one of the major roadblocks in this case is, trying to say that this is because of TikTok or this is because of Instagram and not because of many other things that were going on in her life. I mean, part of the case is based on this.
I thought so. Yeah, I knew it had changed since 4. I just couldn't remember how many times. So it's 5. Yeah, thank you. I just looked it up too, really quickly. Good to get that confirmation.
Idea that she was a victim of cyberbullying, that she was bullied by people at school, that she was a victim of extortion, where people, convinced her to show them pictures of herself and then tried to get money from her for them. So, I mean, these are all things that could contribute to depression, to anxiety, things like that. And while some of these were mediated by social media, you'd be hard pressed to say that social media is the fault because teenagers are bullying one another.
Yeah, I mean, it reminds me.
Yeah, and we wouldn't shut down the United States Postal Service if this happened by mail, right? All that stuff that she just described could have happened by mail or in person. We're gonna ban in-person gatherings all of a sudden. Like, just because it happened over social media doesn't mean it couldn't have happened in other ways. And we wouldn't we wouldn't like come up with a bunch of ridiculous, because we would know. But the problem is like these fucking, like, all the people in power right now know fucking dick about computers, let alone social media, right? We have a bunch of dinosaurs, a bunch of corrupt dinosaurs running the country right now. A bunch of like 80-year-old fucks. A bunch of rich geriatric pricks with no interest in helping anybody. And they're being told that this is good. This is going to be good for everybody. It's going to be bad. It's all going to be real bad. And the fact is they don't even have the literacy to know that it's bad. That's one of the big problems. These people literally just don't know what they're talking about. Most of them have no real concept of how social media works, even slightly. This is why we need young blood. We need a turnover. Basically the entire Congress. So I've been saying primary season is right now. We have to focus on it. And the very bare minimum, just focus in on your primaries. Just do a little research. Search the governor. Search the mayor of your town, city. Search Senate races. Search House races. And, that'll in some way be, good. Even if we're not talking about them enough. I gotta bring it back to that, because that is one of the big problems why we have things like this going forward. Because nobody fucking knows what's going on.
Did a video recently where I was talking about just like the history of moral panics and how people were calling on telephone companies when landlines became pervasive to regulate, the speech happening on them because people were getting angry and people were saying horrible things or making threats over phone calls. And so people were like, this must be stopped, I guess these same people would argue that we should, also regulate letters. I guess the government should read everyone's letters, right? In case you write a threatening letter to someone. I don't know. It seems like a lot of it is kind of speculative. Why is this case so important? Because I feel like we've seen a lot of these claims and a lot of dubious claims, and not that this girl didn't have a horrible time on the internet. It sounds like she did. Trust me, I have also had a horrible time on the internet and a lot of times. But I don't know that these platforms would have solved that. Why is this case so significant?
Yeah, this is the first time that social media addiction claims are going before a jury trial. So this has the potential to shape these thousands of lawsuits that have been filed, to sort of influence the way they turn out, not to mention any future lawsuits that might be filed. And really, there's a huge amount at stake here. Generally, a lot of claims like this are based on the content that is published on these platforms, right? And as we all know, content is protected by the First Amendment. Speech, unless it falls into one of a very few narrow categories, is protected by the First Amendment. And when it comes to internet speech that's, by third parties on internet platforms, it's also protected by Section 230. So
now,
what happens?
There is a carve out I personally want to Section 230. Something that Taylor doesn't bring up at all. I'm not even sure she agrees with me, but I do have something to say about this. I'll let them get into this for a minute, but there is a carve out. People may know where I'm heading with this, because we talked about this earlier. And I had a slightly different take, but I've updated that take after having done some more research into it. And you'll see. I'll go get to it.
By third parties on internet platforms, it's also protected by Section 230. So what happens in this case could end up having a big effect on how tech companies operate going forward, whether or not they feel the need to quash a lot of speech, whether or not they're going to be subject to constant lawsuits, which if they are, is going to result in especially smaller tech companies being sort of unable to operate because they're going to be so afraid of lawsuits. So this really could change the way that social media companies and tech companies in general operate if these lawsuits, and this is the first one, are successful.
If you're watching this video and you like my work, please support me on Patreon via the link below or buy a paid subscription to my
Yeah, at the very least, go subscribe to Taylor on YouTube.
That's on YouTube.
I mean, come on.
That's on YouTube.
But do consider the Galactic Patreon. Oh, we're talking Patreon. $3 a month. A lot of sweet, sweet space benefits for your dollars.
And I think the fundamental thing here for people to understand is this is ultimately about the content. It's about the speech on the platforms, because when you look at her case and I was reading your article of her coverage of it. Yeah, okay, she accessed this content via
Beckdoes on Twitch with the follow. Thank you, Beckdoes. Oh, looks like people are finally waking up on Twitch. It was quiet. It was very quiet on Twitch earlier today. It's nice to see people have finally shown up over there. YouTube's been crushing Twitch on views today. It's lately, ever since we came back, ever since we got unbanned from YouTube, it's been an actual competition between YouTube and Twitch every day on who's got the most views. Who's got the most current viewers? YouTube's still winning big time, but Twitch is catching up slightly. Donut Secret House on a 7-stream streak. Great job. All right, back to Taylor.
Your article of her coverage of it. Yeah, okay, she accessed this content via these platforms, but her issue is with the content, and it's very ridiculous. Like, she says things like, for instance, when she's talking about how she got an eating disorder, she says, I have gotten a lot of content promoting like body checking, posts of what I eat in a day, maybe just a cucumber, making people feel bad if they don't eat like that, which it's like, okay.
That's content. That is the content. And they're trying to say it's not content because they're trying to get around the First Amendment issues here, because obviously this is protected speech and it is spoken by third parties. And they're trying to get around that by saying, like, no, it's the design features. It's things like the infinite scroll. It's things
Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. If it was infinite scroll of puppies, how is that going to make you sad? It's clearly the fucking content. You have to be baby brained to believe this. Like, if it was infinite scrolls of rainbows and puppies and nothing else, literally nothing else, maybe everybody would be happy. I mean, I'm fairly certain there's some people who hate dogs, so I think even that would trigger somebody. So I guess if it was just infinite black screen with no sound, everybody would be fine. But since that's not the case, you know, and the First Amendment exists in places like the United States, we should be allowed to say and do things without, you know, like all this fucking talk of censorship and shit, and like blaming, you know, like the existence of internet platforms, like on this one person's experience. Do some people have bad experiences on the internet? Undoubtedly. People also have bad experiences in real life too. We might not know that, but actually people experience all sorts of bad stuff in real life all the time. What are we going to do about that? How do we solve that? How do we prevent people from hearing or seeing terrible things in the real world, huh? I mean, because that's basically what they're saying. Because, like, for instance, we all know, like I said before, we all know is inherently that this is the place you go to for news, right? This is literally the Galactic News Network. This is where you come for news, right? Like, but not just me, everybody. Literally all of the news, supposed news, mainstream outlets are on YouTube. They're on TikTok. They're on all of these platforms because they know that that's where you're getting your news now, because you're not watching TV anymore, right? So you cut people off from this. Suddenly people can't just access basic information necessary for things like democracy. It's convenient to some people who, I don't know, hate democracy.
recommendation algorithms which recommend this content, people wouldn't have strong emotions about the design features. It's clearly the content that is causing the strong emotions. You don't get anxiety about endless scroll independent of the things that you're seeing on scroll. You don't get anxiety about the content that's recommended to you independent of what's actually in that content, the speech. So, you know, people are trying to act like you can separate these things, and clearly no, it is the content that is, you know, causing strong feelings, causing quote unquote addiction and things like that.
I feel like this is something that people have a really hard.
The real world is not a curated media platform. No, it's not. I mean, it's not. But the media platforms exist in the real world and talk about real world issues. And honestly, there's a lot of things in real life that are curated. We could say, you could technically be like, the real world is curated by the government and by businesses and by everybody in it. To one degree or another, we're all curating things. But like, I mean, it's just, I don't understand what your point is. Like, because the internet is curated, that means what? The platforms have complete and total, like, responsibility for every single word said on their platforms because they're recommending things to people. Like, the existence of recommendations to you is like, I mean, and honestly, I mean, the algorithm, I have problems with the algorithm. I feel like the algorithm is honestly not very fair to us. I had a lot of stuff I'd love to talk about with the algorithm, but you know, like, as literally part of how social media works. They recommend things to you. Right? And you don't even have to look at their recommendations. For instance, on YouTube, you could go to your subscriptions and you could just scroll through your subscriptions. That's literally how I get ready for the show. Is I am subscribed to every single news platform in the country and on the planet. All right, not quite, but a shit ton. like a shit ton. And I just scroll through it, I go through, like, depending on how many days it's been since the last stream, I'm just scrolling through the last 24 hours. That's not at all curated, right? Like, there's aspects of it that are curated, but not all aspects of it. You're not being forced to use it in that way. Honestly, really, if you want to talk about curation, TikTok, things like that are curating much more than YouTube is. Although YouTube has the shorts now, so on the shorts, they're certainly curating a lot there. But for instance, like on your feed on YouTube, you don't actually have to watch anything that's on your feed. You can scroll right past it. The choice. And once again, like, are we all supposed to be a bunch of little babies right now just because children and teenagers exist? Like, parents can't parent? Like, is that literally what we're the argument? Because what is the argument here? Parents shouldn't be, if parents have a problem with what happens to kids on the internet, then why aren't they preventing their kids from going on the internet? Why aren't they doing anything to monitor what their kids are doing? Like, it's a matter of parenting. People are just sticking kids in front of devices, and then they're upset with the results. But you can't do that. We got to stop doing that as a society, and basically treating everybody like an adult fucking baby. And actually hold parents responsible for parenting. Like, actually being a parent, I hate to say it, being a parent is not putting on a hat, okay? It's not you shouldn't be autopiloting parenting. That's just my opinion. But you should actually be engaged somewhat. I know it's tough. I know it's tough. But, like, I do, that's why I don't have any kids, because I see it as a huge responsibility. I haven't found the sweet spot yet. Still young. But, I see it as a responsibility. And why are you exporting your responsibility onto me and everybody else? It's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
I'm understanding. And when I try.
Like, the fact is, we're gearing society in that direction. Like, that's the big problem, is we keep trying to gear society in the direction of just propping like kids in front of screens and saying, there we go, job done. And you can't raise human beings like that, in my opinion, and not have things go wrong. We have to accept this fact.
Explain to people that this whole stuff about social media addiction is quite literally just another moral panic about a new form of media. And they say, no, as you mentioned, it's about the tech, it's about the design features. You know that it's not about the technology, because if the entire internet was just Wikipedia, informative Wikipedia articles, that's like a litmus test. I'm like, if all of YouTube and all of TikTok was just informative information about boring topics like science and math and learning, would you have this lawsuit? Would you be claiming it's addicting? Would you? No, you wouldn't, because you like it's the content. It's the content. And that is why you know that this is ultimately about speech, and this is ultimately about.
Okay, I gotta respond to this guy. I have no idea where you came from. You're new to the chat. You presume every consumer has the ability to equally discern what's appropriate. By this logic that you're using right now, we should make anything, we should require, like, government ID for anything that can cause harm. Anything. Because you're right, every consumer doesn't have the same ability to discern what's appropriate. We're a political show. We're familiar with the variety of the human consciousness around here. But, like, let's start with some easy ones. Like, do you think that we should make, you need to have an ID to buy a knife? How about matches? How about propane? How about gasoline? How about, how about food? You can eat the wrong food and die. You can have an allergy to, like, peanuts. Like, you can eat too much of a thing and die because of it, right? Like, should we require IDs for batteries? Batteries can be dangerous in the wrong context. Should we require IDs like for bikes? You could die riding a bike. There's potential harm that could be caused there. Where does it stop? I'm just asking. Where does it stop? Where do you think the line should be drawn on this concept of yours? Because I understand what you're saying. In theory. We do it with some things, but we're talking about a thing that's intended to basically just convey information to people. Can't even cause physical harm. Things have to happen in the real world, essentially.
Restricting speech, basically, and restricting certain types of speech.
Exactly, because these design features, I mean, you have things like Coursera or whatever, like learning platforms that use these same sort of design features, right? They send notifications on the phone, on people's smartphones. They send you a bunch of emails saying, hey, here's what you're missing. They have endless scroll on their feeds. They have.
Like, do we all agree that people like experience things differently? Right? And even with like some of these sorts of like regulations, like when we talk about like parental advisories and like ratings on movies and shit, like you recognize that somebody could watch something and find it objectionable, even if the government rating agency doesn't, right? Or vice versa, right? Because people experience things differently. Somebody might find something offensive that others do not, that others might not even think of, right? And you're letting somebody arbitrarily decide that for literally but honestly, it's worse than that. It's worse than that. Right? Because what you're doing is like you're trying to justify a mass surveillance of every single person on the internet just to achieve this one thing that you think is like important. And that you can't think of another option, is that everybody just needs to be surveilled. And once everybody is surveilled, then what? Then what? The government just knows about every single thing that you do without fail. And that information rests on the servers of every single social media company that you use. Like, that's the trade-off you're making. Like, that's the problem here, right? In order for this to be achieved, we all have to give up our facial scans and our government IDs and whatever else just to avoid trauma on the web. But trauma happens in real life too, okay? Regardless of whether or not you have an ID.
These same design features that social media has, and people aren't claiming that they're addicted to these sort of online learning websites or to things like that. So it's clearly about the speech, about the content, not just about the design features.
The Coursera thing is such a good point. There are so many of these online learning portals, as you said, that actually, if you were to go to them, they look almost exactly like YouTube.
Or shopping sites.
Right. When you're scrolling down like Ann Taylor's websites and it auto reloads, like, yeah, I don't think people are freaking out about that or making sure that, yeah, there must be page numbers on, certain things. I also think of just even food menus, like when you go on something like Uber Eats and you're scrolling the.
By the way, let's not forget that you're probably also going to have to sign in on things like Pornhub, right? Or whatever, whatever these, I mean, that's basically what we're heading towards with this sort of legislation and stuff, right? Like, you're gonna have to give your government ID to Pornhub, you know exactly what we do with Pornhub.
Endless stream of food options or whatever, right? Like, you're not addicted to it. I guess some people would say like, oh, maybe it makes me want to order Uber Eats or something. Well, because you're looking at tasty food. If that entire, think of Uber Eats, but think of the only thing on there is saltine crackers. That's the only thing, right? Like, no, you wouldn't claim that app is like addicting and making you order junk food or whatever. The point is like, it's the content. I get so much flack when I say like, stop pushing these narratives about addiction. They're like, what this moral panic is predicated on, because people are like, but social media addiction's real, despite the fact it is not real. It is very much not a real thing. Just the way that like music addiction is not a real thing. Like, you can't become addicted to media in this way. Like, why is framing the internet and social media as addictive so harmful?
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is a very calculated strategy, and it's in part done by politicians who want to grab more control of internet speech. It's in part done by like personal injury lawyers who are mad that, you know, they can only sue random individuals for their speech and not the big tech companies that have the deep pockets behind them. So it's a very calculated strategy using the language of addiction when you talk about social media, because people know that that gets attention, right? You hear addiction and suddenly it's like, oh, well, no, they couldn't just use willpower to overcome it. You couldn't just rely on parents to, you know, parent and stop their kids from using these things, because it's addiction. It's an addictive substance. And it sort of activates this thing in people's brain where they hear that and they think, you know, they think that people are powerless to stop it on their own. So it really plays into this narrative where we need things like these lawsuits. We need things like government regulations of speech online. We need all of these external controls of speech online because, you know, people can't possibly overcome this addiction on by themselves. And it also sort of lends itself to using the same playbook as you use for big tobacco, which is like a substance that really is biologically, physically addictive, right?
Yeah. And now here's the thing. This is where I just want to like break into my little thing here that they never really discuss. I'm not sure why, but due to my experience recently, many of you know what I'm talking about. 4 months ago, we lost the YouTube channel. We were terminated by YouTube for unknown reasons. We are back, of course, also for unknown reasons. They did not make clear, they did not specify one way or the other in either case why I was banned or why I'm back. But we are back, and it's beautiful to be back. But during that time, I realized just how fragile our free speech online is. And that's why I think Section 230 really needs to go one step further if it is in fact intended to preserve speech online. And that is to carve out the ability for people to sue, to go after the big social media companies for losing their right to speak on the platforms, right? Like, and I'm not saying anybody needs to be put in the algorithm, right? Anybody needs to be recommended to anybody, that anybody needs to be able to speak on any particular channel, right? Somebody comes in here and starts acting rudely to the chatters, I should be able to ban that person, right? Like, as you know, as the person who's doing the free speech, right? Essentially, like, this is my right, this is essentially, like, legally speaking, this is my what do you call it, like my little like editorial like news outlet effectively, right? And like I should be able to decide who's hanging out in here and who's not. But I don't think YouTube should be able to decide that. Like, that's the thing. I mean, or if they do decide that to some degree that has to hold up in court. If somebody objects to that, and somebody that they're in the United States where the First Amendment applies, because of course in other places it does not, but here in the United States, if the reason why we're doing all this shit, right? Like, and the fact is, we do accept, I think all of us accept, that journalism is being done on these platforms. People are exercising their First Amendment right on these platforms, whether it be YouTube, whether it be TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, or anywhere else, right? I think they should be able to be banned, but you should have to explain why they're being banned and actually provide some sort of legal reasoning. We have to actually lay out what reasons you should legally be allowed to be banned across all social media platforms. That's my opinion. I think people should be allowed to be banned, but you have to have violated a certain set of fucking rules, in my opinion, right? I'm not saying that the social media companies shouldn't have any say in what those rules are, but in my opinion, like, it should be really the, American people to some degree who decide this, right? But like, if this is really where free speech happens, like, nobody's listening on the corner anymore. Nobody's hanging out, like, listening to randos, like, talk on a soapbox. That world doesn't exist anymore. All of that's happening right here in front of you right now. As like I said before, I think there should be, you know, a right to, there should be an act, like we should have, if we're going to do all of that, I mean, honestly, like what we need is like everybody should have a right to speak online, and that it can't be taken away just arbitrarily. I'm fine, like, you know, I'm fine with them having protections against what is being said on the platforms. When they take away someone's right to speak, I do think that that should actually be litigated, potentially. Because right now, there's just, the fact is there's no more options. If you get banned, right? If you get banned, if you're not creating some sort of, you know, genuine risk to the public, right? Even if you're not being recommended to everybody out there, like you're just, like okay, but like in all other cases, I just don't accept that anymore. Considering how far social media has come, I've watched it grow up, right? Like, you know, I was like a kid when the internet became popular, and AOL and AIM and all these other things started popping up, right? AOL Instant Messenger, I don't know who remembers that. I remember it. I was on it when I was a teenager.
It's worlds apart than, you know, TikTok or Instagram. But you see again and again that comparison being made by politicians, being made by lawyers who are representing plaintiffs in cases like these, saying to the media, we're going to go after them now like we went after big tobacco. It's time to hold them accountable. And you really see people trying to drive home this idea that the tech companies are just like big tobacco because that's the narrative they want to push. I think another thing that people forget too is that like people can have problematic use of all sorts of things, right? Like you can engage in sort of a problematic use of television or video games. Anything can become a crutch for people who are already struggling with mental health issues or with self-esteem issues and things like that. And I think that's what we see with social media is people sometimes do use them as a crutch when they're already suffering from pre-existing issues, but then they reverse the causation there. They think like, oh, this is causing my problems, or they want people to think this is causing my problems rather than I'm turning to this because I already have problems.
I think it's so important for people to understand this is about content. This is about media. And all of these arguments about media have been made about every other new form and type of media. Like when you sort of explain it in the realm of music, I think people understand where it's like you could argue Spotify is addicting you to listening to hours and hours of music by suggesting songs and, you know, putting this endless scroll of music and whatever's next. But of course we understand like that isn't inherently harmful.
Yeah, novels. This is even going back like hundreds of years. People felt the same way when paperback novels first became a big thing, worrying that they were causing harm to young people in various ways. So, you know, yeah, you've seen this with so many kinds of media over time, again and again and again.
Well, you know what's so funny too is people would be like, well, novels don't have an endless scroll. You know what was used as proof that they were addicting? That children were rereading the novels. Children would reread the novels endlessly because they were so addicted to them. And I mean, I just think like people would be like, oh, well, there's design features. Guess what? Have you ever heard of the concept of cliffhangers? There was so much drama in television shows as well. They would be like, you know, these cartoons for children are addicting and they're intentionally soap operas. You know, they're leaving people with cliffhangers or they're doing this to keep them watching and it's nefarious. And again, like, you know, it's about the content because none of these other platforms that have the exact same design features as all of these other things you're using. I think also what is so upsetting about all this too is even if you took all these people at their word and social media was so addicting and all these design features are so addicting and evil and they're able to target you effectively. They're able to produce these, you know, highly engaging feeds, et cetera, because they're harvesting massive amounts of data. And yet absolutely zero of these advocates that is, you know, launching these lawsuits or doing anything is fighting for data privacy. Like they're not doing any of that. So you know that they only care about the content because if they actually really thought that these tech platforms were, you know, it was the design features and it was the way that they targeted you and the algorithms and stuff, then why wouldn't you fight for data privacy reform?
Yeah, which would completely take away their ability to do that. If they weren't harvesting that data, if they weren't keeping track of what you were watching all the time so that they could recommend you a new video, trying to find out what you were doing off of the app and whatever else, they wouldn't be able to keep you watching the, you know, that next video. They couldn't keep you scrolling down. But apparently that's not the problem. That's not the problem. It's just somebody had a bad thing happen one time.
Osama bin Laden was right.
One guy, one time.
I clicked the wrong one. Is that Eric Adams? Oh, God. All right, let's go to here. This is from 6 days ago, a week after Taylor Lorenz did that video. To the landmark trial accusing social media companies of addicting children to their platforms begins. France 24 English. From Monday.
This is apropos. Observers say the case could reshape social media protections for children. Instagram's parent company Meta and Google's YouTube are facing claims that their platforms deliberately addict and cause harm to children. It's the first of several landmark trials taking place this year, as Emerald Maxwell reports.
This is Australia showing enough is enough. And the world is watching and is following.
And he wasn't wrong. Australia banning social media for under-16s at the end of last year set off a domino effect, with a slew of countries considering or passing similar bans to protect children.
They're trying to repress everyone, including the kids. The fact is they know that all of the dissent, a lot of it, almost all of it, is it's in online spaces, right? Like, there's no dissent on CNN. Like, there's no, you know, like, you don't have like a bunch of people critical of the government on Fox News or something, right? Well, sometimes they're critical, but you get what I'm saying. Like, the independent media exists online, right? Everybody who is starting any sorts of big political movements right now, they're online. And they know this. They know that this will prevent some of that. Social media started an entire revolution in Nepal. Discord was supposedly the thing that Gen Zers in Nepal used to do a coup and overthrow their government.
Our children read less, move less, sleep less, and compare themselves more. We should refuse to allow childhood to become a market and our youth to be the playground of algorithms.
Today, our children are exposed to a space they were never meant to navigate alone. A space of addiction, abuse, pornography, manipulation, violence. We will no longer.
Listen to these fucking people. They're dragging out every buzzword they can think of. All the worst things are happening and the kids are seeing it. Oh, God. It's disturbing. And honestly, the media, the big media companies, they're all for it. You know, like they can afford to fight lawsuits. Whereas me, other sort of smaller content creators out there, no way. No way. One lawsuit shuts down most operations. Or at least drastically hampers them. Most people couldn't afford to fight one in court.
World's largest social media companies have been accused of creating addiction machines as a landmark trial began in California, examining the mental health effects of Instagram and YouTube. In his opening argument before the Los Angeles Superior Court judge and a jury, Mark Lanier argued that his client, plaintiff known as KGM, suffered from mental health issues as a result of her social media addiction. This afternoon, the lawyers for Meta and YouTube are expected to argue that KGM's addiction has stemmed from other issues in her life and not their negligence. Well, Mary Graw-Leary is law professor.
Yeah, and for the first time, I think that they're right about something. I mean, I never agree with the billionaire tech oligarchs. Write this one down because I rarely agree with them, but I think it was absolutely caused by other things going on. You can't blame Facebook, right? You can't blame Facebook for what she chose to watch on Facebook. You have agency, and also her parents had agency as well. There's plenty of things that could have prevented her from, if in fact even the content that was on Facebook led her to be upset or have any sorts of adverse sort of mental health issues. Like, you cannot blame Facebook for that. And it's stupid. It is stupid to say that. Like, it just makes no fucking sense.
Catholic University of America, and she talked me through the opening statements.
Sure, the thrust of this trial.
Like, if you watch Fantasia or something, and you have a bad experience, like if you watch a Disney film, should you be, and you have a tough time with that, right? And you get triggered by that film, like real bad. Should you be allowed to sue them for that? Do people actually believe that should be the case? Because that's effectively where we're going with this. Is effectively what this is. It's like basically saying, but it's like worse. It's like worse than that. It's like not a Disney film. It's like on Disney Plus or something. And you watched it and you had a bad time, and so you're just gonna sue them for that. Suing for having a bad time. That's basically what we're doing.
It is the first time that before a jury, these big tech companies are going to be held responsible, or at least have to respond to in a public forum the accusations that you laid out from the plaintiffs. So this opening statement was pretty much what we expected based on the publicly available pieces of evidence and the previously filed documents on both parties. The crux of the plaintiffs' allegations are that big tech was aware of the harm of their products, but they continued to pursue profit over children, and they understood it as a cost of doing business that some children would be harmed by the.
Yeah, this is nonsense. This is fucking nonsense. I mean, if you think this is a good idea, you should shut down the internet, okay? Because you're basically cheering on, like, the end of the information age. Because the access to information is now somehow a threat to people's mental health. That's effectively what you're fucking saying. Is that people's access, like you're saying, like people's access to newspapers should all be restricted because curated information could be dangerous. Should have to have a valid government ID or a face scan to buy a newspaper or to listen to the radio. Do you think people should need IDs to listen to the radio? And how would we do that? Should we make it so that people can't buy radios unless they're a certain age? Ask for government ID whenever you buy a radio or anything with a radio on it. Like, what do you figure? I'm just spitballing over here. Because if we're going after curated things. If it's curated, it could be a problem. We better regulate it. Err on the side of caution and prevent everybody from being able to access it. We gotta gatekeep it. So nobody's got anything on that on the radio. So the radio's fine, even though it's a curated media space. That's fine. Okay. We don't need IDs for that. You don't need an ID to buy a radio. Great. Well, that's weird to me because it's the exact same situation. You're just cherry picking.
This is 13-year-old Issa B. She posts on Facebook about losing her last baby tooth and her first day of 7th grade. And this is the kind of message she receives on Facebook Messenger.
Where are the parents? Where are the parents? She's 13. She's on Facebook. She's posting. Where are the parents? I mean, she's over here riding horses. I mean, she must have parents. Parents with the means to get a girl on a horse. Why don't they have the means or ability to prevent her from going on Facebook if they object to it so much?
This is the kind of message she receives on Facebook Messenger. Sexually explicit in a...
The FCC is... Wow, you seem real dumb. The more I get used to you talking over here, V, the more you seem dumb to me. Yeah, the radio is controlled by the FCC. And social media companies are regulated by Congress. Like, the regulations exist already, right? You just have a problem with the current state of it. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, you're making an argument that literally debunks itself. Like, we, presumably us, as you say, control social media, and we've been doing that. We've got Section 230, among other things. Those are your federal government regulations, right? We haven't created a social media regulatory body, but the regulations do exist. But now we're talking about getting rid of them. That's what you're saying. You want to get rid of those regulations. But in the case of the FCC controlling the radio, that's fine. But people can buy anybody can buy radios. Like, the regulations there with the FCC are perfectly fine, and you don't think we should have IDs. This is the point. This is like literally the point I'm making. You don't see it. You somehow don't fucking see it, and I don't understand. Like, there's regulations. FCC is for the radio. We got other regulations for the social media. Neither currently require an ID. But you're saying we need one for social media, but we already have regulations for both. So why don't we need an ID for radio? It's a curated form of media. That's your whole goddamn argument. Why doesn't this, why? I don't understand. I don't understand. Where's the fissure in your brain that is going on right now? The schism that is happening that is not allowing you to understand why your argument is dumb. I don't understand.
Made by a pornographic
Very confused.
Video. But Issa isn't real. Her photos are AI generated. Her account was created by law enforcement as part of an operation they say is aimed to show how tech giant Meta, Facebook's parent company, puts children at risk for sexual abuse, human trafficking, and mental health harms.
I was shocked both by the speed and the scale of what we were seeing, the way in which accounts would be immediately inundated with solicitations for sex, solicitations to share graphic material.
Has he never been on the internet before? Are you fucking stupid? You're a woman. It's because he's not a woman or something, I think. Like, he's literally, like, he's like not aware that, like, women, literally all women deal with this. Like, it doesn't matter what social media platform you're on. That's why you turn off messages. And maybe a young girl shouldn't have open messages to everybody. There's a thought. Maybe a teenage girl shouldn't have be accepting messages from everybody, and the parents should change those settings, right? But no, parents just want to let these kids run wild, and then when that goes bad, you have a problem with that. I mean, if you did the same thing in real life, you'd have the same sort of bad results, right? If you just threw a girl in an unknown place and said, "Here, good luck. Good luck, we'll see you later. Pick you up tonight." She might experience some weird shit, you know? Anybody, like, it's so dumb. This is so stupid. It's just, people just don't want to parent anymore, I suppose. It's too tough. It's too tough. Get the iPad out. We'll do anything to make it so that we don't have to think about what our kid is looking at while they're on that device. It's much easier. It makes my life so much easier. Oh, to not have to think about it. My child that I brought into this world, to have to think about that child for even a second is too much.
That's too much, man!
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be
Not gonna
prudent
do it.
at this juncture.
There's something massive happening that would affect every single person on this platform that I hear literally no one talking about.
Congress has proposed gutting Section 230.
Their target is a federal law known as Section 230.
Certain politicians are making a big stink about Section 230.
Section 230.
Section 230. Section 230.
Or the repeal of Section 230, which would end the internet as we know it.
Lately, it feels like every single person in power across the political spectrum is united on taking down one law. It's called Section 230. Republicans claim this law lets tech companies silence conservatives. Democrats claim that it lets platforms profit from lies and misinformation, which is pretty ironic coming from the US government. Both sides are trying to position rolling back this landmark protection for online speech as cracking down on big tech. But that's not what any of this is about, and they're completely lying when they're saying that. To understand why all these powerful people and political leaders want to abolish Section 230, you need to understand what Section 230 actually is, what it does, and why it exists. The reality is that the entire modern internet is built on Section 230. It's the reason you can leave a negative restaurant review without Yelp being sued out of existence. Section 230 is the reason fan communities can exist online. It's why any website can host a comment section. Section 230 is what allows blogs to exist and book reviews to be posted online. It's what allows forums and chat systems to exist at all. Section 230 is the sole reason Wikipedia can function as a volunteer-edited encyclopedia. It's why the Internet Archive can preserve snapshots of the web's history. Section 230 is the reason you can sell something on an online marketplace like Poshmark or eBay. It's why you can upload photos to cloud storage or participate in group chats without your messaging app having to surveil and censor absolutely everything you and your friends say to make sure it abides by government-approved narratives. Section 230 protects all of this. I cannot explain how crucial and important this one small internet law is. It's only 26 words long, but it is foundational. So why does everyone in power, both Democrats and Republicans, seem so intent on destroying it? Well, I'm sure you can take a guess. But to understand this law, we have to talk about how and why it came into existence in the first place. This is the first episode in my multi-part series on Section 230. The fight for Section 230 is a fight for the internet itself. And I know a lot of people don't like to pay attention to tech policy because it seems complicated or boring or whatever, but I promise you, this is not. The battle over Section 230 directly impacts any other issue that you care about, I promise you. Over the next few months, I'll be breaking down what Section 230 is, why you should care about the law, and why every single powerful person across the political spectrum is trying to destroy it. I'll be debunking common misconceptions about Section 230 and dismantling the most common arguments for Section 230 reform with facts and logic. I'll be diving deep into the unexpected corners of the internet that Section 230 protects, talking about why big tech actually supports Section 230 reform, and discussing the relationship between Section 230 and the First Amendment.
Honestly, this is such a baby brain take. It's not the same. This is not the same thing. This is not the same thing. You're saying that this is the same thing as having to be smart enough to fix your own car, do your own dentistry, and to drive on roads without traffic lights? What are you talking about? This is such, honestly, you're getting tiresome. Like, these are such dumb fucking takes. It is not the same fucking thing as that, and you know that. This is this is such bullshit. Oh my god. It's not even close to this, dude. You've got to be joking me right now. Are you saying that we should have government approved media? Is that what you believe? But that's effectively what it sounds like. The government has to approve of all media. Otherwise, Nobody will be able to figure out what's right or wrong. That's what you're telling me. Telling me people can't handle information. Humans are too fucking stupid to handle information, and so we need the government involved. They're just too dumb. There's no way to solve it. This is pathetic. It's pathetic. It's a weak fucking take. We need to shoot higher than that. We gotta shoot a little higher than that, okay? We need humanity to be more intelligent than that, okay? Because these are not the same fucking things. Dentistry. Being able to read is the same thing as dentistry. Okay.
So much in store, from an interview with a sitting U.S. senator to some fun and unexpected guests. Please hit subscribe and support my work on Patreon via the link below or buy a paid subscription to my tech and online culture newsletter, UserMag, at usermag.co. This series is entirely self-funded. I actually tried to get an advertiser to sponsor this series, and I asked everyone, again, this law is foundational. It is literally what protects the modern internet and every major internet company. But surprise, surprise, I couldn't find a corporation to fund this series, and I think that should tell you a lot. So as usual, my work is entirely self-funded, and every single dollar of your support makes such a difference. Now, to get started, we need to zoom back 30 years in history. In the early 1990s, the internet did not look anything like it does today. There was no mass social media, no platforms for group communications like Reddit or Discord. The very, 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 very few people in America with internet access went online using dial-up modems, and they were really only able to access a handful of text-based forums and message boards. The internet was just starting out, and it was so tiny and fragile and new. Two of the biggest companies offering internet services back then were called CompuServe and Prodigy. These companies both operated their own proprietary digital environments. You have to remember, this is years and years before Google or web searching or anything like that. People effectively had nowhere to go once they logged on. So these internet service providers like CompuServe and Prodigy literally taught people what being online meant by creating these little digital hubs for users. Ultimately, they paved the way for AOL, which came later on and which every millennial like myself is very familiar with.
All right, we are moving really slow. I'm just realizing I am not making a lot of progress tonight. I'm getting hung up on a bunch of shit and also arguing with dummies in the chat. It's not conducive to me staying on schedule tonight. It's very bad. It's very unhelpful. It's causing me to have to cut things off sooner than I would like. All right, keep this moving. Let's go here now. Talk about another technological situation. Some other things that should be illegal, but aren't. Oh, we're trying to make the internet illegal. We're making sports betting and literally betting on anything totally fine. The calcification of the world. Good work, Dan Toomey.
That's on YouTube.
Prediction markets. They are websites that, for some reason, exist. When you go to one, you'll find an infinite scroll of real-world events and their possible outcomes on which you can bet your hard-earned inheritance. Events like who will Donald Trump talk to in February? Logan Paul first edition Charizard sale price? Will Jesus Christ return before 2027? And when the US will strike Iran? But to this unholy list of questions, I'd like to add one of my own. Why is this allowed? In the rapidly evolving genus of prediction markets, two species stand above them all: Polymarket and Kalshi. These companies are strikingly similar beasts who together are largely responsible for the recent prediction markets boom. In just the last year, they've partnered with news agencies and sports leagues, launched massive ad campaigns, and each reached valuations of about $10 billion while processing over $1 billion from users every.
How is it that we are talking about like all of this like social media censorship to make the world more safe for people, supposedly, while we're doing this, while we're legalizing this nonsense? while we allow people to literally bet on anything. Real world shit with real world consequences and real people. We're fine with this. This is fine. Bet on literally anything. If your neighbor dies tomorrow, that's fine. Put it up there, right? Like that's basically what this is, right? Will my neighbor? Oh my God, I'm not even gonna say it. Oh my fucking God! Like it's wild. How is this this is legal, but the other thing, we got a real problem there. Oh really? Really? I think this is more problematic, actually. Like, think about the incentive structure that's been created here. People are set up to make vast sums of money from real world stuff. Like whether there's going to be a wildfire tomorrow, or a car crash, or whatever, a mass shooting. Like all of that, I think, is fair game on Polymarket and Kalshi. Stuff that people might feel, depending on the financial incentive, compelled to take upon themselves and actually make happen in the real world, right? We've actually seen instances of this happen. How is this legal? We got a problem with too much information, too much information on the internet. But this is fine. This is totally
folks, it's
good.
prediction markets world. And we're living in it.
Prediction markets are the future.
Predictions markets, very hot right now.
Google announcing it will integrate Kalshi's data into their search results.
The NHL just became the first major U.S. pro league to strike licensing deals with prediction market platforms.
An everyday person could liquidate their 401k and bet it on how many times the Chipotle CEO is going to say carne asada in their earnings call.
Prediction markets are going to be the next thing, separating your boyfriend from his salary.
I've been getting into prediction markets, and I think more people should be involved.
So we bought $100 that it's gonna go up. I'm locked in. No! Yo, this is emotional.
But prediction markets weren't always the multi-billion
Can somebody explain to me how this is not problematic for people's mental health? Can somebody explain that? How is this not potentially problematic for people's mental health? Betting on real life shit, not just a a sports game or something. Like whether a genocide happens, or oh my God, it's insanity. This is
addiction
nonsense.
apps that your husband checks on his phone immediately post-climax. In fact, prediction markets got their start as the insignificant fringe interest of enormous nerds. In 1998, faculty members at the University of Iowa created experimental prediction markets to discover what we could learn from letting people bet on things like the presidential election. The Commodity Futures Trading Commission, which oversees pretty much all trading, let them run the experiment so long as they kept the money dial turned down for non-profit/academia purposes. But now these things are most certainly non-profit. In fact, they're mucho profit.
Did you see this coming? This explosion of prediction markets?
Anybody that says they saw this coming is full of shit, I'll tell you that much. It was so small, there was nothing going on in the background.
Dustin Gauker is a reporter who writes Event Horizons, a fantastic newsletter on prediction markets, if I do say so myself. Dustin explained to me why, at its core, the idea of prediction markets is so potentially valuable in the eyes of the world's beta-blocked VC bros.
Information is money, right? Information is super valuable. The more information you can have about world events and what's to come, that information is power. Like if you can tap into that information, then you have something. And again, this is why major financial interests are really getting into this and really find this interesting.
The major financial interests Dustin is talking about here are, among other things, investment banks and hedge funds, a few of which are hiring traders for prediction markets, titans of traditional news media, Venmo, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Donald Trump Jr., who's an advisor to Polymarket and Kalshi, and his daddy, whose social media platform is making their own prediction market, Truth Predict. The fundamental argument for prediction markets' usefulness is that they tap into the so-called wisdom of crowds, turning them into an extremely accurate predictive tool. The idea is that if you get a large number of people betting on something, you're going to approximate the best possible guess at the outcome. With modern prediction markets specifically, this has to do with the sheer number of people betting, but also the types of people betting. Experts and people with inside information could be incentivized to get in on the action. These traits were immediately noted by economists in the early 2000s who noticed that the Electronics market was actually predicting political outcomes better than most experts and pollsters. We also saw an example of this in the 2024 presidential election when traditional forecasting methods had the race as a toss-up, but prediction markets saw it as a clear Trump dub. And it's this kind of stuff that has Kalshi claiming their predictions are as good as Wall Street, and as Polymarket CEO Shane Copeland feeling confident enough to talk a big game to this immortal news elf.
And how accurate is it?
It's the most accurate thing we have as mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of...
That is exactly what Anderson Cooper is. Immortal news elf. This dude has not changed. His face, everything about Anderson Cooper looks the same as he did like 30 years ago. I don't understand it. It's very confusing. I think he is an actual elf. It's possible.
As mankind right now, until someone else creates some sort of super crystal ball.
But perhaps you're wondering how the Benny Blanco of Peter Thiel's got away with running this multi-billion-dollar company. I thought prediction markets were supposed to be non-profit. And in Iowa, what happened? Compliance. It can be a scary word. Don't matter if you're a chief information security officer at a goddamn enterprise business, a startup.
Damn it, this is a very smoothly placed ad read. Goddamn you, Tan. Goddamn you, you motherfucker. So smooth. So smooth, Dan. Very tricky.
Now, quick lesson on legalized gambling for you. Here in the United States, if you're going to create a gambling product, first off, great idea. You're going to become a trillionaire. But second of all, you're going to need to hire a high-functioning team of cold, heartless lawyers to machete their way through jungles of red tape to launch said gambling product. It took the sports betting industry years and years of lobbying and groundwork to launch their products, because gambling is
You gamble playing in Texas Hold'em, but that's low stake. That's not the problem, right? Like, that is not at all what I'm objecting to, right? Like, there's nothing that you could do in real life to affect the hand that you're playing, I assume, online. I mean, if you're playing in real life, unless it's not at a casino and it's like an illegal, like, basement game or something like that, there's effectively nothing you could do in real life to affect the game, to, like, affect your hand, to, like, change the outcome, like, at the very end of the showdown, when you show you, there's nothing you could do, right, ahead, like, to change that. Like, if you're playing, like, Texas Hold'em or something, you get the cards you get, and the cards that hit the table are the cards that hit the table. You can't, you know, there's nothing you could do, right? But in the case of Kalshi, in the case of Polymarket, like, in the case of these guys, like, you could bet on literally anything. Stuff that you could technically affect with real-world actions. In some cases, actual crimes. Things that would be actually harmful to society, right? Yeah, no, I get what you're. I get what I know. I know it's not what you're saying, but I'm just like taking this to make a point, like that. You know, like I'm not coming at them just for the existence of gambling. I know gambling exists; it's a problem in its own, but it's a thing that's existed for a very long time, right? We also, I mean, but betting on some of these things that we're betting on are technically illegal in any other context if it's not on these stupid prediction markets, right? Like if you were to just like make some of these bets with cash, it would be a crime.
Right to jail, right away.
And so why does this sort of detachment, like by way of like an app, suddenly make it not a crime? It's very weird. It shouldn't be a thing.
By the states, not the federal government, so they had to do the whole process state by state. And they've still got 11 more states to go. But Kalshi and Polymarket, these cats work smarter, not harder. They looked at everything you have to do to legally launch a gambling product and said, but what if it wasn't a gambling product? Dustin, how's this shit not illegal?
Sports betting is the most popular out of all of them. And we've seen huge problems with sports betting because that one you can. Not you, but say, I don't know, Terry, Scary Terry. right? Terry Rozier, for instance. You could perhaps affect an actual game if you were a player in the NBA or the NFL. You could bet on yourself vicariously through someone else or some sort of sock puppet account. You know, and there's an incentive to do crimes. And they've happened, apparently.
That's a...
Now think about that with literally everything, and that's the problem. That's the problem with this. It's like, oh, will this place get bombed tomorrow? Will a wildfire happen here tomorrow? Will my neighbor go bankrupt? Will will my cousin's wife cheat on her? Like, you know what I mean? Like literally, like there's all these sorts of things that like I feel like shouldn't be able to bet on, probably, that I'm fairly certain you could on Kalshi or Polymarket, that have real world consequences potentially that we should in no way be allowed to be betting
That's the question everybody's grappling with right now. It's legal because it's federally regulated under the Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
Now, if you'll remember, the good people over at the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, who oversee futures and other derivatives trading, not juicy enough. Excellent. Basically, prediction markets like Kalshi and Polymarket consider themselves to be closer to the IO electronics market than DraftKings. By this logic, their argument to the CFTC is that what they offer isn't a gambling product, but instead markets to trade futures contracts on real-world events that have meaningful economic consequences.
We're a neutral, transparent financial market. We're like the New York Stock Exchange. Right.
What is the
Oh,
difference
different. Oh, it's different. Same but different. It's a different word, don't you understand? It's a futures, it's an options contract. That's not gambling. Bullshit. That's gambling too. That's gambling too. It's just not taxed in the same way. Because a bunch of bankers came up with that one. This is just the same sort of nonsense. It's just gambling by way of different words. I'll bet you that this is going to happen. Like, that's all literally, I mean, the things that he's saying are literally just bets. Futures contracts, options contracts, those are just financial bets. They happen to be on the stock market. And it's you betting someone else, whoever's writing the contract, that the price of a certain stock or commodity or whatever else is being traded in this situation. In this case, futures of just potential real-life events, whether or not they're going to happen. Will it be above this price or will it be below this price? If it's below, I make money for every dollar it's below. And that's all it is. It's just a fancy bet. Sounds fun. It sounds, a futures contract. That sounds very technical. It's just a bet. It's just a bookie. It's a bookie saying, I'll give you plus 15 on the game this weekend. You know, that's literally all this is.
And prediction markets.
There hasn't been a single financial derivative that has been set up in the US or otherwise that hasn't been called gambling at the beginning.
Now, we're starting to get into some sticky legal territory here, and if I'm keeping it 100, I do not 100% comprendo. And whenever that happens, I'm always sure to call up a professor of business law at Seton Hall Law School.
I'm a professor of business law at Seton Hall Law School.
Home of the...
Home of basketball players.
What's your mascot? What's your mascot you got over there?
I should know this, but...
You don't know? We'll edit that part out.
Awful.
So home of the...
Pirates.
There you go. I tasked old Ilya Balin here with translating the legalese by which Polymarket and Kalshi argue they're permitted to operate their platforms across the country.
The instruments that prediction markets use are styled as derivatives, and they can be styled as swaps. They can also potentially be styled as futures or options, but irrespective of which derivative they're styled as, once they're characterized as a derivative, they, subject to some considerations, can be listed on a derivatives exchange. This goes back to late 1800s, early 1900s. A major exchange, the Chicago Board of Trade, and there are a few other exchanges.
Yeah, the thing is, Chicago Board of Trade, the CBOE, is supposed to sell actual physical shit, not just like musings on whether or not your sister's gonna graduate high school or whatever. Like the gold and silver and oil and corn, pork bellies.
Way, man.
If you've seen old Trading Places, pork bellies, that's what we're talking about. How they've managed to construct this is just, it's fantastical, is what it is. It's nonsense.
It was hosting some real trading in grain in the years of the Civil War, foodstuffs. It also started trading what are called futures. A certain grade of a commodity at a certain price at some future date. And
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
What is this man saying right now? He's just saying crazy words to me. Logan Hill gifting 5 sweet galactic memberships on YouTube. So incredibly generous. MIDI Doctors, Lunar Spunk, Palsier, My Larayson, and Carl Schmidt. All receiving a sweet, sweet galactic membership on YouTube from Logan Hill. Much appreciated. Your generosity is noted. Keeping the Galactic News Network alive. Why can't I play the
were the
goddamn
first exchange-traded derivatives we saw in the U.S.
His words were going in my mouth and up to my brain with a speed and complexity I was frankly uncomfortable with. I needed to reestablish control.
I just want to let you know, no matter how hard you try, I'm right there with you.
I love it.
I know it might not look like it, but mentally, I'm exactly where you are.
I like walking odd woods, and company is good in them.
I'm in that woods with you. I'm in that woods with you, brother. If it's economic...
I'm not here to play stupid games with morons.
Function and utility, that's the key to legalization here. How come I'm looking on prediction markets and there's a 5% chance that Jesus is going to come back?
Yeah, no, it's a great question.
Thank you.
The explanation is drift. The explanation is regulatory drift. And
what does that mean?
You start at a place where something makes a lot of sense. And then circumstances evolve and products, financial products, as all these evolutions are taking place, they change. At each step, the new one sort of resembles the status quo, but the steps get further and further from that core, including the core.
So what he's saying is that we need to update the regulations because we've gotten too far away. We need the protections to be put in place to update as we've drifted away from the original intent of the law. So far away that we're now claiming that betting on whether your mom becomes president of the United States is the same thing as buying gold futures on the CBOE. We got a problem. We've gone way away from the original intent. We got to solve that. I get it. That makes perfect sense. Thank you, Mr. Lawyer Guy. Great stuff. So you gonna stop talking soon, hopefully? Yes, good.
But it also alludes to why, again, this all feels like it shouldn't be allowed.
I think my problem with Kalshi has been they tell us that none of what they're doing is gambling. That's the big thing. The argument is, so under the CFTC, everything has an economic consequence. If you're allowing event contracts, it has to have an economic consequence, right, in the world. So in that world, everything has an economic consequence. I can invent an economic consequence for everything. But yeah, there's this line of things that are really important markets, Fed interest rate cuts, the price of Bitcoin. These are things that are like very easy to diagnose. They have an economic consequence in the world. All these other things are more just for betting and speculation. And again, like we have these things because there hasn't been a whole lot of thought. Kalshi.
Where will Taylor Swift
everything's
and
an event.
Travis Kelce's wedding occur? Will Timothy Chalamet claim he is SD Kid? Like, this is insanity. Where will Taylor Swift get married? Is Timothy Chalamet SD Kid? We We've gone. What are we doing?
And there you go. You get everything in the world. And again, the CFTC has just kind of said, sure, it's all an event. We're not going to stop you.
And amongst the events that take place daily in our world, there is none bigger than sports, which dominate prediction market volume and make them seem pretty gambly. Kalshi in particular has made a big push into sports, which has been a huge source of growth. The numbers
Next, the grocery, this is where we're headed, okay? Like, next, the grocery store down the corner from you is going to start betting on how much they're going to charge you. How much they're going to, how much they're going to charge you at the cash register. Using, algorithmic pricing. They're going to start betting other people how much, how much of a percentage they can get on you from their goods. Living a very stupid timeline, I gotta say. Thankfully, we have beautiful space fams like you. Otherwise, I'd be lost. Be lost in this abyss. Terrible, terrible abyss. Well, while we're talking Kalshi and Polymarket, sports betting, might as well go here.
Ahead. That's good. The one. That's good. That's the one. Whoa. Let's go. Greatness. Yes, yeah, the last one. Hold on, follow through. Greatness, baby.
There you go, people.
NBC,
there you go. Steph Curry with the greatness. Little sports action for you on the Sunday Fun Day. What did I tell you? I was going to bring the valuetainment.
You're about to be valuetained. You're about to be valuetained.
Are you not entertained?
There you go, Golden State Warrior Steph Curry laying it down from way outside of the sideline. Shocking onlookers. That's got to be more. That's got to be more than 3 points. I don't think it counts. I don't think it counts, probably. Probably not regulation. Impressive, though, nonetheless. Very impressive. All right. Oh, God, I'm moving so slow. Son of a bitch. Hold on, I have to take a gauge on this real quick. 60. Wow. That's not great. That is bad. Oh, God. I'm having a problem.
I am having trouble doing the show.
I am having trouble doing the show right now, people. Real situation. Okay. I have to skip a couple just to keep us on track. We can't, of course, as we all know, go over 12 hours. Otherwise, YouTube will start deleting the stream arbitrarily. For whatever reason, we're not allowed to do infinite streams around here. Not good enough. Not good enough for that. So I'm going to have to keep this thing going here. Let's go here. From basketball to surfing. In Hawaii. Hawaii news now from yesterday. Let's talk.
All new tonight, we've learned a state funding appropriation to launch surfing as a high school sport left out charter schools. And our Raquel Kahlo found out running a surf team is more expensive than you might think, especially in Puna.
High school surf teams from around the state are waxing up for the start of their inaugural season next week. But only DOE schools are getting state funding for the new sport. Charter schools are on their own.
Being a surfer at the Hawaii Academy.
Yeah, that's too bad. Charter schools. That's the free market. It's the free market. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about that. It sucks. But I can't care. I can't be asked to care about that. I'm sorry, but if you wanted government funding, you should have been a government school. Being a charter school, you're a private school. Therefore, your funding is supposed to come from private sources, and I can't possibly support charter schools getting money for anything, including surfing, which is, of course, fun. Should be fun for everyone. But how am I supposed to say something like that? I can't do it.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
I'm
be
not gonna do
prudent
it.
at this juncture.
And surfing, you know, I want to support that. That's a fun time for everybody. Maybe these guys should be public school. Just an idea. Just become a public school, and then you can get public funding for your school. Perfectly reasonable expectation. But if you want to decide what you teach and all these other sorts of things, if you want to be the arbiter of that, who's allowed at your school, because of course charter schools don't have to allow everyone into their schools. They can decide if they don't want disabled people there, or if they don't want black people there, or if they don't like Muslim people. Like, you know, there's like, we don't take those kind of people here. That's all fine at a charter school. So you guys keep doing that, and, you know, we'll all just keep on doing our own thing. That's your district? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sticks. But, you know, I can't support a charter school around here. Be incredibly hypocritical. Based upon everything I've ever said. I just can't. Can't do it. And honestly, I don't watch all of the Sunday Fun Day stories ahead of time. I try, but it's honestly, it's the day where I try to, you know, take it slightly easier on the show. So some of these I don't fully vet, and that one I just can't. I can't do it. Cannot do it. All right, let's go now to the mainland. Santa Cruz, California. Shocking video. People trying to have themselves a Sunday Fun Day, or whatever day this was. Out here in the water. Everything going perfectly fine. Beautiful day. Sun shining. What could possibly go wrong? Shit, this guy's coming in hot. Look at this boat go. Both of these guys, two people in this boat. It looks like two dudes, could be wrong. Oh boy, they're literally in the wave. That, uh-oh.
Oh my god!
Idiot. Guy tried to go surfing in his boat, and somehow that went wrong. Who could have guessed? Who could have foreseen that outcome? Bad idea, pal. And the Darwin Award goes to that guy and his buddy. Gripping it and ripping it. Did they survive? I assume they survived. Honestly, I don't know what happened to them. I'm assuming they survived. It wasn't that, the waves weren't that big. I assume they survived. It was pretty close to shore. I mean, people were surfing out there. There's no reason why they should. I mean, it was a pretty slow tip. It took a real long time for that boat to tip over. I feel like they had to have been slightly prepared for that outcome. I mean, I guess depending on how drunk they were, alcohol had to have been involved in that decision. There's no way it wasn't. But I'm assuming they're alive. Let's all assume they're fine. How's that sound? Let's stick with that. Now, if you're in LA County, I've got news for you. As of a few hours ago, there is an incoming storm, severe weather coming for LA County. Here's NBCLA from like 4 hours ago.
All right, Stephanie, thank you. Our team coverage continues right now with NBC4's Camilla Rambaldi live at a fire station that's handing out sandbags and La Cañada Flint Ridge. Camilla.
All right, technically, I don't think it was 4 hours ago because it's light out. So it was probably posted. It was probably posted like 4 or 5 hours ago. Who knows exactly what? Oh, it literally says 5:10, which means 8 hours ago.
Hi, Kathy. We're here at Fire Station 82, just off of Foothill Boulevard. As you mentioned, this is one of the locations here where people can come by and pick up free sandbags. You can see the shovels here are ready to go. LA City and county officials are reminding anyone who lives near a burn scar area to be prepared for any potential evacuations. As Stephanie mentioned, with heavy rain expected, there is a possibility of rock and mudslides. There's steep terrain and debris flows in those burn scar zones. Mayor Karen Bass is warning people who live in those areas to take precautions and to be prepared for any potential evacuation orders. Evacuation warning areas include Canyon, Palisades, Franklin, Sunset, and Eaton fire zones. Those warnings are expected to go into effect tonight.
Well, there you go. Weather update for anybody in LA. Possible flooding, landslides. You all know the drill. I'm fairly certain. Nothing new for LA, especially in the wake of the LA fires. Y'all gotta be concerned about that. All right, now to the other coast. Starting, actually, we should do it this way, actually. I don't know why I'm doing it. We should do it this way. Shouldn't we? Only makes sense. All right. Yes, to the other coast. To New York. To New York. Where some legislation is looking to enshrine rights for a particular kind of wildlife. I mean, it's as close as you get to wildlife, essentially, in New York. I am, of course, talking about bodega cats. All right, I guess technically pigeons are closer. The great, the legendary bodega cat. Potential legislation intended to protect them.
Simba is one of New York's beloved bodega cats, entrusted with keeping the city's convenience stores free of rodents and popular among customers and staff alike.
Simba is very important to us because he keeps the store clean.
By the way, that's the sound of a kitty. It's a tiny kitty roar. Tiny little kitty roar. Rawr, you get out of here. Get out of here, rats.
Simba is very important to us because he keeps the store clean for the mice.
But there is no legal right for businesses to keep cats in New York, and a city council member, in response to a popular petition, is tabling a motion to change that.
Technically, they're not legal in New York City, so we want to change that because they're here, they're friendly, they're part of New York City, they're part of the bodega, so why not make sure that they can be legal and not penalize the stores or have to find a new home for them?
But animal rights activists say there's a dark side to the phenomenon, with many bodega cats deliberately underfed by their owners and cast aside when they get old or sick.
What people don't see is how many are neglected, abused, unwanted, never get veterinary care.
And some elected representatives want legalization to come with conditions which include compulsory sterilization and regular vet visits.
You know, if you adopt a cat and bring it to your home, you have the same obligations. So we want to ensure that the cats that live in the store, you know, have the same comforts and care as those who live in home.
Yeah, legalize the bodega cats. But for anybody who's not taking care of their bodega cat, who's mistreating their bodega, you are a monster. Okay, you're disgusting
and probably illegal.
How dare you? See, I think, yeah, I'm somewhere around there. I'm like, yeah, legalize the bodega cat and make sure they're taken care of for like any other pet. That's simple. That's reasonable. And I think we can all live by that. We should be able to live by that, I think. I can't see why that would be all that problematic. Because honestly, it would give me, you know, like, I think it would probably give anybody comfort knowing that when you see a bodega cat, that cat's being taken care of. That would be awesome. Bodegas could turn into mini animal rescues. Interesting point, Dark Sparkle. I still gotta come up with a way to make, highlight Twitch messages like Hassan does. I'll figure it out at one point. Happy Chinese New Year. You're ahead by like 15 minutes right now, Columbia Regan. Still last year. And wait, isn't it the 17th? I feel like you're ahead of us by a day. Either way, thank you for the super chats.
China!
Year of the Horse, that's right. Year of the Horse is upon us. Yeah. Also, I want to thank somebody over on Cash App donating to the Galactic Deficit. I'm not sure if they want to be made known for their incredible generosity, because there's no note. So this may be a secret dono. Either way, Cash App dono, adding to the Galactic Deficit financing goal. I gotta update that now. Where is it? Why can't I find it? Oh, it's over here, stupid. I was like looking in the totally wrong place. Big dono over there. I'm making up for like 2 days. Making up for 2 days worth of, we're now almost halfway through completing the Galactic Deficit. I'm feeling better and better about that. Yeah! Thank you. You know who you are. I think you're watching the stream right now, in fact. But I won't say that it was you, just in case. You prefer to be anonymous at this moment. But now we're like halfway through. We're like halfway through the month. I mean, really made a great deal of progress this weekend. I was very worried. All right, everybody. Hold on, I gotta look it up now. Lunar New Year. When does it actually start? I could have sworn it was the 17th this year. Am I wrong? I could have sworn it was like midnight tonight. Like Monday night. Yeah, it's Tuesday. Yeah. Tonight's the New Year's Eve. So happy Lunar New Year's Eve day. Morning, essentially. That's what that should have said. Or New Year's, yeah. New Year's Eve day morning. Or New Year's Eve morning. Whatever you want to call it. Something like that. Official New Year's Eve celebration happens tonight. You threw me off with that chat for a second. Because I was like, dude, how do I not have the... how could I have made such an error that I don't have all of the beautiful Lunar New Year's Eve / Ramadan decorations, because of course Ramadan also starts exact same time as Lunar New Year's this year. I'm going to be trying to celebrate both, and I've got decorations for both. Got decorations for both. Okay, now let's go down the coast to the Jersey Shore. And a new proposed bill would give some Jersey Shore towns the option to sell free or reduced beach tags to teens. Oh, I'm sure the kids are excited for this one. Oh boy, here we go. CBS Philadelphia.
Well, we are 15
Monday.
weeks out from Memorial Day. That brings warm thoughts, but it's not too early to start thinking warm thoughts, including summer days down the shore. Now, a new bill could give shore towns the option to sell free or reduced price beach tags to teenagers. The bill also removes some barriers for veterans to get free beach tags as well. The bill made it out of committee, and it will have to make it through the state assembly before landing on the
Well, there you have it. Now, this may be a foreign concept to some people, but you have to get a beach tag for anyone over, I think it's like 13 or something like that. Like once you stop being a child, effectively, you have to, like a small child, you have to start buying beach tags. Since it's so popular, the Jersey Shore, it's already a big vacation spot. It's next to a bunch of very large cities. Everybody wants to go there once it gets nice. And so between, what is it, Memorial Day and Veterans Day or something like that. I can't remember. I can't remember. Labor Day, something like that. You have to pay for a beach tag. But now, possibly reduced and or free tags available in the near future for the kids, because they're really the ones who want to enjoy the beach. But it helps pay for things, services, lifeguards, stuff like that, keeping the beach clean, things of that nature. You don't do beaches with tags, says So Life. Hey, look, I mean, not every beach has a tag policy. You can, you can find ways around that. You don't have to be repressed by the tags.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
But it's a thing. And there you go. There's your news story on the tags on the Sunday Fun Day. The one day when we would talk about such a thing. You're welcome.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
You're welcome for the Jersey story. Never again. Never again.
I may just never come back.
All right, let's keep going down the shore all the way to South Florida, where one young man is being recognized for his scientific research on social media.
A what now?
That's on YouTube.
Welcome back. We want to tell you about a local social media influencer who's getting a lot of likes for his scientific research. He's using the Everglades as his backdrop, but his personal style is front and center as he breaks the mold in the world of microbiology. NBC6's Guamay Martin tells us his story.
It's science.
This national park is a major hub for research here in Florida, but there are still many mysteries within its ecosystem, something that this unconventional scientist is trying to uncover.
Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't judge a book by its cover, because you never truly know what someone is doing or who they are. Thank you. I think what makes me stand out is my personal style. me just be myself and not conforming to the standard of.
I'm not gonna lie, I love this kid. I love this kid doing science with the full grill.
A scientist.
Jordan King is committed to science, and what Flock can tell us about the changes in the Everglades over time due to human intervention, such as freshwater restoration.
So flock is looser and swell is more compact.
But what's flock?
The flock is what helps to form the sediment. So without flock, then there's no sediment, and if there's no sediment, that means that, you know, plants can't grow because plants need soil and sediment to grow. Without plants, animals don't have anything to eat or like inhabit, and then if they don't have anything to eat, then the ecosystem becomes like a whole mess.
How many of these have you collected over the years?
Over the years?
Or across just your researching?
Honestly, I don't even know what to call it. The bush on his head, though, it's really adding to this. The vibes of the head bush. It really adds to the legitimacy, I feel like, of the science.
Definitely over 200.
His dedication has earned him a master's degree from Florida International University.
I reached out to about 40 professors.
He doesn't even wear it all the time. What I love about this is this dude doesn't even wear it all the time. Look, here's proof. He doesn't wear it all the time, but he made sure to wear it for the interview. I fucking love that.
His degree from Florida International University.
I reached out to about 40 professors before I got a yes. I only heard back from like 2 people. Everyone else didn't have funding.
And he just needed that one professor to jumpstart his research.
I worked with John Kamenowski,
which he now shares on social media.
I just got bored one day and just started posting videos because I thought my research was cool and people might find it cool, and then it just kind of took off from there. An iguana?
Immediately, if not sooner.
Well, there you go. One young man being recognized for his social media science.
One guy, one time.
You think his grandmother made him wear the bush? I don't think so. I think he wore the bush for the memes. If I had to guess, it was for the memes and the lulz, but I could be wrong. Could have been the vibes. Either way, I approve. All right, from the swamp to the ocean. Let's go out here. Where a sick sea lion pup was rescued by some unexpected boaters.
The kids love it.
Hi.
Yeah, watch your hands.
Oh my gosh.
Thanks for the bride.
Oh my gosh. Hi.
A hitchhiking sea lion pup got a visit from a familiar face at the Pacific Marine Mammal Center in Laguna Beach.
I can tell he's filled out already.
Matthew Miller and his 11-year-old daughter Ellie met the little guy last month as they were sailing off the coast of San Clemente. Right away, they knew something was wrong.
He was frail. He was very, very docile, very calm. And he hung out on our boat for like a good 30 minutes. I didn't want to bother him. And then finally started coming on board and I was like, this is unusual. So I shooed him off and then he came back.
The malnourished sea lion, who Ellie named Chump, jumped on the boat's swim step and fell asleep. The Millers called rescuers, who advised that they motor into the Dana Point harbor so they could get the critically ill animal to the hospital.
Yeah, when Chump came in, he had a really raspy sound to his chest, just like you would imagine a 6-month-old baby with some pneumonia sounds, and he had some nasal discharge and was really underweight.
That's him. He knows me. You know me. You know me.
After weeks of antibiotics, fluids, and pounds of fish, Chump is up 6 pounds and feeling frisky.
Oh. There you go. Chump. Back on land for now. Making a stellar recovery after the help of two unexpected boaters. Dad and daughter duo. Determined to help that little pup. 6 pounds. That for a sea island. That's got to be. I mean, that's got to be like 30%. How much does a sea lion weigh? Can I turn it up a little bit? It was quiet. I had it cranked up all the way. It's the best I could do. It was a local news outlet. It was WRAL, North Carolina. It's just a local story. Only 1,000 views. We just increased the number of views on that video by 100. 100 people just saw that. 10%. Okay. Now, let's go all the way north for some winter-based stories here. Of course, it is still very wintry for many of us. Some people are using that to their advantage. Ice Lake Transportation upgrade. Here we go.
A what now?
This is one of the strangest things I've ever seen. This boat just like, this sailboat just gliding across the ice. It is so trippy. It is so freaking weird. Has anybody seen, I'm trying to think of what it is. Is it Avatar? Everybody seen Avatar? There's like, there's like an entire, I forget what you call them, like an entire group of peoples in the Avatar world, I think, that like go around on like sand sailboats. Very similar to that. It was just super weird. It felt almost like it was a fictional situation. It's just, honestly, it's kind of cool. Kind of cool. I was big into it. All right, now to another situation. Another man with a plan of ice-based transportation. Peter Schreipel.
In this video, we're going to build a gas-powered air sled that we can drive through the snow really fast and also drive through the streets. That's on YouTube. I have a problem. I have too many crappy snow machines. Such as this one, which is a kid's sled, and this one, which is made of a bicycle. However, they were just kind of crappy and they couldn't go very fast. But this one, it's going to be a little bit better. This looks familiar. It brings back some memories. Awful memories. This is Airplane Mark III, which started out as a good idea, but then got kind of overbuilt and overweight. It's completely useless to me at this point. I can't really do anything with it. If I redesign a new airplane, which I am probably actually going to build a 5th ultralight, this isn't going to be it. So I have to do something with this, because I don't want to throw it away.
Right, you wouldn't want to do that, Peter. That makes perfect sense. By the way, Peter is a fascinating individual. I've been following him for some time now. Ever since, I think really since like his burgeoning on YouTube. When he made a plane. I think this was really the series that got him like the most notice. Is when he made a plane from products at Home Depot and then flew it himself. Ever since then, I've been like, this guy is a genius. Like, I mean, you have to be kind of a genius to do something like that. I'm just gonna go to Home Depot, build myself a plane, real quick.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, it took longer than that, but still. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead to when he actually builds the plane. We're not gonna watch this whole thing. We don't got time for that. Just gonna skip way ahead. Look at the cute puppy. right, Peter.
If you're not totally convinced, there's a 45-day money-back guarantee. Right now, you can even get an 84% discount and 4 months free using the link in the description. So stay in, stay cozy, stay protected, and click the link below to get started browsing safely with CyberGhost VPN.
Winter storm warning stretched all the way into parts of the Ohio River Valley.
Winter is coming.
Sunday, don't travel if you don't have to.
The blizzard has hit. Let's take this thing out for a rip. It's going through the snow and there's so much of it everywhere. It's digging in a little bit through some of these really, really big snowbanks, but who cares? Let's floor it and fly around the neighborhood. All right, my brother's currently in a snow machine taking her out for a rip. I want to try to get him arrested, and it turns out the cop doesn't even really care. He's not even very amused. Oh.
Wow. Well, there you go. Peter Schreipel creating quite a snow contraption here, something he's calling a air speeder. I like that name. Sounds futuristic. Looks like it belongs in Star Wars or something. Canada. It's not. This isn't in Canada. This is in Indiana. Unless he moved. But I think Peter Schreipel lives like in the middle of nowhere in like Indiana. Like Foxville, Indiana or something like that. No, Nowheresville. Middle of Nowheresville, Indiana. Population 13 people. All right, I mean, he lives on a farm in Indiana. I don't know the population of where he lives, but I don't think he moved. That's the point. That's the point I'm trying to make. All right, moving on from Peter's fanciful winter contraption to talking about a more difficult subject. The end of the world. Yes, indeed. Well, kind of. Kind of. Let's go here. 2 days ago, Donald Trump slashes a quote-unquote ridiculous climate law. Channel 4 News.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Donald Trump has already pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement not once, but twice, and now he's gone full anti-science with this latest earth-changing announcement.
Under the process just completed by the EPA, we are officially terminating the so-called endangerment finding, a disastrous Obama-era policy.
The endangerment finding of 2009 saw the Environmental Protection Agency declare that greenhouse gases threaten the public's health and welfare, and therefore the government had a legal basis to regulate those gases. That has underpinned US climate policy ever since, impacting cars, factories, and oil refineries. But for President Trump, who this week was handed a statue for being the, quote, undisputed champion of beautiful clean coal, he has long called climate change a hoax, and his EPA head claimed that the endangerment finding had damaged US industry and pushed prices up for consumers.
The endangerment finding and the regulations that were based on it didn't just regulate emissions. It regulated and targeted the American dream. And now the endangerment finding is hereby eliminated, as well as all greenhouse gas emission standards that followed.
This is so fucking stupid. It's like the CDC coming out and saying, we've decided the flu is no longer dangerous. Or like the Department of Transportation and coming out and saying car crashes no longer dangerous, everything's fine. Like for the EPA to come out and say that climate change is of no risk to humanity or America is one of the dumbest things.
The red tape has been cut.
Team Trump has therefore dismissed both the scientific consensus and the reality of climate change. Fresh off 2025 being one of the 3 hottest years on record, this past week storms have struck France, Spain and Portugal, with the latter witnessing collapsed roads and flooded towns. Scientists have been clear that while such storms are not unusual, their intensity and frequency has been exacerbated by climate change.
The rest of the world is aggressively trying to lower emissions, and for the U.S. to be going in exactly the opposite direction at this moment in time could not be worse.
And the bad news from America comes after some more positive developments. Deforestation of Brazil's Amazon rainforest has fallen by 35%, and 2026 could see the lowest annual deforestation rate since records began. And China, the world's biggest polluter, has seen its carbon emissions flat or falling for the past 21 months. Beijing is now a solar and wind superpower. And that comes in the face of an America that is not just rolling back greenhouse gas regulations, but has a president firmly against renewable energy.
So fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. We're hurtling towards climate collapse, and we need to be doing everything possible that we can to prevent it. And we're just, screw it. The number one polluter on the planet is just like, fuck it. Well, everybody's doing their very best. We're just gonna say, screw you. And China, like they mentioned, is not an excuse. They're all people like Trump are always coming out and saying anti-factual shit about China's energy usage. Like they're doing 10 times better than the United States, especially with Donald Trump especially under Donald Trump. They are crushing us. We've watched the same video a couple times over the last couple of weeks. The detailing just how vast the solar and wind energy grid, like energy production in China is at this point. It's fucking massive. Like they mentioned. But we're just going to keep hurtling towards disaster, I guess.
There are a number of ways in which climate change could quite literally end the world. The best example happened 252 million years ago when nearly everything on our planet died. Now, obviously, this wasn't human-caused climate change. We weren't around yet. But it's fair to ask whether we now have the ability to trigger something comparably catastrophic.
The very worst mass extinction event in the history of the Earth was triggered by a temperature rise of 6 to 8 degrees Celsius. That occurred over 10,000 years. What we're doing today would be an order of magnitude quicker.
In the last episode, we laid out the very real reasons the world could warm far beyond the scenarios most people, including many climate scientists, tend to focus on, far enough to pose an existential risk to humanity. But we'd never stop the story there, because here at Weathered, we believe that understanding solutions is just as important as understanding what we're up against. To do that, we're looking in some unexpected places. And it turns out you can pretty much boil down surviving climate change to 5 crucial abilities. We're gonna look at them. But one of these, number 4, turns out to be one of the secret ingredients that determines which civilizations survive climate shocks. Because history shows that survival doesn't hinge on how advanced or powerful a society is, but on how it's organized.
Whenever I would be doing talks or presentations or policy advisory, it was very clear that a lot of people had a mental model of the climate change threat that they often described as like a car heading towards a cliff, and we could just at the last minute change course, or else we'll go off the end of the cliff.
The thing is, there's no cliff.
The story that going over 1.5 or not reaching certain climate targets means that it's game over is just not true. The binary win-lose story was never true.
Yeah, that's something that we have to accept. Again, start to understand better. I feel like people have been like looking at this in too much of a binary way, when in fact there's like a multitude of different tipping points that could be triggered. Whether it has to do with like the Siberian tundra, right? Or the Canadian tundra, or the coral reefs, or the ocean temperature, right? Or like the ambient temperature, or just deforestation, right? And like just the carbon balance, right? There's ocean acidification. All these things are all going on at once. They're all contributing to the collapse of the climate, of different aspects of the food chain, of different, people's ways of life, and whatever else, right? And it all adds up to something, right? Methane seeps in the Arctic and the Antarctic. Like, we could go on and on and on down the list. Including things like, probably most people haven't heard about, like forest carbon contribution. Because technically at a certain heat, some different kinds of forests react differently to heat, but generally badly, right? And at different levels of heat, different kinds of trees, and like different kinds of forests really, like, emit carbon rather than consume it because of the heat. Like, it winds up decomposing things, turning it into methane, right? Like on the forest floor and the loam, right? And the, like the leaves and the dirt. Like, there's shit happening in there on the microbiome level, right? But on a Earth-wide scale, right? Or like an entire forest, for instance, like there's actual, non-nominal amount of shit going on there. And if the balance gets untipped all of a sudden, bad things start happening, right? Or if like there's too many forest fires happening at once. Because like a certain number of forest fires is normal. But if we, get outside of that range too far, big problems happen there too, including the amount of carbon that's being poured into the atmosphere.
In 2015, the world came together at the Paris Agreement to commit to try to keep global warming below 1.5 degrees Celsius. But the last 3 years have already exceeded that threshold. And most of the climate community now agrees this goal is, for all intents and purposes, dead. But it's definitely not time to give up. So Lori came up with a new analogy.
Our global situation is very similar to a situation where you had a bunch of sailors who thought they were going to sail round a storm that they had previously spotted on the horizon. When you end up in the storm, it expected to sail round and it didn't work out. It's a massive shock. You've got to get your head around the new reality. When you enter that storm, you just need a whole bunch of different capabilities to continue to do what you've been trying to do, which is change course.
So let's start with the first of those capabilities.
You've got to know what's going on around you so that you can better navigate in that much more chaotic situation.
Lori's talking about situational awareness. On a ship, this is your radar. It allows you to anticipate what's coming next. And when it comes to climate change, Lori says our radar is low resolution.
An example of this, many financial institutions around the world now undertake risk assessments of what climate change could do to their investments. The problem is that those risk assessments are telling those institutions that over the coming decades, what climate change will do is not that bad.
Lori said some risk assessments estimate that pension funds would only be impacted by 0.1% decrease in a warming scenario of 4 degrees Celsius. But the reality of a 4-degree warmer world isn't a slightly worse portfolio. In a recent episode, we looked at what the global economy could look like in 2100 under a warming scenario comparable to 4 degrees. And we found that global economic output could be on the order of 40% lower than it would be otherwise. Not the 1% less return, but a fundamentally poorer and unstable world.
Yes, indeed. Disturbing. Disturbing, and we're still not doing enough about it. All right, now let's go back to beloved cats. That's right, it's Sunday Fun Day. I'm trying to pepper in real news between the fun stuff, or vice versa. Is not clear right now. Which one we're getting more of, valuetainment or actual news? Hopefully you're equally infotained and valuetained.
Are you not entertained?
You're about to be valuetained.
All right. We gotta keep this moving. All right, back to cats. Back to the cats. From the we were talking bodega cats earlier. Now let's talk about political cats. Cats of great power. Talk about Larry, the cat.
Aww.
That's right. The feline occupant of 10 Downing Street, where all of the power in the UK is, all the powerful people are hanging out, all the stuff is happening. That cat is witnessing it all.
Prime ministers come and prime ministers go, but there's one resident of Downing Street who endures, Larry the cat. Larry is celebrating 15 years of serving as Chief Mouser to the Cabinet Office, his official title. Larry's is a real rags to riches story. He was a stray cat who was adopted in 2011 by Downing Street from the Battersea Dogs and Cats home to deal with a rodent infestation. His record on that score is a bit mixed. There have been suggestions he hasn't actually caught that many mice in his 15 years in the post.
Oh, don't let them do that to you, Larry, okay? You don't listen to the Associated Press. I'm sure you're doing a great job. You don't listen to them. You're being very rude right now. You know, I'm sure the rats fear you, Larry. There's no reason for us to doubt that. You're clearly more effective than Keir Starmer. We can say that with no problems, right? Like, clearly doing a better job than Keir Starmer. So why are we complaining about rats when we have actual
He's become
problems?
a much beloved fixture of Downing Street. The journalists who come to the street every day regularly give him treats and wait for him to appear from behind the black door just so they can get shots of him posing or prowling or generally going about his daily business.
The press is brutal. It's true.
I think it's just...
The press is brutal. Press is brutal. Leave Larry alone.
Air of anticipation, because we just don't know exactly what will happen, but we do know that he's great at photobombing.
Look.
So if there's...
Look, here's the thing. Larry is not only cute and lasts longer than most prime ministers, honestly, all the prime ministers. But let's be real, okay? Larry's not in the files. Larry's not in the files, and he didn't take away fuel payments for old people. So I think we can live with Larry. Larry is not the problem.
A foreign leader that's about to visit, and we know he'll just come out at the exact moment that that meet and greet's about to happen. So I think it's like also just a nice way to ice break things and, you know, keep things cordial with people and be an ambassador for the UK. People who wouldn't necessarily be interested in politics actually become very interested just because of Larry. Just camera on TV and see if he's going to photobomb a leader or...
Ooh, showing the butt to... Oh, for a second I thought that was Ursula von der Leyen. Who is that? Actually, I have no idea who that is. I think that's a British PM, but I can't remember her name.
Like another time when Joe Biden came and basically he was lingering around on the red carpet, and basically the custodian had to grab him and take him in. He's this presence that's here. He kind of watches over everything, and I think it's just a very reassuring thing for a lot of people that he's around, and you know he's still sprightly as ever despite being 19.
You love that they have to open the door for him, stupid mammals? What are you claiming, birds can open doors now? Let's be real. Birds need door help too, okay? Okay, Quaximus? Quit acting like birds can open doors. I don't know a single bird that can open a single door. Name one. Name one bird opening doors out there, and I will shut up. Certainly not ducks. Ducks aren't running around opening doors. Maybe like a smart bird, like a crow or something. There are no doors in the sky. Wow. No doors in the sky.
This is ridiculous!
Fine, I retract all my previous avian-related statements. They were all wrong, and
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Everything I said was false and unfair. All right, let's go now. From the UK down to Morocco. Situation that's been ongoing there for like well over a week now. Whoopsies, I switched the wrong thing first. My bad.
"50 kilometers north of Rabat, these blue tents stretch as far as the eye can see. More than 15,000 Moroccans have found refuge."
Oh, right. That's right. I have two stories that look exactly like this. Jesus Christ.
Stretch as far as the eye can see. More than 15,000 Moroccans have found refuge here after being forced to leave their villages. The military and emergency services bring them water and provisions. Farmers like Kadur Khlas have brought with them the few animals spared by the rising waters.
We suffered a lot. We lost our livestock, we lost our agriculture. What's left? We have loans, and we lost our cattle.
7 provinces in northwestern Morocco have been struck by the country's worst flooding since 2010. Thousands of acres of pasture, fruit trees and crops have been submerged.
We lost our wheat and animal feed. We lost everything.
These farmers are hopeful the government will step up with aid and ultimately financial compensation. Water supplies in Morocco over the past 5 months have surpassed the annual average for the past 10 years.
Surpassed the annual average for the past 10 years. It's a wild number. These floods have been absolutely just incessant. Like 2 straight weeks of floods. Wild. And somehow nobody was prepared for it. It's mind-boggling. Now, to a similar scene, although instead of a rainstorm, it's a dust storm. Tents in Gaza inundated by flying dust all over the place. They're already dealing with enough. Why don't we add dust storm to the list? Okay, I don't care what's happening in Israel. This woman is fine. Stop complaining to me right now. You're literally fine. Yeah, exactly. So everything's fine. She says it. Everything's fine. Exactly. They're not the people who are struggling right now, you bastards at AP. Oh, wait a second. Where is Gaza? They talk about Israel the whole time. When do they get to Gaza? Like, oh, and Gaza is also having a bad time. This is ridiculous. This is the worst journalism I've ever seen. They spend 40 seconds of a 45-second clip talking to people in Israel about this dust storm, and they're like, oh yeah, and Gaza is having a bad time too. Wow, you guys suck. AP really, you guys really dropped the ball on this one. Bad job. It's a bad job, is what that is. You really missed the ball on that story. Talked to a bunch of people who were, as they said themselves, completely fine. And then you're like, oh, right, and those people over there. You know, the ones being genocided, living in tents. Yeah. I'm not even going to say a single word about it. Just a 5-second clip. Just a 5-second clip of the Gaza Strip from Israel. How brave. So brave.
They make me vomit.
"364 days until you're 40. Oh my God. You elderly duck. You are an elderly bird.
I'm staying in the race.
Staying in the race, duck. Staying in the race. Wow. You start What do you have over there in the UK? You're gonna start collecting Social Security or whatever it is, pension. You're gonna be a pensioner any day now.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Honestly, for a duck, you're basically ancient. Now, in New Zealand, they too have been dealing with some adverse weather conditions, deadly floods. Here is NewZealandHerald.co.nz from 2 days ago. There you have it. People's entire homes, farms, roads, submerged under water. Very brown, murky water. In northern New Zealand, I think it's called Torahunga. Something like that. I can't remember exactly how it's pronounced. That wild weather has continued to hammer New Zealand over the last 24 hours. Here's another clip from nzherald.co.
Right, let's go to the Emergency Management Minister, Mark Mitchell, who is with us live this morning. Minister, good morning.
Good morning, Ryan.
You're in Wairoa this morning. Good to have you with us. What's the situation like there, and what have you been updated on across the country?
It's pretty good in Wairoa. So the report that I had yesterday morning showed that the risk was Wairoa and Hawke's Bay would be hit pretty hard overnight, but that weather system kind of moved and came around the bottom of the North Island and came up the centre. And so it's actually been Manawatu that's caught the brunt of it. They announced a state of emergency yesterday, absolutely the right thing to do. Pre-position and get ready for that. Overnight, there was 8 evacuations in Palmerston North, and of course, with First Light now, grounds will be out on the teams will be out on the ground assessing what damage there is.
Those evacuations you talked about, were they like preventative, or did people have to be rescued?
No, they were preventative. They were just making sure that houses that may have been at risk with flooding, inundation, that the occupants were moved.
Looks like we might have lost the minister there.
All right. Andy Lawrence, new follower on Twitch. I missed that somehow. Thank you for welcoming them, Bernie Barbie. It was like an hour ago. We're growing on Twitch pretty... it's honestly kind of incredible. We've over doubled our followers in the last 4 months. From 500 to over 1,000. We're nearing 1,100 at this point. We're closer to 1,100 than we are 1,000. Of course, the YouTube has been growing pretty dramatically lately, too. It's nice to see galactic traction happening, no matter how long it's taken us to get there. All right, well, while we're in New Zealand, let's talk more cats. That's right. It's the cat stream tonight. Sunday Fun Days turned into the cat stream. I don't know. Look, sometimes the stars align. Let's talk about a feline situation in New Zealand.
So I'm not only an AI skeptic, but I'm also a cat skeptic, to put it very mildly.
A what now?
You were just in New Zealand looking at a growing problem there.
What does that even mean? Honestly, I listened to part of this earlier. I still don't understand what that sentence means. It's breaking me inside. What in the hell is a cat skeptic? Like, I know what a vaccine skeptic is. I know generally what the word skeptic is means, but I'm not sure this woman knows what the word skeptic means. Because how can you be skeptical about cats? They exist. You can't. She doesn't think that they exist, or what? I don't understand what she's saying. How can you be a skeptic? Cats are a thing. You can't pretend they don't exist. How can you be a skeptic of cats? Are you just against? Like, is she just saying like she's against cats? Like, stop being. Oh, I don't think cats are a detriment to society, is what this woman's saying. My God.
Awful.
How rude.
It's incredibly rude. Sorry to any feline chatters out there.
Yes, so you're a cat. We'll discuss you being a cat skeptic in the context of this story. We went to New Zealand for a story. There are a lot of cats in New Zealand, and specifically feral cats, and they're trying to eradicate them because they're really damaging the native bird life. And so we thought we'd have a look as to why.
Feral cats may look like their domesticated cousins, but New Zealand's government says they're ruthless predators. For that reason, New Zealand is aiming to wipe out all feral cats by 2050 in a massive eradication program. That means killing between an estimated 2.5 and 8 million of the animals, according to New Zealand Department of Conservation figures.
Horrifying. Cat genocide? Are you shitting me? You're gonna murder 2 million cats? That's fucked. I can't support that in any way, shape, or form. Cat genocide? Shut up. There's a better solution to this. That is terrible. I can't watch any more of this. I can't watch any more of this story. I'm not on board. Well, while we're talking cats, maybe we should talk about mammals more broadly. I don't know if there's anybody in chat who that conversation would be relevant to. But let's go here to Nova PBS official from earlier this week and talk about the origins of mammals. Prepare yourselves, people, for the origins of mammals. Mammalist propaganda, my God.
This is ridiculous.
Wow. Mammalist propaganda. I'd expect that from Duck.
As an American-based supplier to the construction industry,
Oh.
Carlisle is committed to developing
Damn you,
a
Carlisle.
diverse workplace.
These are right here, these French guys. The mammals have been around on this planet for over 250 million years. It's a long time. All right, I'm going to skip to the end. You know what? Fuck you guys, okay? You can all watch if you feel I'm not doing a good enough job. You could just watch this. It's available, at least for now. PBS, previously public broadcasting. That's on YouTube.
That's on YouTube. That's on YouTube.
I'm sorry for skipped a bunch of salamanders. A bunch of big salamanders. Okay, cool. To the conclusion. Wait, I've gone too far. There we go. A brief history of mammals and their origins. Us, supposedly. Most of us, at least. You would assume, I guess we could have some non-mammal viewers out there somewhere. Okay, we are 7.5 hours into the stream. We already skipped one break, but it's possible we skipped 2 breaks, actually. But at this point, I do need an actual break once again. We've made great progress now, thankfully. I think we're gonna be able to finish this whole stream tonight. Doing okay. Alright, everybody, quick galactic intermission. Be right back after these brief messages. Actually, wait, should I? No, I'm trying to think. You know what I'm gonna do? Hopefully this won't get me into any trouble. Let's do this. For a non-normal break. Instead of taking an actual break, I'm gonna play this, like, glaze up piece from NBC News from 2 weeks ago about the Artemis 2 NASA mission, which is supposed to go to the furthest point that any human being has ever gone. It's supposed to be a manned mission, the other side of the moon, which we're going to talk about to some depth, but I'll just let you talk. I'll give you the glaze up first, then we got more shit to talk about. This thing's like 30 minutes long, so I'm just gonna go here for a break. But before we go to the break, the fake break, the Artemis 2 break, just a reminder, everybody, if you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, hit the bell icon and the like button, and do not forget that we are, of course, completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Twitch bits, power up subs, gifted subs, prime subs. Cash App, PayPal, Throne, and of course Patreon. StreamLord has disrespected Polynesia because he can't see the cultural perspective of the laws that exist in the area. What are you talking about? When did I do that? When did I disrespect Polynesia? At what point during this whole thing did I do such a thing?
Would you jump up?
I would never do that intentionally. And if I did it accidentally, I'm sorry. But I have literally no idea what you're talking about. And I'm wondering if this is a joke. If this is a cruel joke that you're playing. Alright. To Artemis 2. To the moon. Right to the moon.
Rollout at the Kennedy Space Center. Artemis, with NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the Space Launch System, or SLS, on a 12-hour, 4-mile crawl to the launch pad, and a high-stakes, frenetic countdown blitz for yet another date with history. For the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972,
I was strolling on the moon one day.
4 astronauts are headed for a...
It's about the cats. It's about the cat genocide because the cats are killing the birds. Look, we've talked about this in the past. We've talked about this problem in the past. And I just want to find something other than murdering the cats as a solution. You know? That's really all I'm saying. I know they're not supposed to be there, and that they're decimating the wildlife. That is a problem. And I accept that, but I just can't accept murdering 2 million cats as the solution. I need a better solution. There's got to be a better solution to this. I swear to God. But like, we did in-depth coverage of this like a year and a half ago. We got deep into the cats on. It's a real thing. We talked about this. I remember it. Maybe not everybody remembering it right now, but
Time since Apollo 17 in 1972.
I was strolling on the moon one day.
4 astronauts are headed for a lunar rendezvous.
Victor, Christina, Jeremy, we're going to the moon.
And here we go.
November 16th, 2022.
7, 6, 5. 4-stage engine start. 3, 2, 1. Boosters in ignition. And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
Roaring off Launch Pad 39B at the Kennedy Space Center, NASA's Artemis 1. An uncrewed test flight around the moon and a high-resolution 80-mile-high flyover.
Now you are seeing the Earth, you are seeing home, you are seeing yourself in that image right there.
All to test a brand new rocket and a crew capsule named Orion.
This is the moment of truth for Orion.
After 25 days and 1.4 million miles, a fiery re-entry as Orion came screaming back to Earth at 32 times the speed of sound. Then 300 miles south of San Diego.
Splashdown. The latest chapter of NASA's journey to the moon comes to a close. Orion, back on Earth.
A picture-perfect mission with NASA precision, setting the stage for humans.
There's a lot out there to explore. And this is the next beginning. And this is the Artemis generation.
Fast forward to 2026 and the dawn of a new era. Artemis 2, stacked and ready for launch, America's biggest lunar mission in 53 years. Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission slingshotting around the moon with 4 astronauts on board, testing all of the crew systems before Artemis 3 is set to land on the moon. Artemis 2 is Commander Reed Weissman, originally from Baltimore, a retired Navy captain fighter pilot and a single father of 2 after his wife Carol passed away. He spent 165 days on the space station in 2014 and served as the chief of the astronaut office. Pilot Victor Glover, a U.S. Navy pilot who served on the Crew 1 mission to the space station, where he also served as a flight engineer. Originally from California, he is married with 4 children. Mission specialist Christina Cook set a record for the longest single space flight by a woman with 328 days in space and participated in the first all-female spacewalk, growing up in Michigan and North Carolina. And astronaut Jeremy Hansen is a former fighter pilot and aquanaut. Originally from Ontario, he is married with 3 teenagers and proud to be the first Canadian headed to the moon.
The U.S. shines in space leadership, and they create this place where other countries like Canada can bring our genius and contribute in a meaningful way.
Artemis is the twin Greek god of Apollo with perfect aim. Flanked with 2 boosters, Artemis is 15% more powerful than the monster Saturn V rockets that carried Apollo astronauts to the moon more than 50 years ago.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
And NASA is building heavily on the lessons learned from Apollo.
We are ready for every scenario as we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft 250,000 miles away. It's going to be amazing.
On mission day 1, Artemis will blast off with 8.8 million pounds of thrust. In just 9 minutes, they'll be in Earth orbit.
And so once we get to space, the ascent portion really ends after about a half an orbit, when we're going to go from a 1,200 mile by 0 mile orbit to doing what we call a perigee-raise maneuver that gets us into a stable and sustainable orbit. And then we're going to get a couple of us out of our seats and start to check out really critical systems, the water system and the toilet.
After a series of Earth orbits, they'll head to the moon. On flight day 6, the Artemis II crew will fly closer to the moon than any astronaut since Apollo 17 landed there in 1972, for the first time putting human eyes on a remote side of the moon.
We hope it's not the dark side. We hope it's the lit far side, because that could mean that we could see parts of the moon that never have had human eyes lay upon them before.
And then they'll keep going in a big Circle 8, traveling 4,600 miles beyond the moon before returning back to Earth. All 10 days spent inside their Orion crew capsule, about the size of a large minivan. The biggest difference between Orion and
Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Yeah, NBC's here doing a big old glaze up of the Artemis II mission. Everybody very excited about this. So big deal, this thing. But some people are actually somewhat concerned about this mission. Before we go to that, though, I just want to address something. Styx Dragon, again. It seems like what I said before didn't take, and I just don't want you to go away with the wrong idea of things. But I am not saying that I'm okay with the birds dying, right? That's not what I'm saying. I feel like you know that. Like, I feel like you know that about me intrinsically, that I don't want those birds to die. In the same way I don't want 2 million cats to die, though, right? Like, maybe, I mean, there is clearly a difference, right, in terms of one being a native species, one not. I totally, I mean, that's a huge fucking problem. We have the die out of native species happening all over the place. And we've talked about how I see that, how that is a problem. But I'm just saying, I feel like there's got to be a better way than, like, mass cat murder. That's literally all I'm saying. Is that I simultaneously am objecting to the die out of any species being caused by human interaction with the environment, but also sort of objecting to just the mass slaughter of a bunch of cats. Like, and I feel like you do, like, a giant cat sanctuary or something. Like, if you're going to shoot them all, why not just shoot them with tranquilizer darts, stick them in a cat sanctuary, spay and neuter them all. They'll eventually die of old age, but for the meantime, they'll be cute and they'll be, you know, whatever. They won't be dead. And that's literally all I'm saying. I don't think that I'm not saying that we shouldn't solve that problem. I think it's a problem. We've talked about how I've talked about how I think it's a problem in the past. But it shouldn't shock anyone. I feel like the idea of the idea of 2 million cats dying is upsetting to me. I genuinely love animals, just generally speaking. So it makes me sad to think. All sorts. Honestly, the whole situation just makes me sad. Okay. You're not one of those people. You think that we should murder the cats? Wow. Okay. To each their own, I
To an
suppose.
ABC News investigation into the mission back to the moon. NASA's Artemis 2 is set to send astronauts around the moon for the first time in more than 50 years. But now 2 former scientists at the space agency are sounding the alarm. And Elizabeth Schulze is back with this story. And there's been so much anticipation and excitement around this mission.
Exactly, Rebecca. A lot of anticipation for this mission that will send astronauts to the moon's orbit. Tomorrow, NASA is scheduled to conduct a dress rehearsal for the Artemis 2 mission. Its official launch could happen as soon as February 6th. We spoke with 2 former longtime NASA engineers who are worried about the safety of the spacecraft, saying that it could put the astronauts' lives at risk.
It's a mission more than 5 decades in the making. NASA's Artemis 2 sending astronauts around the moon for the first time since Apollo 17 in 1972.
I've never put a flag up in the moon before.
But this morning, 2 veteran NASA scientists say they believe there are serious safety risks ahead of the mission's planned launch as soon as next month.
In your view right now, is it safe for astronauts, humans, to go on this mission on Artemis 2?
I would say no.
Charlie Camarda is a former director of engineering at NASA and a retired astronaut who flew on the space shuttle. Daniel Rasky retired in December from the space agency after working as an engineer specializing in thermal heat systems for more than 30 years.
Is this what you both expected to be doing, speaking out about in retirement?
No.
Their key concern centers on the Orion spacecraft's heat shield, a system designed to protect astronauts from the extreme heat when they re-enter the atmosphere. They say the heat shield uses a material from the 1960s that cracked during the uncrewed Artemis 1 test flight in 2022. A finding highlighted in a 2024 publicly released report by NASA's Inspector General that was reviewed by Rasky.
I have to say, from the data I've seen with regard to this heat shield, if I had to rate it A, B, C, D, I'd rate it an F.
You'd rate it an F?
It's an F. It's a clear F. Clear. And there's no way you put crew on an F heat shield. You are just tempting fate.
During a pre-launch press conference.
Weird. That sounds bad. Oh, yeah, it was nothing to do with the cats. Oh, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, wow, that sounds bad. If you ask me. An F on the heat shield. That's kind of an important part of it, so you literally don't get cooked on your way back down to Earth. Or just generally speaking. Bad, no, an F rating. Yeesh, that's, wow. Maybe we should rethink this mission. Unfortunately, we got a bunch of idiots in charge of NASA now. Elon Musk's buddy Jared Isaacman's in charge over there. Billionaire idiot. I guess he's fine with endangering these astronauts' lives. I wonder if they're fine with that. I wonder if they know that some people are rating. You would assume they have access to the internet. People are talking about this. I'd be disturbed to go up in a space station or in a spacecraft with an F rating. And what's great about Artemis 2 is that not only is the heat shield an F, according to that former NASA scientist, it's also having some other problems. Fuel leaks were witnessed at the latest Artemis 2 test. Now, I don't know when they start happening, but this was the test. This was the test of the Artemis 2 rocket that's supposed to go beyond the moon, far side, further than everyone's supposed to have ever gone. And during this test that you're looking at right now, it's 5 hours. So I have no idea. I have no idea what time. It's like it's literally 6 hour long live stream. But at some point during this, they had a fuel leak as well. So F rating on the heat shield, fuel leak at the latest test, and this thing is supposed to go off in like 2 weeks.
This is ridiculous!
If I were one of the astronauts that was supposed to be going off in that thing, I would be like, dude, I'm not sure I want to do this anymore. All right. Artemis is still the best bet to get the moon on a single rocket. Yeah, but we should probably make sure that it's safe first before we send it up into the, up into space, fully manned by human beings. That part I just worry about. It's like, yeah, I agree. We should, I'm all about the space exploration. I feel like people know that about me. For whatever reason. But I don't know. I just don't think we should rush it. And right now, NASA's been being administered by a freaking billionaire douchebag. So I have extra amounts of skepticism about what they're doing over there than I would normally, right? You think they're orchestrating an accident? Oh my God! Please be. I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong about that. Gross. Considering everything, like honestly, stuff like that sounds more and more feasible to me. But gross. Let's hope that's not a real thing. Alrighty. Moving on from space news to the Earth news. First, Mexico. Reuters from 3 days ago. Now, Sunday Fun Day, we talk about all sorts of fun things, Today, what's the fun stuff that we've done? Well, we've talked about parades and cartoons and art. Talked a little bit of sports, a little bit of sports betting. And of course, the World Cup is coming up very, 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 very soon. It's this year, if I'm not mistaken.
Immediately, if not sooner.
And Mexico is one of the host countries. It's not just the United States. It's Mexico, United States, Canada. We're all going to be hosting games for this year's World Cup. Apparently, Mexico is going to be deploying some futuristic technology to ensure safety at the World Cup games. What in the shit is that? Mexico's defense ministry shows off counter-drone security
the 3 venues
systems.
where FIFA World Cup matches will be held will be protected, as well as the places where the fan fests will take place. At these kinds of sites, equipment will be installed both in semi-fixed and mobile configurations. It will be operating at all times, providing security, and coordination will be established with personnel from different institutions and agencies that will be...
There you go. Mexico going to be deploying some fancy anti-drone technology. Looks like guns from some sort of ridiculous future, like some sci-fi film or something. You can't even process space news right now. Too much going on with Earth. I'm glad that somebody else said that, because I mentioned this earlier. We skipped space news for like a week because of that exact thing. Because I was like, dude, I don't have time for space news right now. Have you seen Earth lately? How can you expect me to talk about this? But it's Sunday Fun Day. So I decided today for us to get into that discussion rather deeply. Just honestly, I feel like we just need the fun at this point. We just need the group catharsis at this point. Just the momentary respite from the terrible. The fact is it's not like this. It's not as if this stream isn't replete with all sorts of terrible news. Speaking of terrible news, let's go to the Majority Report with Sam Cedar from yesterday. Talk about Venezuela. And good old Chucky Schumer.
What do you got?
I didn't see this Chuck Schumer thing.
Oh, yeah, this is number 24. We give Chuck Schumer a lot of grief for capitulating on this thing, and of course, the other day we gave him grief for going out there and saying that one of his jobs as leader of the Democrats in the Senate is to make sure that Israel keeps getting funding for their genocide or their apartheid or for their random bombing.
Illegal.
But Chuck Schumer's not a one-trick pony.
Exactly.
Here he is. This is just amazing. Let's read his tweet first. It was an honor to meet with the leader of the Venezuelan Democratic Movement and Nobel Peace Prize laureate Maria Corina Machado to discuss our support for a free and democratic Venezuela. Her bravery and resilience are an inspiration for all who stand for freedom. First off,
I ratioed him.
First off, yes.
Most importantly, I'm the top reply that called him a fascist collaborator.
2.8
resigned.
thousand likes to 11,000. That's a huge ratio.
And that was a day-old tweet, so that ratio was pretty organic.
I will also say, if you walk out of a room from meeting with Maria Corina Machado and you don't have that Peace Prize, you're a loser.
Yeah. Exactly right. Isn't that a metaphor for it? Trump gets her Peace Prize, and the Democrats get what for supporting this far-right fascist?
Lunatic.
What?
Yeah.
Like in what planet does this make any political sense? First off, even the Trump administration who perpetrated the coup know that she can't be president.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I did
So
everything
she's
right
just
and they
some
indicted me.
dude who is never going to be a part of the political process there. I don't even know if you could call her a Nobel Peace Prize winner anymore because she gave it to Donald Trump. She doesn't want to be recognized as that because that way, Trump's like, wait a second, I thought I was the Peace Prize winner, and now you're meeting with Chuck. What is this supposed to do? It's just like, it's now just.
He supports it. He supports a coup in Venezuela.
Of course he does. I saw all those Democrats get up.
Yeah, really, what it is, in my opinion, is Chuck Schumer doing the Democrats' version of the coup that they always wanted, right? The fact is, the neoliberal and the neoconservative establishment all basically have the same goals, just by slightly different means, right? And it's the same thing, like we've been saying since the beginning of all of this, is that Democrats have supported what Trump has been doing. They just want him to just do it in a particular way. They prefer it to be more clandestine and sort of, not out in the open, right? Like the coup, right? And they would like to be it appear more democratic. So that's literally what he's doing. He's just doing the version of the coup that he wishes that he could have. That's not going to happen, by the way, which I find hilarious. Which makes this all the more farcical and not
Clap
just
for Juan
nonsensical.
Guaido, but my God, man.
This is ridiculous.
Why would you post this? Who are you appealing to?
What's the upside here?
What is the upside of this as a political question? I don't agree with you supporting somebody who will never be president of Venezuela as a way for you. But who are you indicating what to?
she is like not just, I mean, Guaido, the supporting the coup with him as your figurehead is one thing. Machado is an extremist, like a far-right extremist by every definition. She supported the 2014 protests that left all these people dead. That was a far-right protest in Venezuela. She has said that she supports the sanctions regime on her own people that has impoverished them. She said she supports military action against her own people. She's been in like the right-wing think tank circuit in the United States since the early 2000s, cozying up to Marco Rubio and others. She's literally gone on Don Jr.'s show and said, this is for the oil, so American capitalists can come in and take it. She admits it. And
but she won a Peace Prize.
It's also,
and not only did she win the Peace Prize, she's generous with it.
Oh my God, Sam's right. That's what's happening here. But she's got a Peace Prize. I mean, she's basically the president of Venezuela. I might as well just nip it in the bud. Earth is miserable right now. It's true, Panda Gambit. True. Earth is a goddamn shit show. It's a goddamn shit show. All right, let's go from Venezuela to some Sunday Fun Day action for you people. Down, not far, to Brazil. Rio de Janeiro, where Rio Carnival is getting started. Here's France 24. Start this whole thing off.
With the handing over of the key, Carnival has begun. Symbolically giving up control of the city, Rio de Janeiro Mayor Eduardo Paes gave one last command.
Look at this guy go.
Have as much fun as possible.
Look at the king go. Look at this guy. That man's got some moves. And in a suit, no less. He's moving like, I mean, it's just with incredible speed. Like an athlete.
Rio de Janeiro Mayor Eduardo Paes gave one last command. Have as much fun as possible.
30 steps per second from this. 30 steps per second from this guy. He's moving incredibly fast.
I'd like to ask everyone not to spend even a single minute without having fun. Rio de Janeiro is a state of mind. It's a life experience, and nothing represents the spirit of the people of this city and this state more than Rio's Carnival.
The historic multi-day party is expected to see 6 million participants this year, according to City Hall. As dancing and music filled the streets, the city's diversity was on display. Performers from the city's samba schools, clubs for dancing, marching, and drumming, celebrated Afro-Brazilian culture, paying homage to a historic Black theater group. This year, the parade will also spotlight sex workers in an effort to dismantle stigma surrounding the profession. To many, this is what Carnival is all about.
I see Carnival as a place of cultural diversity, talents, and the best party. I'm passionate about Carnival.
There you go. People going all out for Carnival. Incredible celebrations. Music, dancing, fashion, drinks, food. Parades through the streets. Let's go to the live stream. The Associated Press from 2 days ago. See what else we can see here. So I think at the very beginning. This guy just shows up out of nowhere. I love how smoothly the dude in the hat like just shows up. I don't even know if he's supposed to be part of this performance, but he showed up like he was. Hat man. I'm just gonna keep going through this, see how else. Oh, this was from there's King. There's the King again. Exactly, Splatch son. He showed up like he belonged there, and there's no way for us to know if he did, but damn did he sell it. I mean, he was right on cue. He had all the steps right. He looked like he belonged. I mean, he had the hat, he had the sequin covered suit. I mean, if he didn't belong there, somebody should have been paying. I mean, my God, he was adding to the experience for me personally. Well, there you go, people. A little Sunday Funday valuetainment here on this stream for you down in Brazil. Where millions have been taking to the street to celebrate Carnival Festival ahead of Mardi Gras. I love how Brazilian people need a pre-festival for the next festival. Like we need a pre-parade for the like weeks-long parade that we're gonna do. It's the only way to prepare for the next parade, don't you see? Here's a bird's eye view of some of the gatherings in the streets of Brazil. Look at all the people, my God. It's packed. They look like little ants from up here. Little dancing ants. Alrighty then. I guess we're gonna get back to talking about this terrible discussion. Prepare yourselves, people. It seems like we're going to lose the First Amendment here in the United States. So I guess we should learn from the people who already don't have the First Amendment. They're already being mass surveilled. And honestly, technically, we came from them, in a way, colonially speaking. I'm, of course, talking about the United Kingdom, where it's an official dystopia, according to Taylor Lorenz and the Cavernacle.
That's on YouTube. And it's definitely going to happen as well. Like, I have no doubt, like, we actually are going to have a fascist government at the next election. Funnily enough, they're the ones campaigning against all this at the moment, just to get into power.
Every single day, I open up social media and I'm barraged by an endless stream of headlines about some terrible new surveillance laws the UK has enacted. For decades, the UK has been at the forefront of a global shift away from privacy as a default and become one of the most aggressive countries when it comes to enacting mass surveillance. The UK media has consistently pushed moral panics about kids and online safety and threats of terrorism to manufacture consent for some of the most authoritarian and invasive invasive surveillance schemes. Recently, the UK has sought to remove anonymity from the web, weaken encryption, censor speech, encourage mass data collection, and now they're even trying to ban VPNs. But why are things in the UK especially so awful? And why aren't more British people fighting back against this type of authoritarianism? To discuss all of this, I have the Cavernacle, an amazing YouTuber and political commentator from the UK. Today, we're going to talk about how the UK slid into this dystopian hellscape, why liberals like Keir Starmer are leading the way on mass surveillance, and what those of us based in the US and the rest of the world can learn from the UK's mistakes. Welcome to my show.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Hopefully I can provide some expertise on this topic.
Well, I'm not really an expert in the UK, but I feel like lately the UK constantly comes up because I feel like they've just like...
Oh my god, I just got a wild fucking notification. We're actually about to talk about this in a second. I'm like dying to talk about this thing I just saw. Oh my god. I cannot believe what I just read. What in the fuck? I can't focus on this now.
Been sliding faster and faster towards like the most dystopian surveillance state ever. I want to kind of like back up. When did you start to notice the UK's push into things like age verification and surveillance laws?
So the thing with the UK is, in terms of like CCTV cameras, it's always been one of the most densely like populated for CCTV cameras. So having like this surveillance state, in terms of just growing up with it, I'd say I first became aware of it with the war on terror, like with a lot of Americans. We had that, but I think for British people, it's also a carry on from about 100 years of like fighting wars and insurgencies. So for me personally, it's so normalized, and I guess you don't really notice it until something drastic comes in, like the stuff last year, where it's like you actually have to start verifying your face to use DMs on Blue Sky or access your Reddit account and stuff. So I'd say for a lot of people in the UK, so much of this has been done by stealth that you haven't actually noticed it until this one big thing in 2025 where you can't even ignore it. It affects everyone's life. So I would say for me, I've been following it for a long time, but I'd say for a lot of people, maybe Cambridge Analytica, those types of stories make people aware of like how their privacy is so like vulnerable online. But I'd say for most British people, if you ask them about...
Hey, I will be right back. I'm just gonna leave you here with Taylor and the Cavernacle. Sorry, everybody.
Surveillance, they would pretty much only say what happened last year. I'm pretty sure most people are very unaware of the campaign that's been going on since the 1990s, but especially under Tony Blair, to really place more surveillance just generally online.
Yeah, I would say another difference between like people in the UK and maybe in America, although it's less and less when you look at young Americans, is their views on speech and free speech. My first media job was at the Daily Mail, which is so weird. Part of the reason the Daily Mail was opening this big US office was because of British speech laws and the like basically defamation laws. And I remember being like sort of horrified and being in London and talking to people about this. And like there's a lot of British people that don't, I mean, they don't have you guys don't have the First Amendment. So it just seems like people already have in mind that there should be restrictions on speech, whereas most Americans are like, the First Amendment is our most core amendment.
Yeah, and I think there is a fundamental difference in how the American state has formed and the British state, where centralized authority has played such a big role in British lives, or English lives especially, for hundreds and hundreds of years, and spy networks have been around for hundreds of years. It's just such a different context to America, which only, you could probably say in the last 80 years has become very like more centralized, and still not completely, especially not in terms of like geography, like the UK, where it's all very, very close together. You can drive from one end of the UK to the other in like 10 hours. Like for Americans, you know, that's a light drive for some of them. So it's like, it's just a very different context. Also, we don't have like a written constitution. We have certain elements of that, but it's not like you guys where it's like, here's the first, second, third, and you all know what that means. If you talk to people about the British constitutions or like our more vague like rights, I don't think people really understand that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I remember back in 2023 when the Online Safety Act passed, how horrible it was. And for people that follow tech policy, it was this terrifying moment where you were like, wow, I can't believe they passed that. But as you mentioned, it didn't go into effect for a couple years. And that was theoretically to give these platforms like time to enact these verification systems, et cetera. And I think a lot of people, again, because especially people on the left don't pay much attention to tech policy, just kind of were going along as normal. I think they started to realize stuff last year, as you said, not just with the Online Safety Act going into effect, but also the crackdowns on pro-Palestine speech. It's interesting that OSA passed in 2023. You know, we had similar things start to pass around that time because that's also when Israel started really escalating, you know, the genocide in Gaza. And I feel like I started to see things like in the UK where people were also starting to be arrested and they were terrorizing that band Kneecap and all of this other stuff. But it seemed like the UK was also ahead of America in terms of cracking down on pro-Palestinian protests and speech.
The thing with the UK is free speech laws are a lot more up to interpretation by the police. So there's stuff about like causing distress or public order offences. And what that means is the police at the scene can decide basically, is this going to incite something? Maybe there's similar stuff in America with certain things you could say and be arrested for if you were saying them in public. But it's like saying, you know, from the river to the sea. If they're like, this is in the public interest to arrest you for saying that, they will do it. So there's a lot more like, it's up to the police's discretion to do this stuff. And what often happens, and you're probably aware of this, they will arrest loads of people and then let them go. And there won't be any follow-up, or there won't be any charges and stuff like that. So it's just things where you kind of are doing it as a deterrent. And you saw that a lot with Palestine Action stuff, where since they've declared that a terrorist organization, loads of people have come out in support of it and they've arrested loads and loads of people for doing it. But it's very like unusual that someone actually gets charged with an actual terrorist offense for supporting Palestine Action at the moment. So it's kind of like just putting in so many of these things just to say to people that like we can do this and we can arrest you and we can prosecute you, but it also makes people just basically too afraid to even say these in the first place.
Yeah, and I think all of that has a major chilling effect. So into all of this is the Online Safety Act. That came into effect last summer. I wrote about that for The Guardian of just the fallout. I'm curious what your experience of that was. I don't know if you were around the UK at the time, but it seemed like suddenly overnight a lot of people in England started to realize, wait, I have to scan my face or enter this info just to like use some basic service.
Yeah, I was in the UK, and basically what I did when it came to in effect was start trying to access loads of different sites and see what the verification was like. And what was the worst part about it, or the most like sinister part, is every different site basically had a different verification process with a different third party. So it's not as though you're like entering your face into a government database, which, you know, when we have in the UK, we have this government portal where you can do your taxes and you can get your passport. So there is like a centralized database with your identity in it. It's not like a government thing. It's like, here's one third party on Blue Sky, here's one third party on Reddit, here's one third party on maybe an adult film site. And you're giving your face to all of these third parties just to verify that you are like above 18 and stuff. So for me, the most annoying thing was I couldn't use Blue Sky DMs without a VPN, and I couldn't like access some political content on Reddit as well, which is just like, feels like it's part of it. And I made a video where I went through the terms of the Online Safety Act, and so much of it is focused on like Andrew Tate or adult films and stuff like that, where in the actual terms of the Online Safety Act, a lot of it has to do with terrorism, and Palestine Action have just been declared a terrorist organization, and it talks about things like maybe content that shows incitement for like maybe religious hatred. So when you start thinking, so much of it feels like it's to do with censoring speech around Israel or maybe other groups in the future that the UK wouldn't want you protesting. And I feel like people don't like realize that part of it. And also I feel like the reactionary impulse of the UK is when you focus it on adult films and stuff, they're like, oh, of course children shouldn't be watching that. And most people can agree, yeah, children shouldn't be watching that, but you have to realize what else is in the bill and also what it lays the foundations for later, where they can just have a database of you or like restrict you from certain websites. And with digital ID, which thankfully they've backed down on, if you incorporate all of this together, it's just like an internet where you're not free to access what you want without
an internet where you're not free to access what you want. That sounds terrible. Sounds terrible. It feels like that's exactly where we're headed in the United States. We're not going to watch this whole video. It's incredibly informative. I already knew some of this stuff about the UK. Not all of it. And I see somebody in chat mentioning how much work Taylor's been doing. Fuck yeah, she has been going in over here. The woman is a champion.
That woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
She is dangerous to all the powerful people out there with her great journalism. All right, I'm just going to skip towards the end of this here, just because I got to keep this moving. We're 8.5 hours into this puppy, and we still got more things to talk about. And I was just trying to, like, double, like, check on this, like, I got this notification. Like, I got this fucking notification on X. Like, I'm technically, what's it called? I'm a community, ever since I rejoined X, I also joined the community notes people. So I'm like a community notes people. So when like I get like random posts that like of people that I'm not following, like pop up in my feed to like moderate them, and I'm like, I see this post, I'm like, what in the fuck is this? We're about to get to it in a second. I'm still gonna hold off on actually telling people what I saw, mostly because I haven't been able to even verify it yet. It's literally the point of why I've seen this post, is for me to try and verify it. I haven't been able to yet. But I'm also seeing the rumor mill on Reddit right now churning. That's the closest I've gotten to verifying the information. But seriously though, the next video is literally on this topic, so I'm sure you're all starting to figure out where this might be headed. We're in the UK. What could possibly be the next topic after this?
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Really stupid opinions, but they're actually politically engaged. In the UK, like depressingly, I spoke to someone the other day. They said the only time they read the news is about the interest rates from the Bank of England, meaning how much they'll pay on their mortgage, right? That is way more common than someone actually caring about things like surveillance or anything like that. So that's how we're going to have like a reform government, because the right wing have become so radicalized, they actually care and they'll go out and vote, where everyone else is so apathetic and hates politicians and hate politics. They'll just stay home, and that's how we'll get like an actual far right government. And it's definitely going to happen as well. Like I have no doubt, like we actually are going to have a fascist government at the next election. And funnily enough, they're the ones campaigning against all this shit at the moment, just to get into power.
Yeah, just to get into power, because we know that, you know, like when Trump is in office now and we're getting mass surveillance, I think both political parties in the US, and I know there's like 1 million political parties in the UK, but it seems like they all just kind of want to censor each other. Like when conservatives talk about free speech, they mean conservative free speech. They don't want liberals or progressives to have free speech. And same thing with, frankly, a lot of people that are centrist liberals here. Like you mentioned Andrew Tate. Like I hate what he says. I think if he violated terms of the platforms, sure, he could be banned. But like I think they do also want to censor a lot of really bad speech, and you have to actually be able to defend speech that you find abhorrent if you truly want to defend free speech, or defend people's right to say it rather. But yeah, I don't know. I think also the British media is crazy, and every time I read articles about this, like I feel like I'm losing my mind a little bit, because they like frame it in the most unhinged way.
Another thing that people don't realize, if you're not from the UK, like generally Americans, being a journalist, a politician and a banker is basically the exact same job in the UK. I'm not joking. Boris Johnson was too. The guy who ran the BBC under Boris Johnson was a banker, then a journalist, and they all go to the same schools. They all know each other. Like, it's so incestuous in the UK. So when you're reading the news about like these people who write the news, you know, they might have been bankers or politicians, and often they are. So they're so in bed with the current governments, and that's why you'll read this stuff and it will be so much like what the politicians say. And it's basically just I feel like when we talk about dystopian or like, you know, even authoritarian, having a news media that is just literally a reflection of the political class and the elite in this country, I don't think is discussed enough. Where in the US context, it's more about like sucking up to the 1%, where in the UK context, no, the journalists are often part of the 1%. Like George Osborne ran the Evening Standard, and even like with Rupert Murdoch, you said, you know, you worked for Daily Mail for a little bit. He's so influential in British politics, you have to basically get his help to win. And that's just like something that has been so bad about British politics for even longer than American politics. I know there's always been problems with like elites running newspapers and shit like that, but that's why when you see coverage of this, it'll just be the most sensationalist crap ever to melt people's brains. And the Daily Mail is so responsible alongside a few other things. And
yeah, and we're seeing it. We went over this earlier, which is why I wanted to watch this today, like again, like as just like to revisit this topic today, because we already went through all of this somewhat earlier with Taylor and with a number of other outlets. American outlets and foreign outlets, France 24, BBC News, ABC, they're all covering it in the same way. It's like, look how terrible social media is. Don't we need mass surveillance? Like, that's basically the vibes of all of the coverage. Is like, look at how terrible it is. Everybody's dying. Doesn't that justify you giving up some civil rights? Come on.
We have like our Fox News equivalent as well for just rotting people's brains where, you know, even you saying something like Andrew Tate's speech is bad, but we have to defend like speech, right? That would just like be horrifying to someone who just consumes the Daily Mail and stuff. And like you were saying with adolescents, even the reaction to that like blew my mind in terms of it's not real. It's a fictionalized version, maybe based on current events and stuff, but it's not real. And here's the Prime Minister saying everyone in school should watch this. But in my mind, it's also saying, okay, so you're telling parents to watch this and make their own minds up about children's safety online, while also saying, actually, no, you don't get to make that decision. I'm just going to ban them all anyway. It's just like catering to like the worst boomer mindset in the UK of like the boomers have all watched Netflix, so now say this shit about the show they watched, and you maybe they'll like you for it. Like the UK is so stupid. I'm getting so wound up even talking about this. The UK is such a fucking stupid country in a way that is just so unique, but it actually drives you insane. The best way I could describe it, living in the UK as a leftist is like being gaslit every second of every day by like nearly like the whole population.
I feel crazy just looking at it. It seems like this like bizarro country where you're like, this is like a warped version, obviously like Australia kind of too, where it's like these are English speaking countries, we have so much in common with them, a lot of our like media is intertwined, but then you see what's happening and you're like, oh my god, like please don't let that happen here. Like it's out of control. And so I hope that people kind of wake up and look at what's happening, because what's so crazy is so many activists in America have spent so long, years, you know, anti-surveillance activists saying like, hey, by the way, if you pass these like child safety things, here's what we know will happen. And speaking of gaslit, for honestly, until last August, like you would just have these people like sending, no, that's not. And even today still, we have Jonathan Haidt and all this stuff like saying, no, that's not what's going to happen. But now we know actually it is what's happening. It is literally what has happened in the UK and Australia as well. So I hope people stop supporting this stuff and really, like you said, like leftists start fighting against it. I know nobody cares about tech policy, but you have to, like, the right cares about tech policy so much. Like, I really hope that they start caring.
We'll have to see, because we're getting to like the central Western Europe type of politics where it's just going to be like far right, and then we have like an actual leftist party, hopefully after the next election. And I think we're just going to have to suffer in terms of having like a fascist government like Italy did, or the Netherlands kind of have had as well, and Austria and stuff. And we're going to have to kind of suffer, and maybe leftists will take this up. But that is the most like...
Yeah, but we don't actually have to suffer in the United States. This shit hasn't passed yet here in the United States. And we can do something. We can call our senators. We can call our Congress people. We can call our representatives, generally speaking, and tell them this shit is dumb and do not allow this to pass. And actually, we need more safeguards to free speech online. 230 doesn't go far enough, technically, on your First Amendment rights. The guy was saying, I think we should carve out, and honestly, like they were saying, right-wingers should love this. Like, there's a bunch of you have been banned for things that you've done online. And I believe that they should have to prove, legally speaking, if you object to being banned from using a platform, they should have to prove that you're actually creating a harmful environment. I feel like honestly, everybody should get on board with this. I know it sounds crazy, but like we're at a moment where literally online media is under threat. Your watching streams like this is literally under threat. Because what do you think is going to happen like if this thing goes away? Right? It's going to be bad. If they can be sued for it, they're just going to start banning people like me and start eating lawsuits, right? They're going to be, you know, like that is what's going to happen. And people like we left our own devices to try and sue them. Be like, why you banned us. It's like, oh, well, we could get sued for the things you're saying. We can't have you here. You know, and some people will be able to eat those costs. Maybe fight it in court. Maybe they'll win. This is going to cause some serious problems for a lot of people. It's going to put the internet as you know it under threat. The way you and I assume you, like just like I do, access, get your news and all these other things the same way you're doing it right now on places like YouTube and Twitch, TikTok, wherever else. I wonder how many channels I've been banned from. That's a good question. I feel like I've been pretty good. I don't feel like I've been banned from any channels. I think I'm usually pretty... I stir things up in chat a little bit, but I feel like I know where the line is. I feel like I don't get banned. Like I know how to like I know how to push the envelope without like crossing that line. And so I can't even think of any of the channels that I'm actually actively banned from on any of my accounts.
Aren't I a good guy?
All right, it's time to talk about the Jeffrey Epstein
Are you still talking
files.
about Jeffrey Epstein?
We are indeed. Channel 4 News, 15 hours ago. Epstein files. Pressure grows for full investigation into Andrew Mountbatten.
Yet more damaging allegations about the former Prince Andrew and his relationship with convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein after years of warnings. Has the appetite to fully investigate now changed? Andrew enjoyed life with the global elite. Meetings with world leaders like China's President Xi built on his previous years as an official UK trade representative. Andrew's lavish trips around the world, taxpayer funded, of course. Documents in the Epstein files appear to show that Andrew was using the disgraced financier as a go-between to fix high-level meetings. The suggestion they both wanted to cash in. Other documents suggest that Andrew and his associates were leaking sensitive diplomatic cables. The Foreign Secretary said today the real focus should be on Epstein's victims, as more photos emerged of Andrew meeting and dining with women for purposes unknown. This from a trip to China in 2010. The Tories say the time for action is long overdue.
It's devastating. I think all these people need to be held to account by the law. But the reality is that this is devastating for a country that's seen its government linked up with Epstein and all the consequences that has for confidence in the government. The royal family now, via Andrew, it's devastating for the royal family. It's devastating for the country, actually.
Andrew has consistently denied any wrongdoing, but removal vans are the least of his worries. The Director of Public Prosecutions has said nobody is above the law. Andrew could face charges under the Official Secrets Act and misconduct in public office, which carries a potential life sentence. So why has it taken so long for authorities to take this seriously?
I do believe up until last year that there was slowness based on the position that that Andrew held.
They were scared.
I have no doubt in my mind. Absolutely. I believe
what makes you say that?
Because none of it made sense. There are a number of times when an investigation was called for and they simply didn't investigate. They reviewed whether there should be an investigation. That wouldn't have happened with pretty much anybody else in this country.
This doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, it's what was going on, and everyone wanted to turn away from it. I mean, Andrew was enabled by a whole network of people. He couldn't operate like this on his own. The line was basically, let it go through, let these expenses go through, let this behavior continue, because that's the word from Windsor Castle. So yeah, there are lots of people he knew, and that's, I think, the reason why the files on his Times of Trade envoy remain closed, they say, till 2065.
Ay, 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 ay. Oh my god. Okay, now this isn't necessarily... I gotta bring this up at this point. I cannot hold off anymore. I've been holding off on this for too long. Oh my god. This is wild. If this is true... I just want to say this little grain of salt for this next video. I don't usually go to the rumor mill around here. You know, I know I wear a tinfoil hat all the time, but really we don't engage in a hell of a lot of conspiracy theories around here. Or, you know, and I'm not saying this is a conspiracy theory necessarily, but like I try not to get like wild with some speculation. The one place that I seem to fail with that, and it's partly the fault of the Trump administration, I would point out, is the Epstein files, mostly because it seems to be like the biggest cover-up in government, in modern government history, perhaps in like U.S. history. It's just like we're getting drip drabs of information, massive redactions of like all these things just going on, and it's causing me and my brain, I think, to break maybe slightly. I can't say for sure, but like I just found this tweet. I was recommended it because it wanted me to give it a community note. I can't do that. I can't do both things right now. So I'm not going to give it I don't have time for that. But what I am going to do is at least show you this post. Hey, this is the wrong one. Where is it? This is from 8 hours ago. Out of an X.com, a Twitter channel, Twitter profile by the name of the General MC News. I've been going through their channel. So I am double checking like some of the tweets that they put out. Most of these seem to be true. Like I can't verify each and every one of these tweets, but most of these tweets seem to be true. A lot of them are rather disturbing, including, honestly, I'm just going to go to their channel right now at this point, or whatever you want to call it, their Twitter page. A bunch of fascinating things over here. Here's this one. Breaking. FBI Director Kash Patel's FBI continues to defy a court order requiring the release of records related to Seth Rich. And Seth Rich is a man who was murdered in Washington, D.C. It's like 10 years ago. He was an employee of the Democratic National Committee. His murder spawned several conspiracy theories, including the claim that he had been involved with the leaked DNC emails in 2016. And it's fascinating because, of course, much of that was already debunked. But I found it fascinating that Kash Patel would be defying a court order to prevent release of records. It's oh my god! I wonder why he would do such a thing. It wouldn't be because it would totally make people like Kash Patel, who have been big time conspiracy theorists when it comes to elections and all sorts of other stuff like that. It would make people like him and Dan Bongino and whoever else has been peddling those conspiracy theories about Seth Rich. It would make them look bad. If it turns out that everything they've been saying was a lie, that'd be weird. Now, this one was from 11 hours ago. This one appears to be true. Turning Point USA has endorsed a man by the name of Don Huffines, the new owner of Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch. So this guy literally just got done buying Jeffrey. He's the new owner of Jeffrey Epstein's Zorro Ranch, and I think it's New Mexico, or is it Texas? Is it Texas? Might be Texas. And I'm seeing verification of this story from a couple of outlets. Could be wrong, but Rolling Stone, I think, is one of them. I think it is in New Mexico, though. It borders Texas, so maybe it has Texas land. Oh, wait, no, he's running for Texas comptroller. I see. Oh, my God. So this guy is running for Texas comptroller. Meanwhile, he's buying the Jeffrey Epstein ranch and getting a sweet, sweet endorsement from TPUSA. God.
These people are perverts.
It's wild. We're living in the upside down right now. Nothing makes sense. Everything is wrong. All right, more Epstein files, this time the French edition. France 24 English, 23 hours ago. Probes seek French ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
French investigators are hunting for evidence of sexual and financial crimes, with the public prosecutor already zoning in on two key figures. First, the former head of a modeling agency, Jean-Luc Prunel, Epstein's alleged French recruiter. Charged with the rape of a minor, the case was dismissed in July 2023 following his suicide. Now, the goal is to extract any evidence that can jumpstart a fresh investigation. Then there is Daniel Siad, another recruiter close to Epstein. Siad remains under investigation following a complaint from a Swedish woman after she accused him of rape in 1990 in France.
And then he got closer and he started putting his hand on my thigh, and I got a little uncomfortable.
Don't be creepy.
He continued, and then he said, well, to be able to be so famous, you have to give something from yourself.
Legal pressure is also mounting against diplomat Fabrice Edan for his alleged ties to Epstein.
Yeesh. Epstein seemed to have ties in practically every country on the planet, with all the most powerful people. My God, it's disturbing. It truly is. All right, let's move on from the Epstein files to consensual love. That seems like the sort of thing to do on a Sunday Funday. Of course, this weekend was Valentine's Day. And the business of romance was booming.
This Texan couple have been dating for 1 year, and Josué Perales wanted extra special celebrations with his girlfriend, Kayla Balboa. On a candlelit terrace overlooking the Eiffel Tower, she says yes. Balboa had always wanted a Paris proposal.
She's always been mentioning how
this was my
this is
dream
her
place.
dream, and well, here we are.
To make sure every detail was perfect, Perales employed the help of a local marriage proposal planning agency. And he's not the only one. Paris is seeing a surge in demand for elaborate marriage proposals like this one. Thanks to social media, TV shows, and events showcasing the city of love, the entire industry catering to love-struck couples willing to pay thousands for unforgettable moments is booming. Les Entremeteuses, or the matchmakers, helped Perales get his yes. Founder Pauline Letendre says Valentine's Day is her busiest day of the year. But she says she's busy all year round after demand started growing in 2019 with a
There you go. You spend thousands of dollars to make the perfect moment in Paris. And people will do anything. Some people will do anything for perfect Valentine's Day picture. All right, now from France to Italy. But before we get to talking about the Olympics, better talk about a different alpine mishap. Reuters, 2 days ago. Italian alpine rescuer saved a hiker buried under around 5 feet of snow. The search dog located the man who'd managed to call emergency services before the line went dead. Oh, there you go. People rushing to save a hiker. Just minding their own business, perhaps having their own Sunday fun day, if you will. Or I guess it was Thursday or Friday, whatever it was, whatever day it was. And all of a sudden, finding himself buried under 5 feet of snow. That's not how you want your hike to go. That's suboptimal, if you ask me. All right, now, I couldn't not do the Olympics while we're in Italy, so let's go there now. But really, first, we should go to the Olympic Village, where a trend has taken over the streets. I take it back. I thought this was impromptu. Apparently this is planned. Sorry, I didn't watch this whole thing. I just assumed people were just... the title of the video threw me off. Son of a bitch.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Well, here we have it. A cross-country skiing event going through the streets of Italy. Getting perhaps as much attention as the Olympics themselves. And for free. So, I mean, can't beat that. I mean, you gotta be there for it, but I mean, if you're there already, might as well. Might as well. Fascinating. Cross-city skiing, I suppose, is what you would call this. You can't make walking in snow fun. I don't know if that's true. I think you could. I think you can do it. I think it's possible. Some people clearly enjoy it. I know that much. I've been trying to embrace winter. I don't know if you all remember that video we watched weeks ago. Weeks ago now. But some lady, some psychologist lady, I think it was Eyewitness News, ABC 7 New York. She had some advice for us to just embrace the cold. And so for the last, 3 weeks, I've just been pretending like we live in the Arctic and it's never going to stop. Right? And the snow is just going to be here forever. So once it goes away, it'll just be like a nice surprise. It's like, oh, snow went away. Right? So I've just been living in like a completely different state of mind this whole time. Like we live in Norway or something. Thankfully, I get some respite from the snow up here on the space station. Lovely, climate controlled. All right. Well, we were talking about Brazil earlier, and while they're ringing in Carnival and what's it called? My brain just broke. Carnival and the festival that follows it. Why can't I think of it? Mardi Gras. Jesus Christ, my brain, no worky. And Mardi Gras down there, they have a representative, an athlete at the Winter Games, one Lucas Pinheiro, who apparently has won Brazil's first ever Winter Olympics gold medal. Here's the AP from yesterday.
I'm here at the Brazil House in Milan, where I and everyone else here just watched a Brazilian athlete win the nation's first ever Olympic medal in the Winter Games, and not just any medal. Lucas Pinheiro Broten won gold in giant slalom. This is a huge deal. First time any country in South America has won any medal in the Winter Games. Now, everyone erupted in cheers and applause and dancing the moment Lucas crossed the finish line. This was, people were singing, chanting, you had samba songs playing, Brazilian funky. There was a Michelin-starred chef going around with a bucket of pão de queijo. It's a traditional cheese bread, handing it out to people. Everyone here is just having a great time, and it's the first day of Carnival back in Brazil, so this gives Brazilians around the world something else to celebrate today. The other thing, too, is that Brazilians for a long time have felt like their offerings, their abilities have gone underappreciated to the world, and this is recognition on one of the world's biggest stages.
There you go. Look at that guy. I mean, he's up in the air. He must be, he's like 3 feet in the air. Clearly excited for his win. Representing for Brazil. It's the first time for everything. You know who's not enjoying the Olympics, apparently? Well, right-wingers. Apparently the right wing hates sports now. It's fascinating. Exhibit A. Brett Cooper. Ben Shapiro's lady clone.
It's science.
Guys, what you are seeing on your screen right now is F-ice written in the snow with what I believe to be urine. And that pretty much sums up all the discourse at the 2026 Winter Olympics that are currently going on in Milan. And it is becoming increasingly clear that nobody hates the US more than some of our own Team USA.
I feel
Oh, God, Brett. She's very upset. Oh, no. People don't like America, including America.
about what's happened in the United States.
Just because I'm wearing the flag doesn't mean I represent everything that's going on in the U.S.
It isn't the first time that we've had to come together as a community and try and fight for our human rights. I hope I can use my platform and my voice throughout these games to try and encourage people to stay strong.
I don't want to hear you using your voice as an athlete to be encouraging people to stay strong in these hard political times. I want you to be using your voice to talk about your sport, to encourage people.
The only thing Brett Cooper will accept from you, listen up, athletes. Athletics talk only. How dare you talk about literally anything other than your sport? If you talk about other sports, You are wasting Brett Cooper's time. Look how incensed she is. Oh, God, she's upset. Oh, God, look at her eyes. She looks like an angry Ben Shapiro with long hair. Oh, God, she's so incredibly upset right now. She had to hear athletes tell their opinions about non-sport related things. Can you imagine having to deal with that? Oh, God. Or like musicians, making a fuss about politics or something. That's gross. Why would you allow that? Brett wants you to only talk about your thing. And if you shy away from that at all, it's unacceptable. Unacceptable to Brett. It's weird because I feel like people like Brett, I don't know Brett well enough. I didn't have the time to go through all of her videos. I'll bet if we looked even just for a brief moment, I'll bet she thought that, for instance, like the TPUSA fake, the Safe Space halftime show, I'll bet she thought that was great. I'll bet she applauded Kid Rock. I'll bet you she loved when Kid Rock shot up that case of Bud Light with a M49.
Be best.
It's weird. It's almost like these right-wingers love politics intermingling with culture until those same people are like, actually, you suck. And then she's like, that's it. We have to ban political speech for anyone who isn't me.
Immediately, if not sooner.
She's so butthurt over it. It's incredible. How dare you? How dare you? So rude for you to voice your opinions, athletes. You work all your lives to get here, and now you want to use your voice to tell me politics stuff?
How rude.
Come on. Ah, she's highly offended. She's not the only one offended by their Olympics experience.
Here's a video of the President of the United States having a mini stroke on live television. Play the clip.
Me, and I'm proud to officially name the undisputed. When did this come out, Mr.
That's our president.
I'm staying in the race.
Sleepy Trump. Sorry, we don't need this whole thing. We want the Olympics part of this. We know that Donald Trump's health is not good. He's probably worse off than Joe Biden was. Guy is falling apart. I think this is where they get to it.
Olympics, right? And so he comes back, and this is him on the tarmac talking about the Olympic athletes. And I just want to point out that we are living in a time period right now where one political party is bashing Americans all the time. And they ran on bashing Americans. We are going to root out the enemy from within. That means you, me, Pumps, other people that don't agree with this shitty guy, which is basically 70% of the country and probably 95% of the world, maybe even 98% of the world. So they want to be the thought police and they want to control people's thoughts. They can be hypocrites and they can say, Merry Christmas to everybody except for scum Democrats. And J.D. Vance can say Trump is America's Hitler, and then he can go dry humping while he puts on his eyeliner. And then he intentionally addresses these athletes in the American public in this propaganda style way, which is purposefully hypocritical. This is all on purpose. This is the way propaganda works. Play the clip.
Advice to them would be to try to bring the country together. And when you're representing the country, you're representing Democrats and Republicans. You're there to play a sport, and you're there to represent your country and hopefully win a medal. You're not there to pop off about politics. So when Olympic athletes enter the political arena, they should expect some pushback. But most Olympic athletes, whatever their politics, are doing.
Okay, Olympic athletes.
What a sad, pathetic man. These people can't handle it. They love it. They love it. When, and the fact is loving America in a way is a political statement, right? Saying that you love America in the state that it currently is, run by Republicans, where it's a fascist state, is a political statement. And, like, they would have been fine with that. They would have been perfectly fine with that. They would have been fine if they came out and literally said, I love Donald Trump. But their butt hurt because they came out and said, actually, the country seems to be going in the wrong direction. Which is honestly what most people in America think at this point. And like Jennifer just said, most of the planet thinks America's going in the wrong direction.
Most Olympic athletes, whatever their politics, are doing.
Okay, Olympic athletes didn't enter the political arena. They are athletes. And when you are doing press, they typically ask, like they ask Russian athletes about Vladimir Putin. They ask Ukrainian athletes, what is it like, with Russia invading you? Mysteriously, Israel always kind of gets a pass on all of this stuff. But now they are asking American athletes, what is it like representing the flag? And because these people are not programmed robot beta human beings that are members of a cult, they say this is difficult because we saw people get shot in Minneapolis. We are seeing our government take kids and put them in concentration camps. So I have very mixed feelings about wearing the flag. That is the First Amendment. Critique and dissent is the highest form of patriotism. So his intentional soundbite there is for the base, for the Fox News, where they always put the onus of patriotism and bipartisanship on the others.
Yes, indeed. Said very well. Thank you, Jen. Much appreciated. Athletes don't get free speech, correct, apparently. Apparently some people get free speech, some people don't. Selective now. Like, if you're Don Lemon, you can't go into a church, but if you're Nick Shirley, you can storm into nurseries and daycares, and that's fine. Selective free speech. Welcome. Welcome to 2026. Alrighty, moving on from the Olympics to another sort of global gathering, if you will. A powwow of powers, powerful powwow. Of course, I am talking about the Munich Security Conference, which we're going to briefly touch on here. Where people like Little Marco
Don't
Rubio,
worry about it, Little Marco. Gentlemen.
rather than Pete Hegseth, which I think, like I mentioned yesterday, signaled a particular shift, that being U.S. withdrawal of military support from NATO. I mean, I just don't know what else to take from it. Me personally, just that's how I interpret it. You can interpret it however you want, but Marco Rubio being there instead of Pete Hegseth at the Munich Security Conference with the rest of our NATO allies is a little weird. Everybody else's top brass is here. Instead, we get little Marco.
We made these mistakes together. And now, together, we owe it to our people to face those facts and to move forward, to rebuild. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration, driven by a vision of a future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital as our civilization's past. And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and it is our hope to do this together with you, our friends.
Oh. Our friends, says Marco. So sweet. So sweet. Thank you, Little. Thank you, Little Marco. I'm almost calling him Little as his first name. Little Marco Rubio, everybody. Yeah. Now, there were other people there. Zelensky. I mean, really, there's so many leaders here. representatives from all the NATO countries. You know who else was there? Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Screw Punxsutawney Phil. I agree. Screw that stupid shadow having rodent. Or is it no shadow having rodent? Whatever it is. I'm sick of having our weather determined by some overgrown muskrat. Unacceptable. All right, AOC at the Munich Security Conference.
Do you think we are in a new world order? We keep on talking about this new world order, but no one really knows what it is.
No, and I think, I think that Prime Minister Carney's remarks at the World Economic Forum were words that rung around the world in raising this question. But I think that also in his remarks, as well as part of this larger conversation, there was this undertone, this undercurrent, this suggestion that it was a rules-based order sometimes. And I think that that is the issue that lies before us, is that in a so-called rules-based order, the rules for whom? Because for all too long, the rules only applied to the United States, Europe, its allies, and we would carve out exceptions for the global south. And I think that when you have a rules-based order where you carve out exceptions to our values, exceptions to our rules, eventually the exceptions become the rules. And I think that, to your original point, over the last 5 years, we've seen such a breaking and such a fraying of these alleged Western values that people wonder if it ever existed in the first place. So I don't know if it's necessarily that we are in a post-rules-based order. I think it's possible that we were in a pre-rules-based order. And we have an opportunity to explore what a world would look like if we upheld democracy, human rights, trade that actually centers working class people instead of accruing overwhelmingly the benefits of trade to the wealthiest. But if we reoriented a new era that could actually help people and show how foreign policy and healthy foreign policy can show up and help them in their lives.
I mean, a number.
AOC at the Munich Security Council, acting all sorts of presidential over here. I'm not the only one who saw it. Nope. She was talking all sorts of sense around here. Rules-based order? What? Trade policy for working people? A lot of good points being made. International law, fanciful stuff. I'm big into it. I'd love to see it. Democracy, rules, law, international, consistent law. Not just for the people we don't like, but also for ourselves. Trials? Is that what you're saying?
Right to jail, right away.
Nope, not just me who noticed the presidential vibes of AOC. Rational National, also doing a little video over here.
That's on YouTube.
On the YouTubes. David Dole.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president.
Wait a minute. Is this really happening? Is AOC actually running for president? Well, in this video, I will discuss why people are now speculating this based on a recent appearance that she made. And I'll get to some clips from this appearance, as well as what some people are saying that know her best behind the scenes. I'll get to that later. So in this video, I'm going to get to a few clips from the Munich Security Conference, which AOC is attending this weekend, offering a working class perspective, as NBC News writes, on U.S. foreign policy at the Munich summit. This is an annual summit where world leaders, in this case, this time over 50 world leaders, are set to attend this year's event. Representatives from all over the world discussing issues, foreign policy being a big focus of it. But you don't normally attend something like this unless you have some larger ambitions. And I'll get to why some people are saying that it may not just be an ambition in terms of running for Senate, which would be, I would think, an obvious, with Schumer's seat being up for grabs in a couple of years, but that it may actually be for president. So she attended two panels, or is attending two panels. One is already online. The other, I don't think, has happened yet. But one on the rise of populism and the other about the future of U.S. foreign policy. So the one on rise of populism just ended. I will get to some clips from that in a second here, because it's really worth acknowledging how fantastic of a communicator AOC is. And this is somebody who has clearly also, I think she was always great, but has clearly improved over the years. You know, going from being a bartender to being a congressperson is quite a shift. And when you're in the media every single day, cameras in your face every single day, you're going to obviously improve your ability to communicate. And I think clearly she has. And her issues in terms of what she has cared about has always been there. You can see from the very beginning, before she was ever in Congress, when she was running, the issues that she fought for, issues like healthcare, a wealth tax, universal childcare, which is something that we'll get to later on in this video as well. But her ability to communicate all of this and how it connects to everything else is fantastic. And that gets to this next clip, or this first clip.
Yeah, I just realized today is President's Day. We should, God, it's going to be impossible to do it. It's going to be impossible to do it now I'm thinking about it. I feel like I'm just setting myself up for failure. But I want to do a stream later tonight where we don't talk about Donald Trump one single time. I'm not even sure that's possible in 2026 for this show. But oh God. Just want to talk about any other president than Donald Trump on President's Day.
From this rise of populism panel.
One of the connections and relationships that is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that
we all know he's going to try and make it all about himself. President, more like President Day, the very best president. Another parade. Let's do it. Military parade. I'm definitely not going to fall asleep.
Is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy across economy around the world, including in the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. You know, the point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. And democracies, we have elected leaders, and in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up these spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
I'm not sure there's any other lawmaker on a world stage like this that has put the issue better than that. How we have gotten to authoritarianism. And I'm not just speaking about the US, I'm just speaking worldwide as well. People like Mark Carney, who are great orators, is still a neoliberal at the heart of it. He would never make this argument. But this is exactly what the problem is. You have a situation where companies are becoming more powerful, or are more powerful in many cases, than entire countries. And they are setting what laws are.
Honestly, at this point, individuals are becoming more powerful than countries. You know, people like Elon Musk, his net worth is like $600-700 billion or something right now. You know, like all these motherfuckers with net worths larger than the GDPs of other like multiple countries. Like you could group up a bunch of like impoverished countries and they'd still have more net worth than those guys. Like, you know, it's just disturbing. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's like just inherently wrong. And I don't know why our society has continued to allow it. And so many people who claim to think that this is fine are also claim to be Christian, even though the Bible literally says that if you're rich, you go to hell. Those same people are like, it's your God-given right to be rich. Actually, it's the opposite, according to your favorite book, supposedly.
That's in the Bible. That's in the Bible.
Based on their donations and their influence generally over lawmakers. Laws around wages, laws around cutting out their competition through things like non-compete clauses, taxes, how much they or how little they get to pay compared to everybody else. On and on and on, the influence that these companies have had have destroyed the lives of the vast majority of people, leading some countries like the US in a situation where people are just looking for anything different, anything weird, off the wall, crazy. So you get Donald Trump because he's different. Maybe he'll do something different. And it's only gotten worse because he's the most corrupt politician in the history of the world. But as Mehdi Hassan put on Twitter here, it amuses me that MAGA think their attack line on AOC going forward can be, she's just a bartender or she's dumb, when I can't think of a single MAGA congressman who could speak like this for 2 minutes on this topic at an international forum like Munich. Not one. There really is. I mean, I was thinking about this today, like the attacks that Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't know, she's changed a little bit now, but the attacks that like her and others like her, like Lauren Boebert, would try and lob at AOC, calling her stupid, doesn't know what she's talking about, she's crazy. None of them could ever make any kind of coherent argument like this about what the heart of the problem really is. And it's not even just that. Try to get Chuck Schumer or Hakeem Jeffries to discuss this problem, to actually discuss real, concrete issues in a way that actually explains what the reality is. They will not. All they know are talking points. There are very few Democratic leaders, very few leaders generally, that are able to break down succinctly in 2 minutes, like she did here, what the problem is.
Yeah, honestly, I listened to all of this stuff from I figured we would just let David do the clips. Honestly, he did a fantastic job here. I listened to this whole I don't know what to call it. Not quite a round table. I don't remember there being a table in the middle of the room, but like this is a discussion. And yeah, I mean, I found her to be certainly much better than our current president. Could certainly see her doing some stuff like this. Honestly, more foreign policy that more AOC based foreign policy, please. That's basically what I was about to try and say in not so many words.
So it's worth acknowledging that on that point of dealing with domestic issues and improving the lives of people, that AOC has just come out to say, when only the wealthy can afford peace of mind for their children, we've turned childhood into a privilege, not a promise. I'm proud to lead the child Care for Every Community Act with Senator Warren to cap childcare costs and fight universal childcare. So you even have people now like James Carville, who historically is we're talking about a center-right individual, advisor to Bill Clinton, is now saying in the New York Times, when 70% of Americans say raising children is too expensive, we should not fear making universal child care a public good. James Carville, the conservative Democrat, is arguing for universal child care. David Plouffe, another center-right Democrat who managed Obama's 08 campaign and advised the 24 Kamala Harris campaign, how'd that work out? Recently said that universal child care should be in Democrats' 2028 platform. Yeah. Maybe these people are like, maybe they actually were dumb all along. You know, a lot of the arguments that people try and make for these Democratic strategists is that, no, they know they're wrong.
James Carville and David Plouffe. These are not the guys I was expecting to be making this argument. It's very, very strange. A little weird.
That's really weird.
They're just corrupt. They're just taken over by corporations and you know, wealthy individuals, billionaires, and they don't actually believe in things like universal child care or Medicare for all. Well, considering they have moved, maybe they're just now finally realizing that they were wrong the entire time. Maybe they were actually this stupid because they've surrounded themselves with the wealthiest people on earth and didn't have the perspective of an actual person.
And this is what I'm saying, as I keep saying. I've been saying it all stream, basically. We talked about this a bunch. But this is why I keep saying we got to seize the power. We have to be simultaneously dragging the goalpost to the left, the Overton window in our direction, while simultaneously seizing power from Democrats. Whether it's infiltrating the DNC, and when I say infiltrate, I mean just, you know, getting in there, right? Like it's technically an organization. They're hiring all the time. You get elected too. There's a bunch of different ways you can get in there. Technically. And the more people that the left gets in the DNC, right? And the more leftist Democrats to get, DSA type Democrats elected. You know, the more this type of stuff will be just normal. Which is like, you know, just James Carville. You know, 4, 6, I don't know how many years from now, hopefully sooner, out there going, Medicare for all. I do declare, I've been reading the tea leaves over here. We need Medicare for all. We need to end the genocide in Palestine. We also need UBI. We need UBI. We need enshrine abortion in legislation, and like just like we need to get rid of money in politics. Get rid of Citizens United. I do declare once again, no more money in politics. Get rid of billionaires. Eliminate them. Eliminate them right now. I say. I say right now we're gonna eliminate them.
When you see people like this finally realizing what the right strategy is, and again, these people care about strategy. They don't care about, you know, actual people. They care about winning. When they finally realize how to win, then maybe there's some hope. Here is another great clip from this panel.
I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story, that what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back. And I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order.
Sorry, I'm going to skip ahead of this one because we, of course, watched all of this earlier. Just going to skip ahead a little bit.
Committing a genocide, yet they will come out and condemn Russia correctly when they commit war crimes. Like, you can put the statements side by side from Anita Anand, the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Like, you can go look these up. When Russia commits a war crime, it's called out, it's named, Putin's named, Russia's named. When Israel does it, you're lucky if Israel gets mentioned. Let alone Netanyahu will never get mentioned in any statement condemning a war crime that they made. Like, and look, it's changed a little bit. There have been, maybe one.
Jaeger, Larson, I see what you're saying. I mean, I understand. I totally agree. I'm not saying the Secretary of State is not a powerful position. It's just that last year, Pete Hegseth was at the Munich Security Conference. And before that, it was... Who was Secretary of Defense? My brain just broke. Is it Anthony? Who was Secretary of Defense? Why can't I think of it under Biden? It was not that long ago. It feels like a decade ago. Oh my God. Oh my God, my brain just broke. But like, generally speaking, the Secretary of Defense is the one who tends to show up to the Munich Security Conference. So that's what I was getting at when I was bringing that up. Not to say that the Secretary of Defense the Secretary of State didn't have any power. He's just the wrong guy. He's the wrong guy. And it suggests that the United States is intentionally switching its support for NATO. We kind of got into this more yesterday than today. I just breezed by it, but it was basically I was basically suggesting that the United States is signaling to the world, specifically to its NATO allies, that we're moving from a military support of NATO, right, to a more diplomatic support. Which really kind of lines up with everything that the Trump administration has been saying, demanding everybody start spending more money because we're done helping them and all this other shit. We've been doing too much. You guys got to arm up over there. We're done. I mean, it's just like a physical representation of that, and that's the only reason why I'm bringing it up. I'm not just trying to shit on little Marco.
Gentlemen, two statements out discussing. Mentioning Israel or maybe mentioning Netanyahu. But for example, Netanyahu just flew over Canada on a trip and was in Canadian airspace. He should have been arrested. They should not have allowed the plane to go through. They should have forced that plane to land and arrested him. He is facing an ICC arrest warrant. Are you not part of the UN? Do you not care about human rights, or do you? So you can't have these obvious double standards when an ally commits a war crime or violates international law versus when someone who isn't an ally does it. Like, it's your people will not.
Exactly. No, it's ridiculous. Yeah. We need to get international law to be actually international and apply to everyone. You don't get to just sign on and off to international law when it suits you. It should not be case by case. We'll decide whether or not we're going to apply international law today, type of deal. That cannot be sustained any longer. We need an actual consistent rules-based order where it applies to everybody. Can't just be lobbing stones from our glass castle over here. It's gone too far.
Trust your government.
Honestly, it's not exactly a new development, but this cannot stand it any
If
longer.
you continue on like this with these obvious hypocrisies blatant in our faces. So this gets to AOC and the couple of bills that she has recently sponsored. So AOC says Cuba blockade part of new era of depravity ushered by Gaza genocide. So just a bit on that. what has transpired is that now it's kind of become acceptable that the entire Western world will look the other way as they starve and deprive people because they find political actors or political regimes in that country to be objectionable.
Yeah, exactly. All right. AOC really showing everybody how to do diplomacy out here. All right, one of our NATO allies. How are we doing on time right now? Shit, 9.5 hours. 7:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Oh my god, it just keeps getting later and later. I've still got like 20 videos to get through. I gotta skip one. All right, different NATO ally. I'm sorry, I gotta skip one of these. I made a decision. I've made an executive decision over here. I've got to skip one. I cannot do 12 hours tonight. I gotta keep it slightly under. Like 11 I can do. And you're thinking to yourself, well, we're only 9.5 hours in. Well, the fact is the galactic, super secret late night after hours galactic chill stream takes up time. Right? And of course you all want that. At least many people want that. And it's a given around here that we get that. I can't end the stream without one. It's illegal. According to galactic law. That would be a crime. Can't do it. The Patreon shout out. Well, that takes time. I've done the math in my head. I know how long it all takes, generally speaking. You know, it adds like an extra 20, 30 minutes, depending how I'm feeling on that after stream. Now I'm just talking. Now I'm just monologuing for no good reason, wasting all of your sweet, precious time.
How rude.
It's very rude of me. All right. To Turkey. This is a strange situation. We almost covered it earlier. The wrong spot. Let's talk about a very strange situation involving one donkey, one man, and one jewelry heist.
A what now?
That's right. You heard me correctly. One man, one donkey, and one jewelry heist. Let's go. The Guardian. 3 days ago. What did I just do? I just clicked the wrong button, you bastard. Go back. I will slap you. Don't do it. Don't you do it. There you go. Good job. Footage shows the moment a thief broke into a jewelry store in Turkey using a forklift, allegedly stealing 150 grams of gold, then made his getaway on a donkey. All of it captured on CCTV. The suspect was later arrested, and the gold was recovered. Aww. Well, apparently making your getaway on a donkey, perhaps not the best concept of a plan. But it was creative, I'll give him that much. Did not work out for that guy, though. All right, from Turkey to Ukraine. Actually, not Ukraine. Russia. Where a number of Western powers are claiming that former Russian dissident Alexei Navalny was killed by strange means. Frog dart poison. What? That's right. Here's the AP from yesterday.
Only the Russian government had the means, the motive, and the opportunity to use that toxin against Alexei Navalny in prison. And that is why we are here today, to shine a spotlight on the Kremlin's barbaric attempt to silence Alexei Navalny's voice.
There you go. Number of different Western powers, including the UK government. I can't remember who all was on the list, but apparently they received a sample of the body, like a tissue sample of the body of Alexei Navalny from the Russian government recently. Tests were done on it. Supposedly those tests came back for a toxic frog dart poison. I think like from the Amazon or something like that. And so, they're out here asking questions. Why? Why is this happening? Now, it's not clear to me why Russia would need to do that when he was in prison already. It doesn't really add up. Like, it's just none of it makes any sense to me. He's in custody. Why not just shoot him? Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't quite add up to me. Like, why? Like, why would you do that? Makes me question all of this, but whatever. Now, while we're talking Russia, we might as well also talk Ukraine. I should have done this in a different order. I'm just realizing, I think I did it because it was bad and good story, although this really isn't that good of a story. It's kind of honestly a sad story when you think about it, but it's at least like, I don't know what to call it, bittersweet maybe? It might be the wrong term technically in this particular sense, but let's talk about the effort of some Ukrainians to celebrate lost loved ones on this Valentine's Day weekend. We planted this alley of love in memory of our military men who died in the war against Russia. And now it's symbolic for us to bring these balloons with the girls, because we believe that love lives forever. It is not forgotten. It does not pass with death, and it continues to live. And what we want is for this alley of love is to be filled now, today, with our warm hearts, love, and affection. We planted this tree, and it has grown as tall as my son. Honestly, this is kind of haunting fucking place. Like, just thinking about it. Apparently they've been at this for years now. Trees growing to what appears to be like over 10 feet tall. It's all been going on for too long. The war needs to stop.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I was promised day 1. We're on day 390. Something like that. You know, since Donald Trump took office. We were going to get... The war wouldn't have even started if I were president. That's what we were told. Now, let's go to the Middle East. Honestly, I did all of this in the wrong order. I don't know how that happened. I should have... Honestly, I do 100 clips a night. I screw this all up. So we did Turkey. Turkey should have been over here. Whatever. Let's go to the Middle East, where Israel's still doing war crimes and not the ceasefire. France 24 English from yesterday. 11 more Palestinians killed, according to the Gaza Health Ministry. in the latest Israeli airstrikes.
Let's speak to our correspondent, Noga Tanner-Polsky, to find out more. Noga, what's the latest information that you have about these strikes this Sunday?
The last information that we got, Will, remains what the Israeli army announced as its intention. It said specifically, and this is quite rare during the ceasefire, it did say specifically that it was launching an operation, a counter-terror operation in Gaza. I'm highlighting this because during the period of the ceasefire, we haven't heard much about military operations per se. We've heard about this strike or that strike or a response the Israeli army has said to such and such attack, but rarely have we seen the word operation. So this may be several hours long or even longer. We don't know. I did try and find out what the plans are and didn't get any.
How can they be continuing to carry out military operations and also simultaneously observing a ceasefire? Can somebody explain to me how that works? How do you do a military operation in the place where the ceasefire is supposed to be? This is so frustrating. I don't understand how this is still going on. Oh my God, we've been doing this for over 2 years. I don't understand. I just don't understand how it's gone this long. It's out of control. Like at this point, like I'm just like, I'm like at my limit. Like I just don't know what else to do. Like we keep talking about it, but like I'm like, I feel like I'm just like losing hope. I hate to say that as somebody who I feel like is supposed to be sort of bringing hope to some degree, you know. But like I'm honestly struggling with this one. It's literally been going on for 2.5 years now, almost. We've been doing this stream for 2 years. I started this stream 2 years ago, almost to the day. I'm just realizing right now, we're 4 days away. We are 4 days away from the 2-year anniversary of this stream. That 2-year anniversary basically marks like my losing it. Like my losing it on this situation and being like, this has gone on too long. That was 2 years ago, was when I was like, this has gone on long enough. Like I'm just going to do whatever I can think of. I'm already on YouTube, plenty. I've got a couple of, you know, I might know a thing or two about streaming. It's time for me to start just talking about this or whatever, just out of pure anger. I was originally just screaming into the abyss to like 2 people 2 years ago. Now we're 2 years later. And somehow this shit is still going on. Remember when I thought that the Biden ceasefire was going to be real thing? Remember that?
Give me a joke.
I'm staying in the race.
Remember that? It's antiquated. That's a throwback. That's a throwback right there. I remember that. So quaint. Actually having hope. Having hope for a ceasefire. An actual ceasefire, not a fake ass ceasefire. Oh God. Naive optimism is what I would call it. I mean, that's only been proven to be incredibly true. Biden, the Christian Zionist, was for the genocide? What? What? Don't say it. Don't say it. The guy who funded the genocide was actually totally into it.
How rude.
Dare you point out the truth.
Illegal.
Illegal.
Right to jail. Right away.
All right, we're staying in the Middle East. Let's talk about the holidays. Because we're not just celebrating Lunar New Year's. No. That's right. Tonight, this Sunday fun day. Well, this morning. It's really no longer Sunday in any place. Maybe on another planet. But here on Earth, technically Monday, we're still holding on for dear life. Although I guess this is even more relevant now. It's Ramadan. That's right. Lunar New Year, Ramadan falling on the same goddamn day as 2026. And people in the Middle East, including Gaza, are attempting to celebrate it. Associated Press from yesterday. Is Ramadan early this year? Well, it's a 9-month cycle, right? It's fascinating that the first day of Ramadan starts on the first day of the lunar new year. It's like it's really interesting. I don't know how, honestly, I don't know how rare that is to happen. Like, I actually have no idea how to quantify that. I should look it up. Oh, I just looked it up. Rarely align. Once every 33 years. So this is a very interesting alignment here of holidays. That's kind of cool. Check that out. Write that down. There you go. Some views from the Associated Press from around the world of different cultures celebrating Ramadan. Meanwhile, unfortunately, we have to go back to the shitty news and talk about this now. The potentially imminent invasion of Iran by the United fucking States. Starting here. Reuters from yesterday.
The U.S. military is preparing for the possibility of sustained weeks-long operations against Iran if President Donald Trump orders an attack in what could become a far more serious conflict than previously seen between the countries. That's according to 2 U.S. officials who spoke on condition of anonymity due to the sensitive nature of the planning. The disclosure raises the stakes for the diplomacy underway between the United States and Iran. U.S. envoys Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will hold negotiations with Iran on Tuesday in Geneva, with representatives from Oman acting as mediators. On Saturday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said Trump's preference was to reach a deal with Tehran, but said, quote, "That's very hard to do." Meanwhile, Trump has amassed military forces in the region, raising fears of new military action. U.S. officials said on Friday the Pentagon was sending an additional aircraft carrier to the Middle East, adding thousands more troops along with firepower capable of waging attacks and defending against them. On Friday, Trump was asked if he'd want to see regime change in Iran.
Well, it seems like that would be the best thing that could happen. For 47 years, they've been talking and talking and talking. In the meantime, we've lost a lot of lives.
I don't know what that means. We've lost a lot of lives? What? Who?
Who'd you drum up?
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
And you know what? The entire media, it would seem to me, is just, honestly, from what I can tell, the entire media apparatus is just sort of preparing us all for this. In like, sort of the manufactured consent sort of way. Hate to use that phrase considering the latest. But stick with me here. Like, it really does. Like, every single, like, practically every corner of the media that I could find on this, from Fox News to DW, CBS, everybody in between, they're all talking about how they're basically talking about how this needs to happen. It's disturbing. It's honestly disturbing. And don't get me wrong, before we get into this, I don't love the Iranian regime, okay? I'm not, an Ayatollah fanboy, all right? There is a repressive regime. It's a repressive, theocratic regime. But does that mean that I think the United States should rush in there to do regime change? No. No, I do not. I think we've seen the American regime change in the past, and it hasn't gone well. I can't imagine the Trump administration doing it any better than anybody else. But let's start it off with old Fox News. See what they got to tell us. This is from yesterday. Out of Murdoch Media.
Now, President Trump ramping up pressure on Iran for a nuclear deal, surging military assets to the Middle East, and sending a strong warning to Tehran today.
How confident are you that our negotiations with Iran will be successful?
I think they'll be successful, and if they're not, it's going to be a bad day for Iran. Very bad.
Bring in Hugh Hewitt, Fox News contributor and host of the Hugh Hewitt Show. He writes in his latest piece on FoxNews.com that President Trump's next move in Iran could be, quote, the most important decision of his presidency. Hugh, thanks for being with us. Thank you for hanging with us through the president's speech as well. You'd originally been scheduled in our last hour. I want to expand just a little bit on your op-ed because you say this. Trump...
I wish I could highlight this chat. I still need to figure out a way to highlight Twitch chats. I've never done it. And I know that there's a way to do it because I've seen Hassan do this. But old Sickback with the fucking hilarious comment. I assume this is about Donald Trump in regards to those many lives he was talking about. Quote, I think he's confusing oil with lives again, unquote. Well played. Well played. Respect.
Be remembered as the man who brought help to the Iranian people after nearly 50 years of fanatical dictatorship and secured America from an unfolding threat, or as the president who backed down more spectacularly than any president before him. You say that he's got a big choice here. The president has remarked that it's time for new leadership in Iran, but I think there's a real concern about what might fill the power vacuum if the regime were to fall.
Well, there is, John. Good afternoon. I don't think it can get worse than a regime that murders 35 to 40,000 of its people in the streets last month. President Trump's laid down a lot of red lines around Iran yesterday.
Can't imagine. I could imagine other regimes murdering people in the streets, though, like the Trump administration. These guys are glazing right now and actually urging to do regime change in Iran. They're like, hey, Trump, you must prevent all the murders of Iranian protesters. Oh, God. America first. Fox News. The place where you can come. Where people will tell you that it's fine to murder American protesters, but murdering Iranian protesters, that's too much.
Too much, man!
We must do regime change immediately, even though the United States is basically responsible. Not entirely. We've got our friends, the United Kingdom, of course, to thank, and the former Shah, to some degree, with the regime change that currently existed. But that doesn't mean we just get to hit the undo button and just blast the country out all of a sudden. You know? Like you don't get to do that. Like 70 years, however long it's been, 60 years later or something. It's not the way that works. But everybody's determined that we do this. DW News.
Munich police say about 250,000 people joined a rally protesting against the Islamic Republic of Iran as world leaders gathered nearby at the city's security conference. Protesters condemned last month's deadly crackdown on nationwide demonstrations in Iran, which human rights groups say left thousands dead.
Yeah, everybody's posting protest footage all across every country. Every Western media outlet's posting protest footage. Apparently there was planned protests this weekend to, I guess, urge Donald Trump to do regime change, which I think is one of the most, like, ill-conceived things. Because one thing that I understand is that a lot of people who are against the regime are not pro-Shah and are not pro, like, Reza, whatever, I can't remember this fucking guy's name right now, but, like, the son of the Shah, who I feel like some people are suggesting should be the new leader. We should just, like, install him as the new dictator of Iran or something. Like, I don't know what people expect out of Donald Trump, out of this regime change shit, but you should not expect good things out of it, right? Sure, maybe the Ayatollah will be taken down. Why should we expect that anybody else, I mean, like you really don't think that another one of the like the high priests or whatever are going to be installed? What just happened in Venezuela? Can anybody tell me what just happened in Venezuela? Everybody was expecting the neoliberal, stooge to get installed. Who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Can you tell me? Oh, right. That's right. The vice president. The vice president. Maduro's number 2. Like, does anybody actually think that they're going to get democracy in Iran because the United States does a coup? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. And that's the thing I think that's, like, misguided in all this. Is, like, anybody who thinks that the United States interfering is going to bring democracy to Iran is fucking dreaming. Really, under any president, but certainly under Donald Trump, a guy who's proven he doesn't know what democracy means in the United States or otherwise. And like, he has no interest in it. And, like, it's just so misguided, in my opinion. It's like, it's naive optimism. I've already used that term one time today. I'm going to use it again, because that's exactly what this shit is. It's like, oh, please, Daddy. Please, Mr. Trump. Do the thing.
Daddy can do no wrong.
A massive protest in downtown LA in support of the Iranian people.
Yeah, CBS LA's Lauren Posen has the huge turnout and their message to President Trump.
The demonstrators are calling on President Trump's help. They want to see a change in regime and believe he's the one that can make the deal happen.
Regime change for Iran! People of Iran have never, in the past 47 years, never been this close to freeing up themselves from this Islamic regime. So I'm proud to be here.
Los Angeles is home to the largest Iranian community outside of Iran. On Saturday, thousands poured into the streets of downtown for the Global Day of Action.
There we go. Everyone doing the same thing. Everyone doing the exact same playbook. Fox News the most unhinged out of all of them, but Fox, DW, CBS. Fox News even did a protest video. They had to get it in there. How could they not? Gotta get both of them.
Hundreds of thousands of people took to the streets in cities across the world Saturday, condemning Iran's deadly crackdown on protesters there, including Los Angeles, which has a large exile community. President Trump has been building.
It's so funny to watch Fox News be pro anti-police brutality against protesters. Like am I the only one? Like, this is bonkers. It's hilarious to watch Fox News be like, we must stop government repression against protesters. Like, oh, Iranian protesters, not American ones. Iranian protesters are great. Specifically Iranian protesters. And no one else. It's just like this one issue, this one instance, right? Like in no other circumstances, Fox defending protesters, like in the United States or otherwise. It's just this one instance. They're like, actually, protesters are based.
U.S. military assets in the Middle East as indirect talks on Iran's nuclear program continue. Iran is a top priority for Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who is now in Slovakia.
Don't worry about it,
after
little
giving a
Marco.
major speech in Munich at the security conference with
Your mom.
These people are perverts.
Okay. Now let's go to MS Now. Formerly MSNBC 14 hours ago. Distinctly possible, quote unquote. Trump could strike Iran as more troops enter the Middle East.
This is ridiculous!
See if we can get some sensibility out of MS Now.
Joining me now, we have Congressman Adam Smith, ranking member of the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, welcome. It's always good to see you. So when you compare Rubio's Munich remarks to last year's fiery speech from Vice President J.D. Vance, would you say he is taking a softer approach, or is that just the message on the surface?
Well, Rubio is taking a softer approach, and his speech was focused on shared responsibility. And if that speech genuinely reflected Trump policy, okay. But I think what you're hearing from our allies in Europe is, show, don't tell. Actions speak louder than words. Pick your cliche. But given what Trump has said about Greenland, what he said about Canada, what he said in general about how he, as president of the U.S., should have unchecked power to do what he wants in the world, the way he has failed to understand the threat that Putin poses not just to Ukraine and Europe. He has not yet dealt directly with Putin's sort of underlying causes and challenged Putin's worldview of Russia's claim to Ukraine. All of that makes people in Europe and elsewhere, and me for that matter, skeptical that Secretary Rubio's speech is a true reflection of where President Trump and his team are going to go with their policy going forward.
Yeah, sounds like you can say whatever you want, but we're watching to see what you actually do. Let's pivot to Tuesday, when the U.S. and Iran will hold another round of nuclear talks in Geneva. This comes after the U.S. sent that second aircraft carrier to the region. And President Trump said Friday a change in power in Iran would be, quote, the best thing that could happen. As the ranking member of the Armed Services Committee, sir, what are your expectations for this meeting? And if it does not go well, are you concerned the White House could launch a strike?
Yes, on that last point, I think President Trump was very close to using military action a couple of weeks ago. One of the limiting factors that has not been as widely reported as it could be was we didn't have the assets in the region. There was concern that if we started a fight with Iran in that situation, we could not adequately defend, our troops that were in the region. We didn't have.
Yeah. But now they've been building up troops. They've been building up military equipment, building up Navy assets, more aircraft carriers, more destroyers, and who knows what else. I would assume nuclear submarines, honestly, considering. They're almost always somewhere, there's all over the place, just doing whatever the hell they're doing. Just feels like we're building up something for something, right? Like we're preparing for something, it would seem. Everybody's recognizing that. And it's honestly disturbing to me. I've been saying it for a while, but we're closer to World War III than ever. We might actually be in it, and we just don't know yet. Maybe in the textbooks it'll say, actually World War III started in 2025. Or whenever. Oh, God. Conflicts are just breaking out everywhere. Doesn't feel like we're any further away from World War. And in fact, the atomic scientists, the guys who do the doomsday clock, they agree with me, as it turns out. We're closer to doomsday, according to them, than ever before. 85 seconds to midnight. It's horrifying. Gives us literally 1 minute to solve our problems.
Immediately, if not
Fast.
sooner.
All right, I've saved the last two clips, the very best, for last. Tonight, we are ending in Asia. First China. Then Japan. All right, by the way, great job to everybody who made it this far. 10 hours and 7 minutes into the stream. Mucho applause to you all. Your stoic efforts are noted. Let's go here. We're actually going to go to Australia to talk about China. Lunar New Year. ABC News, 2 days ago, Lunar New Year 2026.
Lunar New Year is coming, and it's time to talk about the zodiacs again. 2026 will be the year of the horse, and if you were born in these years, then this is your year. So what are the special characteristics of people born in this zodiac year?
I think we're known for being energetic, fast-moving, and...
By the way, anybody who's just listening to the podcast, 1930, 1942, 1954, 1966, 1978, 1990, 2002, and 2014. That's right, because the zodiac calendar is a 12-year cycle. So you do the math. If you're one of those numbers, this is your year, pal. Write that down.
It's your year. So what are the special characteristics of people born in this zodiac year?
I think we're known for being energetic, fast-moving, and always on the go, and often seem very social.
People born in the year of the horse are supposed to be stubborn and hardworking, I think, like a horse.
Horses in Chinese culture, the most important thing is success. Horses runs very, very fast. It runs towards your target without a stop. People are very energetic, full of ambition, full of passion.
What's even more interesting is that 2026 is a fire horse year. No, not like that. No, there's nothing to do with Pokemon. It's something related to the ancient Chinese philosophy. Many Chinese people believe that the world is made up of 5 elements. These elements interact in cycles, with each one generating or destroying another. It's a bit like rock, paper, scissors, but with 2 different cycles. In one direction, things help each other grow. For example, wood feeds fire. And when the fire burns out, it turns into ash that goes back into the earth. In the other direction, things keep each other in check. Water puts out fire, and earth can hold or redirect water. The 5 elements support and restrain one another, helping explain how things change in the world. In ancient Chinese traditions, time was also linked to the 5 elements, meaning every year carries its own element, and the coming year of the horse is associated with fire.
丙午年2026，丁未年2027。
Year of the horse and the year of the goat are fire years.
Never do something extreme. We should always keep a balance of our life. Don't go too fast. Of course, don't slow down too much. Just keep a balance and you will have good luck.
Horses are one of the most beloved animals around the world, and it's an animal that appears repeatedly throughout history and folktales across many cultures, from Greece to Australia, the United States, and China. In Chinese legends, there are stories of 1,000-mile horses said to be so powerful that they could run 1,000 Chinese li, or about 500 kilometers, in a single day. These horses were usually the mounts of heroes and emperors. One of the most famous horses in Chinese literature is a white dragon horse featured in Journey to the West. After the monk Xuanzang obtained the sacred scriptures, the horse was honored by the Buddha as a divine steed, becoming a symbol of bravery and perseverance. In another classic,
There you go. A symbol of bravery and perseverance. The horse. Will this year be a year of bravery and perseverance for you, Space Fams? Well, only time will tell. But now you know. You have the Zodiac on your side. Year of the Horse 2026. All right. Now, let's go to Japan. Let's go to Japan to talk about New York.
What now?
What you talking about?
I'm talking about the one, the only, the great, new inhabitant of Gracie Mansion.
Zohran Mamdani.
Let's talk about Mamdani Sheik, the Japanese craftsman that shaped the New York mayor's winter image.
Winter is coming.
NHK World Japan.
It's been an icy cold, record-breaking winter in New York, with the new mayor, Zohran Mamdani, leading the city's response. One thing that caught the public's attention as he performed his duties was the rugged winter jacket he wore, featuring custom embroidery. Behind the look was a Japanese craftsman. NHK World's Inoue Yuki threads the story.
This jacket, as some of you might recognize, is the same design as the one worn by Mayor Mamdani. On the left sleeve, the word mayor is embroidered, and then on the chest, a classic logo that says the City of New York. But there's even more detail.
It's the New Yorker font. I love this. This is a ballin' jacket. This is the best.
Inside the collar, there's a hidden message that says, no problem too big, no task too small.
Someone get me this jacket. I'm putting it on my throne list. I'm putting it on my throne. I'm sure there's no way to buy this on throne, but my God, I want this jacket. Get it for me. Get it now.
A phrase that he used.
Someone find a way. I'm sure it's completely
one of his early speeches. Now, this jacket was created here in this embroidery studio in Brooklyn. The studio might seem a little small, but they've done big work collaborating with major brands like Nike, Supreme, and even the NBA. And its reputation eventually caught the mayor's office attention, leading to this custom order.
Yeah.
Now,
wait, is this actually for sale or is this a joke? Oh my God, you can buy one. You can buy one for $200. That's way too much. That's way too much money. God damn you. Screw it. Dreams ruined.
one creator behind this jacket was Yata Naru, a Japanese embroidery artist. So Naru, thank you so much for having us. Konnichiwa.
Thank you too. Konnichiwa.
So I know you're extremely busy right now, but how do you feel about this?
I feel very proud. Honestly, supplies a bit.
Going long tonight? Yep, I did go long tonight. It's true. I am going long. I mean, longish. I mean, long. Yeah, you know, 8 hours is the average. 10 hours, we're pushing it. 12 is the max. Good to see you, Redolin. We got a celebrity in the chat. Big time Twitch guy. Redolin thought. I don't even know if he needs a shout out in this chat, considering. But go follow him. Massive streamer. You do like 10 times the viewers I do. I am, what's the word? I can't think of words now. I'm glad to have you in our chat. It's beautiful.
To see how much attention it received. It was a special moment to see something I worked on being recognized by so many people.
So it was a big surprise. So when you worked with the mayor's office, how did you approach the design?
They gave us specific requests. I carefully followed each one, made one adjustment. I decided to make the embroidery, size of the embroidery slightly larger than originally planned.
Wait, why aren't you streaming right now? Isn't this your normal stream time? Why you're asking me why I'm still going, but why are you not streaming? It's very strange.
That's really weird.
The one on the chest that says the city of New York.
Yeah. And when I saw it on television, Mayor was wearing the jacket. I think it was the right decision.
Oh, so the perfect calculation for you. So we'll be hearing more from Naru later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you too.
Yatta is from Osaka, a city well known for textiles and embroidery. Well, he was a student. He taught himself graphic design, and he became a fan of this studio's sophisticated embroidery. And
Why did we just gray screen? No! Son of a bitch. That just happened out of nowhere. That's the first gray screen we've gotten all night. 10 hours. 10 hours and 15 minutes of streaming as the first gray screen we've seen all fucking night. This is ridiculous. Oh, you're doing a massive audio overhaul. Sounds fancy, Redolent. RT? People call you RT, right? Elgato volume controller app kept crashing, causing you problems, so you've pivoted to a full rehaul with a Wavelink. It's starting to feel like an Elgato advertisement. Alright, well, I hope that goes well. I've never used any of Elgato's equipment, not gonna lie. I'm using a variety of different things. I've got a Tascam mixer. And a Native Instruments MPC. Number of other sorts of things. You hate Elgato. Why are you using their equipment, one would ask?
presented the owner his portfolio, which led him to work here in Brooklyn. In this studio, Yatta, Racorina, the owner, and Renzo Diaz focus on creating original pieces instead of mass producing. Each one brings their own expertise in graphic design, fashion, and art. They collaborate closely as a team, exchanging ideas to meet their clients' specifications. From design to production, everything is completed here in-house. That hands-on approach is a big part of what distinguishes this studio. So embroidery is a lot about team effort, and now I want to show you how they worked on one of their recent projects commissioned by a local client. If we could take a look at this draft here, they have a picture of sparkling jewels featuring animals. And the client wanted the studio to make this into an embroidery. The challenge was making this frog shiny like the actual jewel itself. Now, because embroidery is automated, the challenge is translating the design into stitches, and that's the important part. It's really important for the machine to do its job, but in order for the machine to work completely, the team needs to calculate all the details like Naru is showing us right now.
My God, so much effort went into all of this. Let's take a look at the jacket. Zoran jacket. I think that's all I need to search to get this. Yes, GQ. Hopefully they don't paywall me on this. They probably will, like a bunch of dicks. We'll see. Zoran Mamdani wore a custom Carhartt to tackle his first snowstorm as mayor. Son of a bitch. Hold on. I remember, I can't do this. I don't know why this is a thing. It's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. It does not make any sense. For some reason, I can't do that. Okay. Hopefully this works now. Zoran Mamdani wore a custom Carhartt to tackle his first snowstorm as mayor. Custom Carhartt jacket. You imagine there are quite a few perks associated with being mayor of New York City? For Eric Adams, it was alleged unsanctioned luxury trips to Turkey. Oh, GQ with the jokes over here. For current top dog Zoran Mamdani, it appears to be an arsenal of very sick jackets. This came in handy over the weekend when the Northeast was hit by a massive snowstorm. The first weather emergency Mamdani had to face since taking office on New Year's Day. In the lead up to the storm, Mamdani was seen at various press conferences wearing conspicuously embroidered outwear for various New York City agencies. There was the green techie Department of Sanitation jacket he wore when he announced the city's preparation for the incoming onslaught of snow, wind, and freezing cold weather. Honestly, though, Mamdani's jacket game has been on point, and now that they're bringing it up, I'm like, actually, yeah, I've been wondering where these jackets are coming from. Zoran is geared out over here. Spending money on what I love about it is he's spending money on city-themed jackets. Like, you get the irony, right? Like, he's spending money on government-themed jackets. Only Zoran.
Mamdani.
Only Zoran would do this. Oh, God. New York, okay. Personalized Carhartt jacket featuring a curly-cued mid-century, quote-unquote, the City of New York logo on the chest and mayor in bold across the left bicep. The jacket was custom embellished by the Bushwick, Brooklyn-based company Arena Embroidery. The type of and logo were designed by Noah Neary, senior advisor to First Lady of New York City, Rama Dewji. Rocco Arena, who founded his brand in 2018 after a stint at Nike making one-off garments for special clients, tells GQ that he connected with Mamdani's office via a mutual friend and learned about an opportunity to craft an embroidered jacket. The caveat? He only had
immediately,
1 week.
if not sooner.
My God. Rushed custom jackets for Zoran Mamdani. Honestly, I think he deserves them. I think he deserves them, and he's looking fresh. He's looking fresh over there.
And quality.
What's the challenge when you make these embroideries?
So a big challenge is making sure that we meet or exceed the expectations of every client. Working together at every step of the way is one of those things that we distinguish ourselves on here as a team, whether it be from the digitizing phase where we're translating a design to embroidery, or the operating and technical phase where we're making sure the machines can run these really high stitch or really delicate embroideries.
And here's the finished piece. Thank you, Naru. You can see the details they've put in.
Well, there you go, people. A look inside the operation, that at least part of the operation that was behind some of Zoran's winter outerwear. And that's it. That's it. We did it. Great job. 10.5 hours. Good Lord. Well, it's been quite a week, people, and technically it's the beginning to a new one. Hopefully this Sunday Fun Day helped prepare all of you for this difficult week ahead. I'm sure it's gonna be. Well, we got through another stream. It's quite long and also difficult, but thankfully, we had each other to get through it. That's gonna be it for me tonight. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Midi, Afroponics, Snarwall by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Moanoa, Nadia, Jokey, Scouts, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James, X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Icebreaker, Columbia, Riga, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, BC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Lori Lunchmeat, Carl Gaslight Docracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benny Hanna, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the Six, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster. Wait. Oh no. God damn it. Hold on. What have I done? Terrible. How did I do this? I screwed up. I didn't add the new file. I spent all that effort updating the new Patreon list. And I didn't even add it to the fucking stream like an idiot. Like a big dumb idiot. It's like, that's what it was like. Big stupid person. Here, hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna solve it. I'm solving it right now, actually. As we speak. Ah, and Social Butterfly. There we go. All that word for one. The Social Butterfly. The newest addition to the Patreon list. All these people here have, of course, helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just the low price of $3 a month on Patreon.
You're about to be valuetained.
God, that totally screwed me up. Everybody press 1. I can't even do it. I can't type that fast. Everybody press 1 to start the super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream. Also, if you're on vertical chat on YouTube right now, you're going to need to go either to Twitch or to the horizontal chat on YouTube. Probably preferable to you would be the horizontal chat on YouTube. But hey, I mean, really, it's all up to you. But you can't stay on the vertical chat because that's about to go away. Yep. That stream is now ending. And the super secret late night after hours Galactic Chill stream is about to begin. Now, I see at least a couple of ones in chat. People know what to do. You all get it. You guys get it. Guys and gals and non-binary pals. Bye-bye, vertical. To the music portion of this stream. What do we need right now? What do we need? We need to think warm, sunny thoughts. That's my opinion. Spring is around the corner, but it's still freaking cold in a lot of places. Thinking warm thoughts. Alright, everybody, I hope you enjoyed the stream. If you didn't, somehow, already, hit that follow button on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube, and do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways we have available to you.
walking and when she passes, but when she passes, when you walk, like a samba that swings so cool and plays so gently, that when she passes, it runs so fast. Young and lovely, careful, Berlin is walking, and when she passes, goes. When she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently, that when she passes,
Just look at that yellow sun. And way off in the distance, those lovely little white clouds.
Get a drink, have a good time now. Welcome to paradise, paradise.
Você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo à toa, se você me vê sorrindo me levar. São coisas daqui, são coisas de lá. Nasceram da terra ou vieram do mar. Sei que não crê, fale de amor. Pela tábua. Sei que não crê, fale de amor. Pela tábua.
All right, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream tonight. We're going to raid out to Brandon at the Discourse on Twitch and YouTube. Till I see you next, you stay classy. Galactic Stream Nation.